Hello and a warm welcome back to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Saudi Arabia. We're coming to you live from Riyadh for meeting number 80 of the season. It is Alaman Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup Day, 12 races, culminating with the aforementioned race as race 12. We get underway very shortly with our first race, an open race on the turf. One of three on the inner turf track you can see there at the beautiful King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and a further 9 races on the dirt throughout the course of the day. This is on the back of racing here yesterday. We had a whole host of maiden races, 8 of them. Today's action a little bit more competitive, certainly higher class as well. And delighted to say that alongside me once again is Tom Collins. We got through yesterday, Tom, found a few winners between us.
We did, yeah.
And I think today's card is really good.
Yeah, I think it's exceptional. We've got 3 turf races, as you've already touched upon. That means smaller fields and better horses generally. And then we've got a litany of dirt races featuring some top quality animals, Arabian and thoroughbreds. Obviously, the highlight on the card is seeing Defunded back in action. Yep. They may be looking towards the Saudi Cup towards the end of the year, but he's going to have to win today for that to be the case. He's a short price, but he's an interesting horse. He's a former Grade 1 winner in the US, so he's probably the classiest animal that we'll see today, but there are plenty of top quality horses on show.
Well, he's odds on in the international markets for race 10 a little bit later on, but he was beaten in the Saudi Cup last year. He was beaten by, you'll disagree with me, the world's best horse in the Dubai World Cup for his next start. And he's been beaten here as well with his comeback. He's got a few points to prove today.
Yeah, he does, but it's a weak field, a weak enough field for him to make his mark. He should be winning today. He's a short price, as you say. Would I be interested in the international market? Maybe not, but I would hope that he wins today and wins decisively, especially for Connections, who have paid quite a lot of money for him, and their kind of target is the Saudi Cup. If they don't make the Saudi Cup this year, bearing in mind he lost last year, it'll be a little bit of a bad mission, let's say. And
I wonder what the plan's going to be, because of a mark of 110, he's not going to get into the Saudi Cup field. Whether this is a prep for next weekend to come back for the custodians and I'll go home now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll go home now. Yeah. So yeah, 12 races. The first of those underway in around 15 minutes now. Do get involved with us wherever you are in the world. We'd love to hear from you with your tips, selections, your thoughts, your analysis. And if you've got any fashion advice for a man out in the field today, because he's a self-styled fashionista, I'm sure he'd love to hear from you as well. Let's see how he's shaping up today. It was the green jacket yesterday. You've gone for the green shacket today.
I have indeed, yeah. I was kind of... Look, he's setting the trends. I've got to go with them now.
Where is he? Can we see him?
He's out there somewhere.
He's out there somewhere. Callum, where are you?
Hi, team. Yes, I don't take fashion advice, guys. I give fashion advice. I am the walking, talking fashionista, and I continue to show you the outfit today. Mustafa, can you see the whole look on this boat? Start with a nice pink shirt to get us going. It's still beautifully sunny out here. We're sticking with the chino look, but underneath, and we're sticking with the trainers to get that movement as well. So it's pretty tame so far. We have got a quarter zip jumper as well for when it gets a little bit colder. So there will be an outfit change, but don't worry, boys. I'll keep you in check. Talking about keeping you in check, great to see Jose in the chat. He'll be really keen to see what Ricardo Sousa Ferreira gets up to today, a jockey who's been in fine form over the past couple of weeks. I think the leading jockey here over December and is flying along in January too. He doesn't get to ride the horse that I think will try and beat Defunded on this occasion, a horse called Western City. Watch out for this horse. Mohammed Al-Daham rides, Sama Al-Dahani doing the training. That's a combination who have been incredibly potent this season, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on. Western City, a bit of a disappointing run last time. Hopefully he can step back up, but I don't think Defunded is the force of old, and I think he's very vulnerable at the top of the market in that race number 10. I am currently standing here out on the turf course, the course that we will be on for 3 of the races today, including the first of them, and this is a really lovely course, as we mentioned before. Still got some rail movement. We're going to get plenty more fresh ground over to my left here. This rail is going to get pushed back in a couple of weeks' time for the Saudi Cup to allow races like the Neom Turf Cup, the Turf Sprint, the 1351, all those exciting turf contests which will take place here on the 22nd and 23rd of February. Looking forward to that as much as you all are at home. But the first race on the card today is on the turf, and the man who can take us through the runners and riders for this contest is Mr. Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Callum. Afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to today's action. Let's have a look at the field for our opener. We start on the turf. Over 1,200 metres. Number 1, a name that will be familiar to many, Love to Vega, the mount of Alex Moreno. The 2 is Rustam Basha, just about top of the international betting at the moment. That one, Adel Al-Faradi. 3, Tisalat for Ahmed Al-Zahari. Number 4 is In Himma, that's Fawaz Wanas. No 5, that's a non-runner in the first, and the next is 6, Pipi Go Lucky and Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 7 is Moswat for Ricardo Ferreira. We then go to the 8, Shanko Abdullah Al-Saudi. Number 9 is Anafel Fahad Al-Faradi. And the 10, Beautiful Ashling, that's Osama Al-Sharani. And 11, Al-Rahaj Mahadid Al-Nasser. 10 runners for the first. On the whole, actually, some smaller fields today, but looking forward to the action. Let's head back to Martin and Tom in the studio.
Yeah, there might be smaller fields, Alex, but we've got a touch of quality about proceedings today, and we're getting away with this this open race on the turf over the 1,200 metres. We're over the 6 furlongs. This, as Alex said, take out the 5, leaves a field of 10. And Rustam Basha, as Alex touched on, was heading the international market a little bit earlier on today, just under 2 to 1. A horse who's right up there in amongst the ratings off a mark of 97. And has been running over the course and distance for his last 3 starts.
Yeah, I do think turf presents a slight issue for him. He's better on dirt, in my opinion. But yeah, he's a very consistent performer. He's rated 97. He doesn't have much to find at the weights with a couple of these. The likes of him is actually rated higher than him, rated 98, and gets a kilo. So you'd say the 4's much more better treated to win the race than the 2, Rustam Basha. But that being said, Rustam Basha is super consistent, represents the red stable, draws well inside. Ridden by Adel Al-Faradi, the leading rider here, and has plenty of speed, which is what we need on over 1,200 metres, whether that's turf or dirt. Obviously, we saw lots of dirt 1,200 metre races yesterday, no turf. All of those dirt races were dominated by horses on the front end. It's very, very similar on the grass here as well.
Yeah, well, that's the horse we're just talking about, in fact, that Rustam Basha. We can actually have a look at him, Tom, in action. This was his most... so it's been over the course and distance, and this is another good run from him here.
Yeah, this is a solid effort back on the dirt. He goes from the front, as you can see, and he's quite a small horse, but he fights. He's game. He's determined. He wants to win his races. He just comes up a little bit short here. In him as the grey horse and the orange silks on the outside, also in the same race, so you can see they're closely matched. Both of them fall short in 2nd and 3rd, but they run nice races. Switching onto the turf today, Rustam Basha is going to have to prove that the grass is as good a surface for him. I don't think it is. But he's a short price favourite, he's consistent, and that's all you can ask for. And
is this an easier race than it's been of late?
It's about the same, I'd suggest. A different surface, so you're facing different horses apart from Inhima, who is a regular foe. This is Shanko, we see in the white cap, the 2nd string for Agama stable. He just gets the perfect toe through this event. He's on the rail throughout, skips out wide in the home turn, no traffic at all, and finishes the race off to good effect down the outside. This is a big career best performance from Shanko, who's a 6-year-old. He beats Love de Vega, who's back in 2nd and reopposes today. I think Love de Vega will reverse this form. Shanko just got the absolute A1 trip, and that's not going to happen.
Well, he came over the top of them last time out, and he was getting weight, as he is today. But as regards the weights and measures, that was a handicap. This is an open race. Who's better favoured, Love de Vega or Shanko?
Love de Vega, and also is drawn a little bit better than Shanko is today.
OK, we've heard from Callum once already today. Let's head back out and see where he is or who he's got for us in the paddock.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, let's have a look at Love de Vega coming around the parade ring here. Experienced operator now, a 6-year-old, really looking well for his age, no concerns. He's done it on this turf before. He's done it over course and distance, and he certainly can't be discounted. 2nd here last time out, and although he's not the best of walkers, don't let that put you off. When he starts moving quickly, he actually is a very, very decent performer. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on, to see if he can get back on the winning thread. Let's just pull one behind. This is one I absolutely adore. Rustam Basha in new colours now, having changed ownership a couple of starts ago. He's the apple of the Abdul Wahed team's eye. It's just a lovely, lovely sprinting type. I think he's better on turf than he is on dirt, to be perfectly honest. And although he was a little bit disappointing last time out, I imagine he'll step forward again. He's certainly going to be the pick of the paddock for me so far. Let's pull back again to 4. This is the interesting one. This is Inamia. Absolutely gorgeous grey coming towards us now. Big strapping individual. Now he's gorgeous, there's no doubt about it, and he came back from a big old absence to run a cracker last time out. You can see him getting a little bit warm on the neck. I wouldn't let that put you off at all. He's handling everything pretty well, and I've got no concerns so far. He's a good mover. That run last time out will set him up perfectly for this occasion. I think he can run a big race here in a minute. He was fancied on the international market last time. I imagine the same will be said today. Let's drop back to horse number 7 here. This is Moswat going for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira in the saddle. Sama Al-Dahani doing the training. This is a really well put together sort, just a typical sprinter. Strong, well-built individual. Second and third in the last 2 starts. Ricardo's just going to jump on now. He's a jockey who's been in such fine form over the last couple of weeks, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he gets on. The horse is just a little bit of you're just having a bit of a kick at the fly. I wouldn't let that bother you too much. That tail wiggle, he's just having a nose of something in behind. Certainly nothing to suggest he's not going to run his best race. Perfectly chanced here today. And finally, let's go to the last horse here. It's the 11 in this field. This is Al Rahaj, who we're just going to see now coming around the parade ring. I've not seen Abdullah Manif in the parade ring yet, so I wonder where he's got to. But this is his runner here. Got the black hood on. That stays on. Cheek pieces and noseband too. The full works for this runner. Mohammed Al Nasser on board as well. He's a very, very talented young rider. He had a winner yesterday and a couple of winners last week. Keep an eye on him. He's one to follow. He's giving me the look. He knows he's on a good one as well. As we can see, this horse probably just coming into the winter coat. That would be the only concern for me. But those are the ones that have caught my eye in the parade ring. And the best one, the pick of the yard, is Rustam Basha.
Well, Rustam Basha, I mean, I was talking about the recent course form, but that's of course on the dirt. But we're looking back through his form, he does have a win on the turf, doesn't he?
Yeah, only 2 runs on turf out of 15 starts. There was a victory and a 4th place finish. So I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that he's better on turf, but he's obviously handles the grass. He's proven that in the past. His recent runs have all come on dirt, and I don't know whether the connections are switching to turf to try and find a better spot for him against weaker opposition or a smaller field, or what the plan is. But obviously they've decided to go down this route, and he's a short price favourite, in my opinion, at 15-8 today. I don't want any part of that, but it wouldn't be a surprise if he won. He's a very good horse, and he has the right running style to go close.
Inhimia is one we've not talked about. 4 wins from 18 starts. Fawaz Wallace on board again today. Form that ties in with Rustam Basha, as you touched on before as well, top rated in the race, and did win a cup race out in Taif this season.
Yeah, he's top rated and best treated at the weights as well, because he does get weight from Love to Vega and Rustam Basha. Draws well inside. He's closely matched with Rustam Basha on form.
And he likes to go forward as well. I thought the 2 would suit him.
He does, but this is the first ever run on turf for him, from what I could see, and therefore there is a question mark around the surface.
OK, well, let's head back to Callum, who has got a guest with him.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, Abdullah Manif has just joined me here. He's sent off Al Raraj to down to post now. This horse has got an interesting profile, and I think it's a very good jockey booking with Mohammed Al Nasser on board.
Yeah, Al Raraj, she's a US bred filly. She's a competitive filly. She can do she can be a competitive enough on 6 furlong. But for the last 2 runs, she dropped a little bit, and she got a little bit some issues on the back, so we had treated her with the vets. So she should be good enough today to run. I think if we are talking about numbers or rating, the competitors are got more chance competing against her. However, I feel if she's on the day, if the things that we have treated lately benefits very well, she should run very well, to be honest.
We're really looking forward to seeing how she goes. Hopefully the back's veterinary work will help, and hopefully she can run a big race. Thank you very much.
Hopefully. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
OK, well, thoughts there?
Wouldn't say overly confident.
No? OK.
Yeah, and to be fair, from a form perspective, Al Rahaj just has loads to prove, really. Only rated 71. She gets in as a reserve. We did see a reserve win yesterday, not on turf, of course, on dirt. But it's the turf day before. The last 3 runs have all been solid. 2 second-place finishes and a victory, all over the course and distance. He was formerly trained by Charlie Johnston over in the UK and was a relatively good performer. Wherever Love to Vega finishes is the 94 rating. You know he's going to run to that mark. So any horse that beats him will probably run to better than 94, or they're well, it's an open, so they are carrying different weights. But they'd have to run to 95 plus to beat Love to Vega. I think he'll be there or thereabouts. He was my second in, so the last off my shortlist. But I just ended up siding with horse number 7, Moswat, 4th Amar Al-Dahani and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. This horse was a Yarmouth winner for Roger Varian in the UK last season prior to joining the leading connections over here. He's closely matched with Love de Vega based on the recent form, and he's only a 4-year-old. He could easily take a big step forward. On official ratings he needs to, but he does get weight from those towards the top of the market, and I wouldn't be surprised if Moswart ran nicely. The one problem for him is the draw. He'll need to try and get across from stall 8 and not sit 3 wide on the turn, which is maybe it's unlikely that he will get across, and that's why he's 6-1 in the international market. But from a form perspective, I think he's got a good chance.
Well, he's only had one run here, and he represents a trainer whose horses do take a big step forward for their debuts.
Exactly, and pitching this horse back in an open straight away suggests that he thinks he's pretty good. He could have gone down the handicap route. There are lots of 0 to 85 turf handicaps over here, and he would have carried top weight against inferior opposition. But instead, they've gone down the open route. They must think he's good enough.
And Love de Vega, lightly raced here, only had the 3 starts in the Kingdom. He's been dropped down to the 1200 here, but his form back in the UK was more 1400 over the mile even as well. Is there opportunities there for him to go up in distance, do you think, over here?
Of course, yeah. He's got early speed. That's why they're sticking to the 1200 with him. But the turf races over here are run over interesting distances, aren't they? You've got 1200, 1351, and then 2100 throughout the regular season. So he won't stay 2100, I don't think. So it's 1200 or 1351, and there are many more 1200 metre turf races right now.
OK, Annafel and Beautiful Aisling as well, both coming across from the UK, trained by the Gosdens and the Crisfords respectively. Annafel much shorter in the market on the international market at around 9-1, but was well beaten on debut here, finishing down to 12th.
Yeah, Annafel's got interesting claims, I suppose. Draws inside, could get a nice trip. Beautiful Aisling isn't a 1200 metre horse. She wants 1,000 metres, and they don't run over this distance here. She'll probably lead and then tire late on in the piece.
OK, well, I'm going to go with the second in on the international market at around the 3-1 mark for In Here.
Horse number 7, Moswart, for me, hopefully gets inside. Doesn't have to sit a 3-wide trip.
So your trainers hopefully going to start the day, get the ball rolling.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's go out to the man who's turned up at the races today. I think it's the only man at King Abdulaziz without a belt. It's Callum with his selection.
I can't believe you've called me out for that now. I thought that was private between the group there. But yeah, I'm desperate for a belt actually. So if anyone does know we're in Riyadh, I can grab myself a belt. I'll be very happy to see it. I've just seen Samir Al-Dahani over my shoulder. He looks fairly confident about the chances of Moswat. But for me, it's Rustam Basha will be the selection, horse number 2. I think this horse is the best in the field. I don't think it's any disgrace finishing second to Sayodad, who I think might be one of the best sprinters over here last time out. Back on turf, should be dangerous. A beautiful draw in 3. As long as he jumps, he should be absolutely fine, get into a rhythm, and he's got a good jockey with Adel Al-Faradi in the plate as well. I think it makes a lot of sense with Inamir. I think he's got plenty of ability, and that run should have set him up perfectly for this. Moswat, again, the connections you just can't ignore, and especially Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on turf is a lethal combination. But the loading process has started. Keep an eye out on 2 for me, 7 for Tom, and 4 for Martin. Alex Fussy, for the first of 12, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, we're loading forwards. First 3 have gone into the gates here for our opener of the day. Top of the betting. Well touted by our gents at the track. Rustam Basha 15-8, still the market leader. In Himir 3-1. Forwards Love de Vega, and Moswat is now into 4s as well. Been well backed from 6s. The Tom Collins fan club getting stuck in. Last few going forwards here. Shanko just moving up into stall number 6, and that'll leave us with a couple to go. Itisalat and Inhimir will come in together, and we're ready to race. Stand by. Bit of a hold. They're off. Jumped away in the opener on the turf here. We go 1,200 metres. It was a pretty level line, actually, with the exception of Annafel, who's dropping a little off them at the back of the field early doors. Good pace from Moswat out wide. Is trying to get up there and force the issue with Rustam Basha also in a handy role. Al-Rahaj is not too far from them as well, as they trying to settle down. In against the fence is Inhimir. The grey is holding that inner line and is probably just going to see them off. So it's Inhimir up the rail, leading from Rustam Basha, and then we have Al-Rahaj, who's wider. Moswat on the inside next, racing in 4th, and they're followed by Love de Vega, who is stalking. Black Cap on the inside, Beautiful Ashling is next. Shanko can't live up with them at all. Forget the rest, they're not playing a part surely. Tissalat is travelling all right, but got 6 or 7 to find. In line for home, Moswat is coming up sides here and has travelled into this race supremely well. It's Moswat who picks it up, goes past Inemir. Love de Vega continues to follow, then Beautiful Ashling, Shanko and Tissalat, but it's all over. Moswat is striding away in fine fashion. He's clear by 4 lengths to the line and has won this very comfortably. Moswat the winner, close enough for second actually. That'll go to the judge. Very tight there. Inhimir was joined. Love de Vega tried to run on. Tissalat, a little bit of an eye-catcher further down the order, making ground but deep. Success for number 7, Moswat, who's done this very cosily for Ricardo Ferrer. Another winner for Ricardo, continues to churn them in on a regular basis. And this individual stops the clock at a time of 1:10.34, but didn't really have to fully extend inside the final 200 meters. That was a smooth success, traveling just in behind the pace before picking it up on the home bend, and it was a job done then, wasn't it? Love de Vega has got up for second, that's been confirmed. Just head down near side to deny Inhimir, who finishes in 3rd place, and it looks as though Shanko might just have that bob for 4th, and yes, that has also been confirmed. So all in all, that means the order of finish here in the opener was 7, 1, 4 and 8. An impressive start to the day. Moswat comfortably.
Moswat is your winner of our opening contest for Sama Al-Dahani and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. The reason why we're not going to grab Sama straight away today is he's got a bit of a temperature and isn't feeling too well. So I said I won't subject you to plenty of interviews either. And maybe he got that from Ricardo, who was very unwell last week. So there might be something going around. So mask up, everybody, if you're in King Abdulaziz racecourse, because clearly there might be a bug going around. But you can see Ricardo coming in here. His wife is just on the other side of the railings as well, getting some video footage as well, which is all important to have that support network here. And this is a really nice horse. We said in the prelims he looks lovely. He's built like a proper sprinter. He was going the right way, but I don't think anyone expected a performance as dominant as this. And this horse has been a hugely impressive winner here over the 1200 meters. Certainly a really exciting one for the future. As you can see, he's built for, he's got a gorgeous head as well, hasn't Moswat? Really, really nice looking individual, this 4-year-old. Remember, only just turned 4, so there's a little bit more to come from him, I imagine. This was only the 9th career start, so we'll be looking forward to seeing how he goes in the future. He's come out of it plenty well enough. He still seems like he's got a little jizz about him, and he's going around nicely. But we will grab a word with our winning jockey, who seems to be feeling a little bit better now as well. He's lost the ride on Western City though, so we might have a word with him about that too. And he just comes through. Well done, Ricardo. Perfect start to the day.
Thank you so much. You know, a really nice horse. Last time come third, a little fat. He improved in the work. Tamer speak all the time good about this horse. Just I scared a little. Start 8 outside for a fast horse, not easy. But I try jump good. When I look, not chance go in front. I travel behind the pace. I have very good corner.
I was just about to say, you got right on the inside on that bend. Was that always the plan?
Not the plan, but you know, I improve in the race. I ride it all the time for my horse. He can't go more in front. I respect the pace, travel good behind the pace. And the corner, you know, if the corner you go inside, you win maybe 2-3 lengths. Come Easy is very strong horse for 6 furlong.
Last week, you were still feeling a little bit unwell. How are you feeling now? You seem better. You seem a little bit better.
Yes, I'm better. Thank you so much.
And you have a huge fan club as well watching the channel. We had Jose, who works on Spanish television. Then we've got Jamie, who runs Black Type magazine as well. There's a huge support for you out here.
Yes, I'm very, very grateful about these people, all people, no, and you and the student speak good about me all the time, support me. I'm very happy. I try to do my best work.
Well, you certainly are doing your best work. Well done. One winner in. Let's get some more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great insight there from Ricardo. You were talking about that race-winning move as we watched the race.
Yeah.
Tom, his switch from the outside gets inside. He said himself there it's worth 2 or 3 lengths.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do, and obviously watching it, it's a lot easier to comment during the race and be like, well, the jockey should be inside at this point compared to when you're riding, because it's split-second decisions, and we can see a whole overarching view of the whole race at that point. But the good riders tend to save ground when possible, and Ricardo's done that. We'll watch it from the start in just a second, and you'll see exactly the winning move. When they break, quite a few of them break very well. There's not much scrimmaging from the start. All the horses jump nicely, and they go, you know, out in front to try and dictate the pace. You've got Love de Vega up there. You've got Rustam Basha. Inhima tries to make the running from the inside as well. And at this point, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's 4 wide on Moswat. The horse is all out, can't go any faster, and Ricardo could sit that 4 wide trip, but he doesn't. This is the key move. He switches inside right on the turn, saves all the ground, doesn't waste any momentum, doesn't use too much energy. The horse immediately comes underneath him again, and you can see when we see the head on here, he's got a double handful on the inside. He's travelling beautifully behind the speed. Rustam Basha's already being asked for a little bit of effort by Adel Al-Faredi in the red and white silks with the noseband. And that split is just going to come perfectly for Ricardo. He just edges out, makes sure he doesn't get stuck in traffic, and the race is over here. You know, he's cruising on the bridle, all the others are under pressure. Love de Vega, who sat the wide trip, is now 3 or 4 lengths behind Moswat because he had to waste ground on the turn, and Ricardo just has to nudge him out. It's a great piece of jockeyship. The horse has won nicely at the wire, but if he sat wide throughout, he wouldn't have won this easily.
He wouldn't have won this easily, but I still think he would have been the best horse in the race and probably Woolston have won.
Probably, yes, but it would have been an excuse if he didn't win, and he made sure there wasn't an excuse. He gave the horse every chance of winning today.
And he had a profile that would suggest that a mark of 85 was a bit of an unknown quantity. As you say, he came from Roger Varian's, won at Newmarket over the 1,200 metres, but only 1 run here, and Ricardo said he was a little bit fat.
Yeah,
so obviously you've not seen the true picture until today.
Exactly, and this happens with Tamer's horses. Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah, they bring a load over from Europe, especially the UK. First run, they're going to need it because they have time to acclimatise. They don't travel as super fit racehorses anyway, purely because they haven't been bought on the back of an immediate race. So they generally need. If he was rated 86, that would put them level. He's won by what, 5-6 lengths today, so he's probably rated on that performance alone in the low to mid 90s, but he's got loads more improvements.
He's got the scope to keep on improving, hasn't he?
Exactly that.
I mean, could we be looking at a horse that could be coming back in 12 months' time at the better levels, pitching in towards the top class contest?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Look, he's got the upside. He's only had 9 outings. That's his 2nd win. He seems to be a beautiful ride as well. He was in the hands of Ricardo throughout. I feel like Ricardo could be the right jockey for him. Mohamed Al-Daham, who rides a lot of Tharman's horses, is a little bit more aggressive. Ricardo takes every step as it comes during a race. So I think they're the right match, and hopefully that alliance can continue.
Well, Callum mentioned Jose on the YouTube comments as well. He's been back in touch, and there's the first one. Sousa riding the turf course, brilliant, dominant on the turf track, and also Black Type TV says what a fantastic ride by Ricardo Sousa. So he's thriving here, the horse is thriving here,
yep.
You're thriving here. Let's see if...
4-4-2 on the competition now.
Let's get rid of the runners for race 2.
Thanks, Martin. Let's have a look at the field for this second race of the day. More runners for you guys to get stuck into this time. It's a maiden back on the dirt, 1,200 metres. No one. Number 1 is an absentee. Number 2 is Al Tarab. That's Osama Al-Shawrani. Number 3 is Al-Wab, Mohammed Al-Habib. Number 4, AP Spirit, Rakan Al-Ubaid. And the 5 is Bak Al-Dalam. That's Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 6 is Fuj, Mohammed Al-Daham. 7, Harjes Ricardo Ferreira. Going to be plenty of interest in the 7, I suspect, here as well. Over the page we will go, and that will bring us to the 8, Hazoum, Muhammad Al-Nasser. Number 9 is Jungle King, Alex Moreno. Number 10, Marjuz, the Mount of Morales. 11 is Mid-Tol Boy, Mohammed Al-Yami. No 12, that's another absentee, so we jump to the 13, Selham Ali Al-Mutib. Number 14 is Wahed Abdullah Al-Khamis. And then we go over to the 15, which will be Watch Blue Point, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 16 is Yakfihom Camilo Ospina. 17 is Ferga Fawaz Wanas. 18, Buria Adel Al-Faradi. 19, Hathari, that's Ali Al-Mimoni. No 20, 21 does run, however, that's Golden Trippin, and Fahad Al-Faradi will do the steering. No 22, so we have 4 absentees, a couple of those are reserved. So a winner for Tom on the board already. Let's find out who the gents like in our second race.
I like it. I love it.
Long way to go, though. 1 down, 11 still to come. So this maiden race this time on the dirt over the 1,200 metres for the 3-year-olds. 4 absentees in this. International markets have got horse number 18, Ruya, as the market leader. We've actually got a bit of form for this, so we can have a look back on as well. But we can have a look at one of the rivals first. This is Fuj, looking to give Tamer Al-Dahani a quick-fire double.
Yes, we'll pick it up here. You can see him in the white cap in the second silks of Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al-Sabah. This horse has only had the 4 outings. This was probably his second best performance of the 4. He did run second on his second start, and that was a very good effort. This time he travelled up nicely with the speed and just got basically fought off in the latter part of the race. But he doesn't wilt. He continues all the way to the line. He keeps finding, and he beats the others in the field. And it wasn't a terrible race. It was a relatively strong contest.
But that was Open Company's back into a maiden today, and he's probably over his...
It wasn't the best of Open. It was an okay race. It wasn't the best, but he's got one of the classiest profiles in this field.
Okay, and he's the horse who tops international market.
Interesting ride here, going inside in the home turn and switching out. You lose momentum doing that, and the horse is on the wrong lead before this part of the race. Picks up well in the closing stages, but again, this probably isn't the best of contests. This came over the course and distance in November, so we know that the track and trip are no problem. Adel Al-Faradi takes over for the first time. I can see her playing a major role. I'm not surprised she's favourite.
And the upside being 1 start, there's the potential for lots more to come.
Yeah, handles the course and distance, gets the leading rider, open to more improvement. I can certainly see it.
Okay, well, let's get out to Callum. In the Inter Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia typical competition, Callum, you're starting to trail now. I'm on 4, Tom's on 4, you're on 2. Pressure's on.
Pressure? What pressure? Don't worry about me, lads. Yeah, Rustam Basha let me down there in the opener. Ran an absolute stinker. Hopefully we can find some more success in this one. This is the 2, Al Tarab. You'll see on the form guide it's got 3 duck eggs next to the name. Has been unplaced in all 3 starts, but it's absolutely ginormous. He is Mahuzif, and he certainly will take some time to get going. He's a big boy. It won't be today, but there'll be a chance here to get an opportunity in the future, I'm sure. Doesn't quite have it. He's got the interesting headgear on him as well here, so it'll be interesting to see what he does here, because I don't think, are they blinkers or are they not? So it'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that. They've had a couple of looks at him just to make sure he's got the correct gear on. He's a well-defined, big muscled horse, but he needs plenty more time, and will be one to look forward to handicaps later on this season. Let's drop all the way back. We'll head back to horses number 6, 7 and 8. Horse number 6 is Fuj. Really interesting runner here, looking to give Sama Al-Dahani a second winner in a row. You've also got Mohammed Al-Daham on board here. Hello, there's Naif Al-Anazi looking good as per usual. And here is Food also looking in good shape too. Walking out nicely, good looking individual. We've had a few starts though now and it's beginning to look a little bit exposed. This is a bit of an easier option than what he's seen previously and he can't be totally ignored. We go back one more to Jcsa, who'll be looking to give Ricardo Sosa Ferreira a second winner in a row here. He did have 5 winners on the Saturday, so he can get going once he gets rolling. This is a nice looking horse. He's a really gorgeous individual. He's just walking out really well. Well muscled individual, good looking in behind, well put together, lovely back as well. Looking forward to seeing him. I think Jcsa suddenly has crept up my order here. Good looker, has only had the 1 star and will look to build on that. In behind, we've got Hazoom here. This is the 8, a very different type, athletic, leggy type, but was getting really revved up in the parade ring, having a buck and a squeal. Has settled down now while Mohammed Al Nasser is on board. Hopefully the horse remains calm enough, but that was a little bit of a concern for me, but he seems to be a little bit more settled now. Jockey is on. Hopefully he can step forward from 3 pretty average runs. We go back to a real good looker here. The 13, Selham, is absolutely gorgeous. Going to grow into that big frame of his, but he's got a lovely bit of definition and the coat looks absolutely magnificent. Ali Al-Matib on board on this one and he just looks in really great shape, doesn't he? Now, the last few runs have been quite disappointing, but it wouldn't be a surprise if you put those behind him. He looks fit and ready to do justice today. And the only other one I wanted to look at was Naif Al-Anazi's ride here. What blue point? You don't see many blue points here in Saudi Arabia, especially on the dirt. This is another one, typical of the sire, quite small, compact individual, but look at the back end, a well put together type. I think it might be a tough ask for him today, after with plenty of experience and a little bit of a woolly belly, and I'll be looking elsewhere. But guys, the paddock pick is Jcsa, horse number 7.
Yeah, Hajiz, who has joined New Connections. Let's have a talk about that horse, Tom. Joined New Connections in the colours now of the Red Stable, formerly trained by the Crisfords, and actually was in these colours when it ran in the UK back in August.
I do like to see a run over here before I want to tip the horse, so that is a concern. Yes, has always been with these connections. You're right, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, and has now moved over to Abdullah Al-Khatani. He's got a nice pedigree. He's by Havana Grey out of Lunar Moon, so the trip should be absolutely fine. He's untried on the surface, that's a big question mark for me. But he was well backed on debut, so the Crisfords obviously thought he was relatively strong. He finished an okay 5th. He's now had 5 months off.
And he was beaten 12 lengths.
He was, but it was a Newmarket maiden, like it wasn't just some.
And he was slow away.
Yeah, it wasn't some poxy race, and it wasn't a terrible performance. He has a lot to prove though after the layoff. First time on dirt, first time for New Connections, first time in Saudi Arabia. I wouldn't be interested at 11-4, but he's one of the most interesting horses in the race when it comes to long-term prospects.
Well, the Hurawaya tops the international market from Hajiz. They're 5-2 in the 11-4, so not much between the pair. There has been money though, Tom, for the 6 that we touched on there as well. That Fouge, who maybe the 1200s are key to this horse. 4 runs so far. The 2 best have been over this 1200.
This is the one for me as well. Fouge, hopefully a double for Dhamar Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malak Al-Sabah. This one's ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham. We've seen the footage as already talked about. It can be a little bit hit and miss with the efforts, but I do think the cutback in trip is the positive, as you say. He's got lots of tactical speed. He should be forwardly placed. And now from open company down to a maiden, he's facing generally weaker opposition. He won't be, forced up front to go faster than he wants in this kind of spot. I think he's going to have more early speed than virtually every other runner in this field, and therefore he could dictate matters.
He's nearly halved in price as well. 11-2, 5s, 4s, 9-2. Now 4s and into 7-2.
What a weird market. But yeah, well, he is being chopped. It's unsurprising. He was too big.
Okay, well he has been backed. What about the white stable horse? Yakfahom just had the 1 start so far. You've got to go back to Taif for this, and this was over 1400.
Showcased good early speed that day and raced prominently after a slow break. So you could suggest that he's worth more because he had to use up a lot of petrol in the first 2 furlongs or so. In the latter part of the race, he was a little bit disappointing, I think, the finishing effort. But you can always forgive a horse for getting tired on that Taif surface. It's very deep.
He just dropped away from the home bend. I just wondered if the sort of similar tactics coming back down in distance might suit him from the inside gate.
He's going to have to be fast away from the inside. You can't break slowly like he did on the debut, otherwise he will get shuffled back. Some of these white stable horses have been disappointing in these maiden events over the last, 4 or 5 weeks, I suppose. But this one could take a step forward. Comen's progeny generally do their best when they're 2 and 3 year olds, so he's relatively precociously bred, and you know, whenever Camilo and the White Stable team up, you should always pay respect to their horse.
And Jungle King, a bit like the horse at the top of the international market, Jcsa has come here from the United Kingdom. An import has been gelded, a couple of runs in the UK for Carl Burke.
Yeah, they came on soft ground, switching to dirt. That's usually a good sign. A horse that handles soft ground generally would handle dirt as well, albeit a completely different surface. By Bungle in the Jungle, that's a precocious stallion, so his horses are generally better when they're 2 and 3. But the wide draw, first time up in Saudi, they would put me off. He wouldn't be for me today, but he gets a good rider on board in Alex Moreno.
And then we get down to a newcomer, and that's number 5, Bark Al-Dahram, for the Elman deals by Twirling Candy. Can we take any positive for this one?
Well, he's bred by Windstar Farm, phenomenal organisation over in the US. Twirling Candy's a great sire as well. This horse cost $34,000 from the Goff's Breeze Up sales last year. So it was bred in the US, then moved to the UK, sold in the UK as a Breeze Up, and now moves over here. So he's on his 3rd country already. He's bred to handle the track and trip on his pedigree, but first time up to beat some of these horses would take a big ask.
Okay, that's Bark Al-Dahram just easing back out slightly on the international markets. We can see 13 in shot down at the start. That's Selham, and this horse rated 68 might just find a couple better than a 68 posting in this.
Yeah, he's a highly tried son of More Than Ready. He's got a lovely pedigree again, bred by Charles Fipke, another American who does very well with his owner breeding circumstances over there. This horse has shown okay form, I suppose, but in much higher levels, now drops down. You'd suggest there are 1 or 2 that are going to improve past him, but he's not, you know, out of the equation for a place.
Yeah, it's been tried in cup races as well. 14 to 1 and easy to back. I'm going to go Yakfahom to build on that debut run, just hoping he can break well from the inside, get a good position, and hopefully the shorter trip's going to suit better.
Horse number 6, Fouge, for me. Aggressively ridden from the inside, grabs the rail and makes all. That's the plan.
Okay, that's the thoughts of us here in the studio. Callum, what have you got on top here in race 2?
Yeah, guys, like your picks, they make a lot of sense. Jcsa is going to be the one for me. The horse is shot right now. This Havana Grey offspring. The Havana Greys have done quite well on the dirt here. Not many opportunities, but they're not slow. And I imagine this horse will be quite smart here on debut. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. Just really with an eye catch in the parade ring. You know, some of them, they just really catch your eye. They just look really well put together sorts. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. Fouge makes a lot of sense. Again, dropping it to this level. He's good enough to win a race at this level, you'd have to imagine. And obviously the connections of Martin selection, Yakfahom, would certainly be hoping for a much bigger run. But remember, the yard was under the cloud of that flu for a very, very long time. And those horses that had probably disappointed early on in their careers should be given a second chance. Jumps out of 1, should have every chance. So that's 16 for Martin, 6 for Tom, and 7 for me. Alex Fussy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners circling behind the stalls here. We've got quite a bit of time to the scheduled off time here. But we will have some loading up very shortly, hopefully getting underway. A reminder, there's the 4 absentees in here, numbers 1 and 12, and a couple of reserves or not getting a chance. 20s and 22 have gone as well. Wuria, the international favourite, 5 to 2, is still holding on to that position. It's the top of the betting. Will be jumping from stall number 11. Although, as I say that has all changed. We've now got joints. Hajis from 5 has joined Wuria at the top of the market, so they're 11 to 4 the pair. Fouge being the best backed in this race without doubt. Jumping from 3, the case been fleshed by Tom, is 100 to 30. Yakfahom, Martin's pick, 11 to 2. And then you're looking into double digits. Jungle King, Bark Al-Dahram is 10s and 11s. It's 14s Selham and 18 to 1 bar those. Just in the middle of the circle there was the 5 Bark Al-Dahram, who's just going to come back out and join the others as they take their turns. Turning to the dirt here, aren't we, for this second race on today's card. We'll be back to the turf the next race, so we're alternating early doors. Right up in trip next race as well, over 2,100. We're sticking at 1,200 though, more importantly for this one. 21 Golden Trippet in the centre of the circle at the moment. Has had a couple of previous racecourse experiences. Great deal to write home about at the moment, and it's big in the international betting. You're looking at 33-1 for Golden Trippets. So we will hopefully have some loading up very shortly, but while we wait for the circling here, let's head back to Callum for a few final thoughts.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, just a little bit of a delay here, and they continue to circle down at the start here at the beautiful King Abdulaziz racecourse. Now you can tell there's a delay because all the stalls handlers are lined up in front of the stalls. They're not even engaging in a loading process yet. Unfortunately, I can't get you any extra information as to why we're having a delay, but as soon as I do know something, I will let you all know. Just to go through those selections again for those at home, in case you just missed them the last time. Number 16, Jcsa, the white stable runner who need to build on that debut performance. He is the pick of Martin. The next horse who's worth a mention is Tom's selection here, who is horse number. They battle these windy conditions down here in the parade ring. Tom's runner, Fuge, is the 6th. That's looking for a double for Tamer Al-Dahani. Well worth noting, Tamer is not feeling particularly well today, but another winner will hopefully make him feel better. Number 7 is Hajez for myself. That's my pick. And I'm just hearing now that we're not facing a delay. We've just been running ahead of time. We've just come down really, really quickly. We've turned them around quickly. The start, you know there's not a problem because your man in the middle in the matching tracksuits with the white papers you can see in the centre of that circle, they're not waving frantically. As soon as they begin waving frantically, we get going. But everyone has just headed down remarkably early, which is great to see. We're running almost ahead of schedule here. So in order not to go off early, we've just been held back a little bit longer. But yes, you see the middle of the circle is where you'll see tack adjustments. And for those watching us for the first time, you'll know that behind the tape, which you can see running across your screen right now, that's where vet checks take place. But, Alex Fussy, they have started loading now. We kind of shot our bolt a bit too early, but we're now back up to speed. So it's all yours for this, our 3rd race on the card.
No comment, Callum. As runners load forwards here for the 2nd of the day. Reminder 1-12-20-22, the absentees, and we've got a good handful in already. They do go in very swiftly once they start the load. Just pushing forwards, Haji's there who needed a little bit of encouragement. Al-Tarab, one of the latest ones to be offered up. Also, Bark Al-Dalam has just gone in. There's the 8. Hazoom being presented forwards, the blue and white colours. Marjuz goes in as well. A Fuge, Tom's selection, about to come up to the stalls. Meanwhile, Fairguard just backing away, so having a think about it. Wahid's gone in. Here comes the 11, Mitol Boy. They've gone in very, very quickly. Well, nearly spot on post time as well. We've got 1 to go, and that'll be the 13, Selham, who looks like completing the line. So we are nearly set for action in the 2nd. Watch Blue Point is getting restless in the gates. Naif Al-Anazi on board. And there goes Selham in as well. All aboard. We're ready to go. They're off. Jumping out here over 1,200 metres in distance. Bark Al-Dalam has completely fluffed the start, has missed it by a good, 6-7 lengths, maybe even a bit more, to be honest. A good early speed comes from Wahid, and also showing forwards towards the inner of rivals is Yakfihom, who's trying to hold that position, but Fuge is going to beat them all. Fuge has gone on. Looks like there's issues for Wahid down the order. Had to snatch up quickly then in what's appeared to be quite a messy first part of the contest. Fuge leads the way, shows up here from Yakfihom. Not too far from them is Mitol Boy, and also another one up there is Wuhria, the fancied runner on the outside. Haji's on that one's inner. Al-Tarab is following between rivals and trying to pick up now is Hathari, the white and red colours. But up top here, Fuge is well clear. It's a 4-length lead. Working their way towards the final couple of hundred. Fuge here from Wuhria in 2nd, and then in 3rd place, up on the fence is Yakfihom. It's another race that's all over from a way out. And that eventual winner is going to be Fuge. It's going to be another comfortable victor on the card. Fuge has gone clear by 5 or 6 lengths, has won that nicely. Wuria will finish in second place. I think Hathari is just going to get third on the inside. It's quite tight, though. Finished upside Selham, who made some late gains. Number 6 is your winner, Fouge. It's another for Tom. What a fantastic start to the card for Mr. Collins today. Another very easy winner, of course, and it's Al Dahani striking twice in terms of the trainer and owner, of course, as well here with these first 2 races. And it's quite a similar story, actually. It was almost like a rerun of the first, apart from this time on dirt, getting across towards the inside position into the straight and having it wrapped up, having shown good early speed. 1:14.60 is your winner's time. It's 5 lengths, the winning margin. Wuria does finish in second, and it is Hathari on the inside who just shades third in advance of Selham. Tom's on fire, 2 out of 2 so far. The order of finish in the second was 6, 18, 19 and 30.
Well, it's just happened again, hasn't it, really? Samer Al Dahani at the double, Al Sabah stable at the double, and the only difference is we've got a different jockey, Mohammed Al Daham, in the saddle on this occasion, as he has guided Fouge to success in race number 2, as I get the correct race this time here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Pretty much, if you're a supporter of Fouge like Mr. Tom Collins, you would have been comfortable all the way around in what was a very, very messy race. I'm sure the boys will have a good look at that back in the studio. But a very comfortable performance from Fouge, dropping from open company into maidens, and certainly took full advantage. See, the big type, I thought he was just turning in the coat there. You can see he's a little bit wintry, but that's not been enough to stop him on this occasion. And he has done well at this level and has certainly got a well-deserved victory at the 5th attempt. This is a son of First Samurai out of a dam called Living Legacy. You can see Samer Al Dahani there. Like I said, I will grab a word with him later on in the card. He's got horses like Western City coming later on in the evening as well, and they'll all be worth talking about and catching up with. But for the time being, I just want to give him some time. In fact, he is coming over to me. He's coming over to say hello. You know what? I'll grab him now while he's here. Talk to me about Fouge. That was a good performance there.
Yeah, he's a maiden. This race is a quiet maiden. He runs so many times, he placed, maybe he got placed 3 times or 2 times. He's a fast horse, 6 furlong. Today, I know he got a form to win, because it's a middle maiden, not too much good,
Yeah.
He has ability to win.
Certainly has the ability to win at this level. We're going to have a word with your winning jockey and find out a little bit more, but that's very well done. Mohammed Al Daham is trying to run away here, but he comes straight to me too. He's going to talk to Samer as well. He's going to go over. Don't worry, we'll follow you. It's all good. He's just going to grab a word with the winning trainer and get a little debrief here. The main thing was then, did you notice we were totally on top of the speed there, and we made sure that we grabbed everybody here. And that smile is a very wide smile too. Look, he's trying to talk to the Arabic channel now, and I'm going to say, Mohammed, you're not going to do that. You're going to come and talk to us on the English channel, because your English is just so good. Well done. That was a very nice performance. He's enjoyed dropping back to maidens.
Yeah, thank you, Alhamdulillah. First, thank the God and trainer, owner and trainer. A nice horse. He ran first time, fat, before I think 2 months, and after that ran again, finished second. And after that, the horse, some problem, I think. He ran 2 times, not good, but today, alhamdulillah, come very good.
The owner will be very happy. 2 winners, 2 races.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. This thanks the God, And thank the owner, he buy this horse, he go to outside, Ireland, I think London, or I don't know where, but he do everything for this stable, alhamdulillah.
And later on, Western City. Very exciting horse to get back on board.
Yeah, this is very strong. One horse name's Defended, nice horse, and another horse good. But this I see, mashallah, high rate. I hope to, inshallah.
Very exciting. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well done to Tom, well done to Jose watching on YouTube. He's commented on the previous race. As we can just have a look at the closing stages once again. In this race, I like number 6, he said. I believe it should bring another victory to the stable, and indeed it did, Tom.
Yeah, it's a good ride. We kind of spoke in the preview about whoever got to the front on the rail was going to have a big advantage, whether it be your horse, the white stable horse, who I think faded back in the back late but showed up for a long way, or whether it would be Fuge. They both jumped well from the outset. Fuge just had more early speed. Mohammed made his move to get across to the rail. He was briefly challenged on the outside. I think it was by Matoli Boy, horse number 11. Yeah, it was, just on his outside. Those two pushed forward. There was a group of maybe 6 or 7 that managed to get a gap around the halfway stage of the race due to the interference in behind, which I think Wahed got the worst of it, as Alex said in commentary, and you'll see that as they go around the home turn.
Well, Wahed did about 5th place at the minute, isn't he, with the yellow colours with the stripe on?
Oh yeah, it gets
Just
tightened
gets a bump
up
there,
there,
yeah.
and takes out half the field in behind. So that really helps the prominent racers if they needed more help, riding the bias out in front.
You've got that peloton's just kicked on in front, haven't you?
Yeah, it's impossible to make up ground in behind once that happened. And Fuge is in the right place, right on the lead, had a length advantage at this stage, but the horse in behind, Matoli Boy, is fading. The favourite was on the outside in the black silks under Del Alfaredi. She's under pressure at this stage. And it looks like the only danger is the white stable horse, your pick, who shaped well, as we've said, Yakfaham on the inside, but just got a little bit tired again in the home straight. Maybe needed the run.
I just wonder, the first time it was a weak finishing effort off the final bend. Today it's been a weak finishing effort from halfway down the stretch. He just hasn't seen his race out well on either occasion.
Yeah, he might. I don't know whether the first run was due to the deep surface in Taif and obviously being inefficiently ridden, and today was just needing the run first off the layoff, or what. But yeah, he's not finishing his races out very well at the moment, and
he's already got the blinkers on.
Yeah, finished down in 5th. Maybe he's not concentrating still. I'm not sure.
This fella certainly does, though.
Yeah, he's a good horse, isn't he? Fuge, he's a nice horse. He's got lots of early speed, and speed is just so crucial over 1,200 metres here. Mohammed Aldaham, as much as I said in the first race, Ricardo Ferreira is the perfect jockey for Moswat, Mohammed Aldaham is the perfect jockey for Fuge. They're both very good riders, but Ricardo's better on horses who are held up or ridden as stalkers, and Mohammed's better on speed horses. So these two are the perfect combo. And it's just a great start to the day for Thamar Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah.
And a big run from the second, international favourite. She's been trapped 3 wide from much of the way, and she's been beaten by a horse who had more experience, had probably a kinder draw, and they've both come clear of the field.
Yeah, she ran nicely. You know, she was up there from an early point. She managed to kick off the home turn. She wasn't as good as Fuge, but at the same time, she'll probably find a maiden within her realm, and maybe if they drop back to just her gender against the fillies, she'll be too good for them.
OK, well, that was our second race. As you said, Alex, a few moments ago, our next race, we return to the turf for the next. We've got an open race this time, over 2,100 metres.
Yeah, we do indeed, Martin, don't we? Back on the turf. Got a few absentees in here, so we're down to just the 10 of them. Let's have a look at who takes their chance. Number 1 is Monsieur Jumbo, the mount of Mohammed Aldaham. The 2, composite, that'll be ridden by Fahad Al-Faredi. No 3, that's an absentee. So next is the 4, Emirates Currency for Ali Al-Mimoni. 5 is Aguilito, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Miyagi, Adel Al-Faredi. 7, Karam Alanea, Alex Moreno. Over the page to the 8, Tornadic, that's Osama Al-Shorani. No number 9, so 10 next, Ursa Minor, Abdullah Al-Lorfi. 11 is Fustalandia, Ayad Al-Turisi. And the 12 is Billy Bats for Victor Gutierrez. No reserves coming here either, so no 13 or 14. And a hot favourite is Aguilito in terms of the international betting, currently at 11 to 10. I wonder how that one looks amongst the others in the paddock with Callum.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, let's have a look at these. We'll start with the 1. We'll start from the top, work our way through them. Monsieur Jumbo is this top one. He returned to form with a win 2 starts ago. It was slightly disappointing when looking to throw the race away last time out. He's never going to blow you away in the parade ring, but typical Caravaggio, beautiful dappling. He's in good heart. The back is much better than it was before, and he's worth another go here. Record on turf doesn't blow anybody away, but he was running in Britain to start his career, so hopefully a return to the green stuff should suit. Let's pull back to number 5. This is your favourite on the international market, Aguilato. ran here on Saudi debut last time out. It was a horrible experience. He was running on dirt, didn't enjoy it at all. That was to blow the cobwebs away, and he's now back on his beloved turf. He's got a very good record on turf too, and he's certainly a horse you want to follow. If he can bring that form from the island over to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is going to be very, very dangerous here, and that is why he is topping the international market. I just think he might just need a little bit more time to acclimatise. Let's pull back to the last two we're going to look at. We're going to look at 7, Karam Alanaya, absolutely gorgeous in the parade ring. Really good looking type, well put together, lovely coat, a bit jig-joggy, but I'm not going to hold that against him, and hopefully he can give Alex Moreno a good spin. And we'll go back one more to horse number 8, Tornadic, who's another one who comes from the UK, a lovely, gorgeous individual, walks out really, really well, but maybe just turning in the coat. The pick of the paddock for me will be Mr. Jumbo, but also keep an eye out on the 7, Karam Alanaya.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, in shot there is Torn Addict. Let's have a look at these in action. And Monsieur Jumbo, Callum's paddock pick, we can have a look at in action as well. Finishing second in a dirt handicap last time out over the 2,000 metres, Tom. But this is a horse who does stay well.
Yeah, this is a nice horse, and Tamal Dahani's obviously hoping for 3 consecutive wins on the card today. This was an okay effort. It looks like he's going to win at this stage of the race and somehow loses. He's a 6-time winner, but all of those victories have come on dirt or synthetic surfaces. He hasn't run on turf for 2 years. He has leading claims on form, but I'm a little bit worried about the surface for him and also his actual willingness to win. I know he won 2 starts back, but he does tend to shirk the issue nowadays when he's in front.
Okay, 6 wins from 42 starts overall. Takes on a horse who does have turf form. This is Miyagi. Go back in its form. It's formerly trained in the UK by Kevin Philippart de Foix, and has had 18 goes here, including a win over the course and distance last time.
Gets a big jockey upgrade today in Adela Ferredi. That's nothing necessarily against the rider that you can see in shot right now, but he is unorthodox, and Adele is not. So there's a jockey upgrade there. He's by James Garfield, who was a nice turf horse. I imagine everyone can remember him being ridden by Frankie Dettori as a 2-year-old. And yeah, he surged late, as you saw in that course and distance handicap. Stays the trip well, got no problem with the track, so he's got to be a major player, Miyagi. He was the last off my shortlist. I had him second in. And
he beat 2 of today's rivals in that race as well.
He did, yes, which not only kind of proves that he's probably better than those, you can see him go down to post now, but also that he's in fine fettle and should go close in this race as well.
Okay, well, the international favourite and the red-hot favourite for this is Aguiletto, horse number 5, who was formerly trained in France by an Irishman in the shape of Gavin Aron. He's now based in Chantilly. This horse ended its campaign in France with some very good form.
Yeah, he's no mug. He's rated 93. Sometimes you can see some horses come across from Europe with lofty ratings that don't reflect what they've done on those shores. Aguiletto was a listed winner in France, so he's a pretty good horse. He was on turf as well. He was always on the back foot in Group 2 company on his first start here. That didn't come too long ago. He was ridden by Ross Ryan that day.
And that was on dirt as well, wasn't it?
It was, and that's not his preferred surface. He now switches to turf, second time up, gets Ricardo Souza Ferreira from an inside gate. He's the top rated in the race, and he gets weight from Monsieur Jumbo. I mean, is that not enough positives to warrant maybe a play at 11 to 8?
I think it definitely is, yeah. He won that listed race at Maison Lafitte by a nose. He'd earlier won a Clairefontaine maiden by 4 lengths under Mikel Barcelona, and that alone tempted connections to go to €320,000 at the sales for him.
Exactly, and they're not going to waste money on these types of horses, and especially over here. And it's nothing against the local breds or the general horse population in Saudi, but if you're targeting turf races and you pick up a horse that's one black type in Europe and you pay a lot of money for them, you're going to generally have a lot of success here with the horse, just purely because they're going to have more talent than the current crop. There is one example that doesn't work for that, and that's Parchemin, who was also picked up from France by these connections, and he's been very disappointing over here, but I don't think that'll be the case with Aguiletto. I expect him to bounce back today against his weaker opposition.
And do you think it was a case that tried him on dirt for the first time to see how he went with a view to exploring a dirt campaign? That hasn't worked out, they've had to revert back to turf?
It could be. It could also just be getting rid of the cobwebs. It was a Group 2 event, so I highly doubt they thought they were going to win that event. Maybe they were just trying to give the horse a prep for some turf races later in the campaign, including this one and some maybe loftier targets later on. It just feels like a preparation race, basically.
I thought it was if you like a short price favourite on the international markets, I thought he was the standout of the whole 12 races today.
I wouldn't agree with you, but I do think he's a standout in this race. I think he's the most logical winner, but I think there are a couple later on, in my opinion, that have a little bit stronger claims at short price as well.
Would you take odds against?
I would.
Aguiletto against 4 to 7 or 8 to 11 defunded?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah, I think defunded's got more of an advantage over the rivals in terms of raw ability, but he has to prove that he still has that ability, whereas Aguiletto, only 2 starts back, posted a career best. So I think they're equally worthy favourites at their current prices. I think they're both fair prices as well. Defunded is a short price, but I would have them potentially a little bit shorter. The same with Aguiletto here. I wouldn't be surprised if Aguiletto, I wouldn't have been surprised, sorry, if Aguiletto was even money or a shade of odds on. And 11 to 8, if that's still available, that's a fair price.
11 to 10 currently on the international market. 11 to 8 all disappeared.
Yeah, well, 11 to 10 is still
13
fair.
to 8 at one stage.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, that would have been a very good price.
Vimal's in touch with us on YouTube in the comment section, asking where can I find the race card for today. Well, if you Google the words Saudi Cup, that'll take you through. If you click on the link to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia website, and you'll get all of the results and the form. And crucially, Tom, I think the biggest tool for looking at the races here are all of the race replays.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to give a really quick step-by-step as to how to do it as well. Type in jcsa.sa/en on your browser. Then you scroll down and you'll see under Study the Form caption, you'll see upcoming runners and riders. Click Find Out More on there, and then you'll see the race cards. You just click View on the right day, which will be in the middle of your screen, and then you can see all the races. From there, you should have no problem accessing the race cards, and that's how you do it every single time. And as you say, the replays are fantastic on there. It's free to use and is a really good guide.
Or if Vimal doesn't want to look at the race card themselves, they could just listen to you. Two winners so far.
It's been a good start. Yesterday was your day. Hopefully today is my day. It's going nicely, and we're teaming up here, I think.
But you're breaking your formula here. Normally you just kind of look down and go, Al-Dahani, that'll do. But I'm surprised you got past horse number 1 on the race card here.
I wish it was that easy. I really do. But yeah, Thumb has got a horse in here. It just feels like Aguiletto's the best in the field. And I think we'd both be a little bit disappointed if he doesn't get the job done. There are a number of short price favourites coming up, so this could be a nice card for both of us in terms of number of winners.
Well, when you look at Monsieur Jumbo being second best, you've touched on his turf record.
Well, he shouldn't be second favourite. Miyagi should be.
Miyagi should be. Then you've got Ursa Minor, who was in behind Miyagi last time out. Then you're getting down to a bigger price a bit. It's not a strong race, and a horse like Aguiletto just could be a fair bit in front of them.
I completely agree, yeah. I had 5 to beat 6 to beat 1 to beat 10, which is virtually the way of the market, albeit the 1 and the 6 is the wrong way around.
Yeah, it pretty much is, the top 4.
Exactly. Just to quickly talk about the 10, Ursa Minor. He was a solid conveyance in the UAE, actually, and he wasn't beaten too far by Miyagi, as you've already said, in that race earlier this month. I wouldn't write him off. He's drawn well inside, but he is an 8-year-old now, and if there's a horse with more potential or just even more ability, then they're probably going to beat him. And I would expect Aguiletto to be one of those. So, as you say, there doesn't look to be major strength in depth in this race. It looks to be whether the favourite's going to turn up or not. If Aguiletto does turn up, then he should win.
And just a quick word on Composite as well, formerly trained by George Bow. We did have handicap form in the UK, winning off 92. He's here off 84, and his runs so far here have been on the dirt. Yeah,
3-time all-weather winner in the UK for Bowie, as you say. Yet to perform to that level over here. Switches to turf, which could produce some improvement, but I doubt he'll be as good as Aguiletto.
And Amadou on the YouTube comment says, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello to France. So we're both throwing in here with Aguiletto. Good thing?
Should be, yeah.
Okay, Alex, all yours. Call home Aguiletto, I don't know, by 5, 6, 7, however far you like.
Cheers, Martin. I will try my very best for you both as the last couple of runners slot into position. And we're ready to go for race 3. Stand by. They're off. Jumped out here over the 2,100 metre trip. It wasn't the best of breaks for Aguiletto, who was slightly leaning right-handed upon Karam Alanea early on, but they've all settled okay. Aguiletto into midfield. It's going to be Composite who goes on to set the early gap. Leading here from Monsieur Jumbo, and up on the outside and racing quite deep is Fusterlandia as we go into the left-handed turn. Ursa Minor in against the fence is next in the field. The dark blue colours in 4th place. Looking back into mid-pack, Emirates Currency is currently hidden on the inside. It's following Aguiletto. A black and white combination, Miyagi is also in mid-division at the moment, racing just in advance of Billy Bats. Towards the back of the field still, we find Karam Alanea. little adrift, that runner at the moment. Tornadic is preceding and racing a bit wider. So the leader continues to be Composite, but it's only a narrow advantage now. It's down to about half a length over Monsieur Jumbo and Miyagi. Fusterlandia is still deeper. Aguiletto is in against the fence, travelling all right. It's just in behind Samida in the dark blue. The check's on the sleeves. Midfield for Billy Bats. Tornadic down the order still with Emirates Currency. And finally, Karem Alanea, who is 4 lengths off the back of them. Heading towards the end of the back straight now. We're starting this long left-hander for home. And up top, it is Composite with the length advantage. Kicking on again over Monsieur Jumbo. Behind them, Ursa Minor is driven along. Aguiletto goes all right, but he's looking for a bit of racing room, now being squeezed for the effort. Miyagi is circling the field, trying to come with a challenge, and is doing so quite effectively. Aguiletto's dived back to the inner, and the gaps have opened up beautifully for Aguiletto. Heading towards the final couple of hundred. Monsieur Jumbo down the centre. What will Aguiletto find? They're being followed by Miyagi, who's picking up again late in the piece. Aguiletto not going to land the prize. It's Monsieur Jumbo in front here. A couple of lengths the advantage from Miyagi. Close to home, Monsieur Jumbo. What a start to the day for Thaba Al-Dahani. Has beaten off Miyagi. Aguiletto disappointing, and Ursa Minor close behind. 3 on the card, of course, for the Al-Dahani team. Well selected by Callum before the off as well. Like the look of this individual, and was proved right. Has battled on very well, Monsieur Jumbo, to take this prize. Aguiletto just a little bit awkward in terms of the start. It wasn't a big factor at all. Racing away kindly down on the inside for a majority of the race. The thought was going to switch wider, but then went back to the running rail for the gap. There wasn't much in terms of a finishing gear to pick up these front pair. Just managed to hold on for third in the end. That individual, with Miyagi and Monsieur Jumbo coming well clear. And Monsieur Jumbo, they're winning by a length and a half. Can confirm the winner's time was 2:09.83. 2:09.83 clocked by Monsieur Jumbo. And the order in the third race of the day was 1, 6, 5 and 10.
Thaba Al-Dahani has landed his third winner in a row. He's just on the phone now talking to Winning Connections as well. Remember, this horse runs in his own colours too, so this will be a very important winner for him. Monsieur Jumbo with a horse that famously completely lost his form early on in the season. Mustafa, just move over to the left, just a horse coming through behind us. Famously lost his form earlier on this season, but has had a couple of massages on his back, and he seems to be a new horse altogether. Disappointed last time out, but hopefully can build up again today. Sammer has just got off the phone, so we'll grab him now. Congratulations.
I'm talking to my dad because he's on the horse. I said congrats for him. He's a good horse. He just come to his form. The last 2 races he won and he comes second. I go to grass because I want to go to the Neum race, you know. I want to progress his rate. I hope he got a good rate today to run him next week. To go to a Neum race, you know.
I was about to say, there's a qualifier for the Neon Turf Cup next week. Would he run in that race?
Yeah, no problem. This horse, I can run him every day. He's a good horse, you know. He have a big heart, really. And he progress in the work too good, you know. Every day, what he show in the work, he do it in the track.
And you mentioned he had a special massage on his back, because he had some back issues earlier this season. He's like a different horse now. These last 3 starts have been really impressive.
The main problem, when we take him in the track to Taif, it was 12 hours to there, you know. When he become a Taif there, he slept in the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then he got a pain in his back, and maybe the pain go with him for 3 or 4 months. Every doctor check, give injection, good, don't worry. And the horse is still the same. I thank Dr. Juan, he came from Spain. He came for one of my best friend, Abdul Karim, and I want to thank him. He saw the horse, he said, a little muscle. He didn't need any injection on it. He showed us the muscle and he said, try to massage it every day, morning and night, with hot water. And give him rest 10 days, he will come back again. We do it and the horse come back.
Fantastic. That is so wonderful to hear that at the end of the day, it wasn't injections that fixed it, it was actual just finding the muscle that was the problem.
And you know, the red light I put for him. And he become better and better. Until now, he have his massage and his light, you know, like in England, you know.
Yeah.
And he progress too good with me, you know. I'm happy for him. He's a real good machine horse, you know, for long distance.
And this is his first win on turf in his whole career.
Yeah.
You're doing something right, well done.
I hope he will progress more and more. Because
Hopefully he'll get more.
the grass here is very good, you know. The grass here is really good grass this year.
Go and enjoy the photo with him. Yes, Sama Al-Dahani there giving us all that information, and that's wonderful to hear that the horse clearly has had issues, but injections weren't fixing the problem after he took a slip and in his box early on when he moved over to Taif, and now he's a different animal altogether. This was his first win on the turf, and he's been really impressive there. I saw Aquilano, the selection of Tom, was going to be a real danger when it opened up for him on the bend, but he was never able to really find a second gear. Miyagi ran his usual strong race, and certainly the horse worth following. And you can see he's still full of beans after the race here. If we just try and get that girth loosened, he's having a bit of a kick squeeze. They might want to just get him a check. He might have a cheeky little ulcer down there or something along those lines. That tends to be the case when they have a little bit of a kick out with the girth. But he's seen fine now. Mohammed Al-Daham will get weighed in. It's a double for him. It's a treble for Sama. 1, 2, 3 races down. 1, 2, 3 winners for this team, and 2 winners for Mohammed as well. We'll grab him now as he just comes through. Mohammed, this horse will be running in the Neom Turf Cup qualifier next week. Hopefully you'll keep that ride.
Inshallah, I hope. Nice horse. Now mashallah, I'm very good form and everything very good. He ran this season here first month for start to race in Riyadh. Not very good, and he took time and come back very good.
Now, you rode him with lots of confidence today. He was always near the front, but you turned into the straight. Were you surprised at how much more he had to give?
Yeah, he's a nice horse. He go close the base easy. He can go. You know, all the time you see the horse how to can go, if can catch good position. This is better, you know. And alhamdulillah, the horse he break very good and he have a speed. I can to stay close. The horse he helped me, you know. Alhamdulillah.
He certainly did. And remember, for your trainer, three races, 3 winners. He's flying.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Thanks to the God, you know. And mashallah, he do everything. He see the horse every day, morning and afternoon. And he buy good horse. All the people buy good horse, but you know, this is lucky, you know. One day here, one day here. Alhamdulillah.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, a third winner for Connections on the day, and this horse has swung into the straight, probably travelling best of all, really. Almost dwarfs the international favourite towards the inside, Aguiletto, who I thought the overall finishing effort from that horse was disappointing.
Yeah, I agree. The 4 horses with form have finished first, second, third and fourth. That's the first thing to note. Monsieur Jumbo beat Miyagi, beat Aguiletto, beat Ursa Minor. They were the 4 best horses in the race, so maybe the form is relatively strong. Monsieur Jumbo, as you say, travelled the best. He was always prominently placed. They did come off the rail coming into the home turn, and that looked to provide Aguiletto with a perfect opening. But Aguiletto, who at this stage is about to find a great spot, and actually was in a fantastic position throughout under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, just wasn't able to go through with it in the home straight. I thought he was disappointing too. There was no turn of foot there. Monsieur Jumbo, first time on turf, no problem for him.
And everything's gone. We were watching the race, you know, wondering where Aguiletto was going to go to get the split, but everything has just gone perfectly.
Couldn't have gone better.
Couldn't capitalise.
Yeah, couldn't have gone better. He had no excuse whatsoever. The only excuse was he wasn't good enough. I would be disappointed. I think Connections would be disappointed with that display. It literally opened like the Red Sea, turning for home. And
I think I'd be more disappointed with that than I was his last of 15 on the dirt.
Oh, absolutely.
You could throw that into the bin and say it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that was a Group 2, and this is an Open, so this is much more winnable. He was a little bit keen, I suppose, at this part, but that's no excuse whatsoever. No. Monsieur Jumbo's in the right spot, though, isn't he? Yellow Silks, great horse. Just one off on the shoulder of the leader. Does have to go a little bit wide in the home straight, but it proved no problem. Good piece of placing from Sam Al-Dahani, good piece of riding again from Mohammed Al-Daham, and he's capitalised. Back again next week, apparently. Quick turnaround in a much better race, I imagine. It'll be interesting to see how he fares.
You'd fear that the depth of the field there might find him out.
Yeah, obviously we don't know declarations yet, but if it's a Neom Turf qualifier, there's going to be a few nice horses, so it'll be a lot tougher than this. I doubt he'll be able to sit as prominent in the race as he did today, but he was still very impressive. At this point of the race, we were off air, obviously saying Aguiletto's going very well in the red silks. He looked to be travelling as well as anything, and the gap just needed to come for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. And when the camera angle changes in 1 second time, he's going to go up the inside, and the leader's going to drift off the rail, and it looked like Aguiletto is just going to get the perfect seam just about now. Perfect seam up the rail, saving ground, and basically going to win the race. But found nothing in the latter part of the straight.
Very one-paced.
Very one-paced. Monsieur Jumbo kicks clear. Miyagi stays on for second, as is his want, and Aguiletto has to settle for third.
What would you do with Aguiletto now?
I don't really know. You've got to stick to turf with him. He's not a dirt horse. So I suppose find another turf open. They have no option off this current mark. He can't drop into handicap company.
I mean, quite a diminutive individual as well. There's not a lot of size and scope about him.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, you can get good horses that are small horses, but yeah, it's not like he's going to really grow into his frame and be a longer-term prospect. He's kind of now or nothing with him, and they've paid a big price chunk for him, and they're probably disappointed of what he's produced so far.
Yeah, he was really progressive in France when last seen, sold for a fair bit of money, but only finishes third today. Miyagi runs another good race to finish in second place, but the win goes the way of Monsieur Jumbo. Career best on turf from him?
First ever run on turf, so I suppose it has to be.
I think we said he'd run on turf before.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, he might have done. He's never won on turf, so this is definitely a career best in that regard anyway, even if he has run on turf. He's never won. His 6 previous victories have come on dirt or weather. Yeah, I think it probably was. He's striding right out to the line as well, which is what you like to see. In that video footage prior to the race that we saw of Monsieur Jumbo last time, he wilted late, didn't it? It looked like he didn't want to go through the effort, whereas today he did.
And he does stay further as well. He's been a winner over 2,400?
Yeah, he definitely stays further. I mean, this is a nice horse, but he's not exceptional. He is what he is. He's a 95 rated horse and has more in his locker. Next week, we'll see how good he is. I think he'll probably get beaten, but it's nice to see him turn out again quickly.
And the most surprising thing is another one for Al Dahani, but untipped.
I know. I went away from the strategy. 3 from 3 for Tharma, 2 from 3 for me. Maybe I'll have to go back to Al Dahani in the future.
And Al Dahani more to come today, do you think?
Potentially. He's got a fair few more. I mean, in the next race, I am going back to Al Dahani. There's a bit of a spoiler where my tip's going, but he's got a fair few more. Most towards the front end of the card, though. As you get through the card, he hasn't got that many good chances.
And he was quite quiet yesterday, but still did manage to make an impact with what he ran.
Yeah, he had a winner yesterday and transferred. 3 winners already today. The leading trainer here in Saudi Arabia this season, and he's just got a great stock of horses. But not only that, he just does very well with them. He finds the right races. He's got a great training regime, and he's fantastic.
OK, well, that was race 3. We move on to race 4 into handicap company in a big field here, Alex, for this handicap on the dirt over the 1,200 metres.
Indeed it is, Martin. Yeah, we're up to a field of 17 this time, just the one absentee in this race. It's a 0 to 85. Number 1, Al Moasses, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Nasser. 2, Elzam Blue for Ahmed Al Zahari. Number 3 is Bravado, Tariq Al Mansour. No number 4, that is Yanon, so take out the 4. 5 is Moad, that's Ayat Al Tarisi. 6 is Sheikh, Ricardo Ferreira. 7, Northern Thought Boy, Salman Al Rashid. 8 is Varden, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 9 is As It Was, Adel Al Faradi. 10, Ryan's Party, Ali Al Mimoni. 11, Atomic Impact, that's Abdullah Al-Orfi. 12 is G-Want, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 13, Rock Sound for Alex Moreno. We go over the page, the 14 next, and that'll be Sam 6, Abdullah Al Khamis. 15 is Dabiran, Rakan Al Ubaid. 16, Jamran, Asil Al Shirani. 17, Chasing the Flag, Abdullah Al Saidi. And 18 is Hadi Nazar, Khalid Al Mimoni. So 17 runners. It's looking quite a tough race to assess. This wide open in terms of the international betting. 7 to 2 the field. Let's head for some paddock clues with Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, let's start with Al Moasses, the one. He's a gorgeous type, isn't he? Big bruiser of a horse, you'd say, and was a winner last time out. This is a slight step up in grade for him here. He carries top weight. It'll be a tougher task, but he's clearly in good form. Let's drop back. Number 3 is the next one. We'll look at Mustafa. This is Bravado, a horse who was behind Al Moassis last time out. A nice type here who's been pretty consistent of late. Last 3 starts has finished in the money and has improved with each run. It would be no surprise if he went one place better here today. Let's drop back to the 6, right at the top of the lane here. This is Shaykh, the next horse we're going to look at. Now, he's a very interesting type because he's proving very hard to win with, old Shaykh. Last seen finishing second on turf. Now, the key thing is he goes for connections who are flying right now. Kamar Al-Dahani is doing the training. If he can get this thing to win with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board, I tell you what, it'll be some training performance, because this thing has been difficult to get the head in front. But hopefully, as you can see, he looks in great shape. He's fit, carrying no condition whatsoever. He's got a winning jockey on board with a very teeny tiny saddle, and hopefully Ricardo Sosa Ferreira can get this horse home in front and give Sama a 4-timer. Pulling back now to the 8, Varden, just coming towards us now. A very nice looking chestnut individual, but needs to find more form. We'll pull back a couple more to the 11 and 12, and the last 2 we'll look at. The 11 is Atomic Impact. Always looks great in the parade ring. A really good look. Abdullah Alorfi in the saddle today, but this horse is really struggling for form. But in behind is a horse who is not struggling for form. In great form is the 12, Gvont, who we're just seeing here. He's a lovely type who's just been running so well recently, and hopefully he can get his head back in front today. A winner on penultimate start, placed last time, and certainly holds every chance today. It's hard to pick a paddock favourite yet, but certainly it's going to be really tough. It's a cracking race, boys. It's all back to you.
It is a cracking race yet. Give chances to plenty of these, and it's a big field to get through as well. Let's take in some form, see if we can manage to help ourselves to identify the winner. And the first horse we can look at is a horse who hasn't managed to find winning very easy, but does represent good condition. In fact, we'll come on to that in a second, and first have a look at Al Moassis, who's coming through here to beat Bravado.
Yeah, Bravado set his sail from a long way from home. He was 2 lengths in the lead turning in. Al Moassis was in a great spot in second and just picks up Bravado in the latter part of the race. There are numerous horses in this field that weren't captioned that also run again today, but those 2 ran the best races, and Bravado has been well treated today to reverse that form.
And this was the horse I was referring to, formerly trained by Alice Haynes. 7 goes here, but yet to win in 14 starts. Sheck.
Yeah, winless from the 14 outings, as you say, but is trending in the right direction. I thought this run was better than it looks. Tight for room at crucial stages, including here and at the top of the turn. Just cannot get out. The horse in front is Love to Vega, who we saw earlier today.
Finishing second.
You finished second earlier today, yeah, exactly, and the form is solid. Watch how Shaykh finishes the race. Once he gets a clear run, he picks up nicely and goes down by a very narrow margin at the wire. I like him back today on dirt. I think dirt will be suitable for him. He's by Kodiak, whose progeny generally perform on both surfaces. The one issue I have is the draw. I'll be fully transparent. He wasn't going to be my number 1 pick. I would have gone for Bint Al Ri, horse number 4, but that's been scratched. So I am defaulting onto Shaykh, who was my second in anyway, but wouldn't have been my number 1 otherwise.
And when he was second that day, Bravado, number 3, was back in 4th place on that occasion, and he has got course and distance form as well on the dirt here.
Exactly, yeah. He ticks a lot of boxes. He's trending in the right direction. He's still young, 4-year-old, and I just think he's better than a mark of 82, whereas some of these aren't. Some of these are either poorly handicapped or handicapped to the hilt, and he is not.
And Bravado is the 3rd best on the international markets at around 720. He does get a pull at the weights for that defeat last time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he reversed the form, to be honest, with Al Moassis. The issue with Bravado is he's an out-and-out front runner. He can't run any other way. Tariq Al
markets.
Well, Ryan's Party runs every single week. He's had 61 starts already.
Markets.
Well, Ryan's Party runs every single week. He's had 61 starts already. He's hit and miss. He was bred by Jigginstown, which is mad. But
who are a notable jumps
exactly
operation in Ireland.
Exactly. I don't like Ryan's Party at all. I couldn't have him at 8-1. G1 I could have at 8-1. He's an interesting horse. He's in good form. He's drawn terribly, but he's a deep closer. If they do go hard up front, including Bravado, then G1 will be the one that finishes from way off the speed. Abdullah Al Hussein has a good record this season on a limited amount of rides, so I'm not against G1. He'll be my 3rd pick in this race. And who was the other one you mentioned? Sam 6.
Sam 6, so I think he's got a big chance. Big run on the comeback last time.
Yeah, evident progression with that last time out performance where he finished second. That came at open level. This may be tougher, despite the fact he's dropping in grade. I don't like him in the race, but I don't hate him. The only reason I'm not with him is because I think the trip is on the short side for Sam 6. But as I say, if they go fast up top, stamina could have extra emphasis, and he would be one of the closers.
Well, he's been off the track since March. Lightly raced, he was second on that occasion to a horse who was completing a 4-timer. So he ran into a banging form rival, clear of the rest. But as you say, he's dropping down in distance on his handicap debut off a mark of 77. They're the main players here. Geo just goes into 7-1 from 8 on the international markets. Mohad is a 10-1 chance, number 5 on the race card. We've not seen him, the 5, since Taif back in August, finished last of 11 that day.
Yes, interesting runner, 10-1. Draws wide again though. That's the problem. In these big fields, you kind of need an inside post, or at least a relatively good post, or you need the running style to sit in behind the speed. I don't think that's the case here with the 5, but you never know. Second off the layoff, he could perform well. This is a deep race, which all these handicaps are. You know, you get about 18 to 19 horses, all rated within 8 pounds of each other. It's very difficult to assess who's going to win. However, there is one complete anomaly in here, and that's horse number 18, Hadi Nazar. And the only reason I talk about this horse is purely because he's 39 pounds out of the handicap. I mean, surely there's a better option to put this horse in. He's literally got no chance, and you can't say that about many horses worldwide when it comes to racing. Anything can happen, lots of variables. He has 0 chance.
Well, he's got a mark of 30. Be better off in a real poor maiden smell.
Yeah, he wouldn't even win an Arabian maiden. That's how bad this horse is.
Wow. And it's a massive price in international markets. Do get involved. Your selections on the chat facility on YouTube, Vimals, and there's good odds on the number 1 here, Almosas, who is around 6-1 currently, and Hisham goes. It says 115.
I don't know whether that means 1 to beat 15, or whether that means 11 to beat 5, or what that means. But
either way,
if you could clarify, that would be great. Whack another comment in there for us. Thank you.
Either way, good luck, Hisham. And we can see the grooms all assembled to see the 4th race of the afternoon, the 4th of 12 here on a second day of racing at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Okay, selection time. I'm going to go Sam 6 to build on that run last week. That was a big comeback. Let's just hope the drop-in trip suits.
Horse number 6, Shayak, for me. It's tentative, as I say. I would have been with Bint Al Ray if she ran, but I'll move on to Shayak and hope that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira can get across from stall 15.
Just remind us who trains Shayak.
No comment.
We're at the start. All yours, Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yes, it's 12 Givon for me. That's going to be the pick. Just a hugely consistent runner of recent times, and certainly I imagine will hold every chance at this level. But I'd certainly like your other selections as well. Sam 6, the 14 for Martin, and the 6 Shayak for Tom. Just an update from the stewards. You will remember an incident in race 2 where there was a bit of a nasty bump for a couple of horses, and the front runners kind of got away. The stewards did have a look at that and deemed it a racing incident. That was it, so there'll be no fallout from there, so everyone is fine after that. And then also we did see a runner lose its shoe on the way down to the start. Faisal, the outrider, picked it up, but I didn't manage to catch who lost it. So if we do have a slight delay and someone might be getting reshod, it's because we did see a lost shoe on the way down to start. But it seems that everyone is circling pretty much in order and all okay. Remember, if you're in the middle of the circle, that means your tap's getting adjusted. If you're behind the white tape, the vet will be having a look at you. We've also got a couple of ambulances down there in case we have any stalls incidents, and an ambulance that will follow them around on this 1200 metre trip. Sam 6 is a really intriguing runner here. Horse number 14 coming out of 7, the selection for Martin. Huge run on return last time. The concern for me would be the bounce. Shayak for Tom is a horse who clearly, for connections, has to be given every chance, but it's incredibly difficult to win with. He showed it last time out. You'll look at the video footage and think, or did he get stuck in a bit of traffic? But Ricardo gave him every chance to go and win his race. He couldn't quite do it. I think Atomic Impact is a gorgeous type. Always looks like he'll put his best foot forward, but it's been quite challenging this season. And that's why I kind of landed on Givon here. purely because he's just one of the horses in here who showed really good form, and with a winner on penultimate start and not disgraced when third last time. You're just seeing Varden in shot there with the orange disc. He's a lovely looker too, but the loading process is just about to begin, so without further ado, it's time to hand over to our racecourse commentator. There is one horse just being checked out in the back. We'll let you know more, and he'll know more. It's Mr. Alex Fussy.
Yes, Callum, can confirm that that's Sam 6 who's been adrift of the field. The 14 has been behind that take for a little while, so I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but we'll keep an eye as the rest of them filter forwards here. You can see Shayak there, head on, about to come forwards. The white and green colours will move into stall number 15. Also going up and in, that will be the 7, Norton Thorpe Boy. Going to move into stall number 2. Just a reminder, that's the same colours as Al Moassas, the 1, but it's a blue cap for the 7 here. Dabrian moving into 8. Keeping an eye out for the 14. Has appeared in the back here, Sam 6, so it looks as though that one is going to be popped in as well. The 8, Varden, comes up, which will mean we are just waiting for Sam 6, who is due into 7. Slotting forwards. Last little squeeze and all aboard. They're off. Jumping out here over the 1200 metre trip once again. This 0 to 85 handicap. It wasn't the best of starts actually for Hadar Nazar, who's towards the back of the field early, and Elzam Blue fluffing the start is in rear. Early pace then, where's that coming from? Well, Sam 6 is right up there early on, was last to go in but first away. Chasing the flag is handy, Dabrian not too far from them as well. And Al Moassas is racing right on their shoulder in 4th. Norton Thorpe Boys in against the fence but losing ground. Rock Sound is starting to improve, and Circle Runners. Moad is very deep with that one. Right between them is Shayak. The green sleeves and gap is now starting to try and get going. Down on the inside of horses, Ryan's Party's off the bridle as they come on in line for home. So up top it is Sam 6. Has the advantage of 2.5 lengths. Trying to give chase now is Shayak, who's getting a bit nearer. Moad down the centre, the left. Still there is Al Moassas as well. Chasing the flag on the inside. Shayak is getting closer. Into the last 200. Sam 6 is all out. He's trying to hold on from Shayak, who's reeling back Sam 6. Sam 6 desperately needs that line from Shayak. Sam 6 with a gutsy display has managed to hold on and beat Shayak into second. Elzam Blue has come from miles back, has flashed home for third. That was an absolutely finishing effort, was amazing. Chasing the flag, finished back in 4th place. Victory there for Sam 6, and it was a gutsy display. Had to battle on very well in the closing stages. I thought it was going to get picked up by Shayak, but Martin will be pleased Sam 6 didn't, because he fancied Sam 6 and has just managed to tip out Tom this time. Of course, it stopped the Al Dahani winning run, which very nearly carried on. Massive run here from Elzam Blue. Keep an eye out for this horse in 3rd place there. Comes screeching home, was last away from the stall. It'd be fascinating to watch that all the way through in terms of the race. And then on the inside, chasing the flag, is eventually in 4th with a much better run today. 1:14.90 is your winner's time. Sam 6, who was last in, first away, and never caught. The order here in the 4th was 14, 6, 2, and 17.
Well, the four-timer was just denied as Sam 6 repels Shayak in an absolute thriller in this 0-85 handicap. We said it would be a good race, and it was just that. Well done, Martin in the studio, keeping the faith with Sam 6, who ran a huge race to finish second after a layoff and has stepped forward again to win here. Very well done. Abdullah Al-Khamis in the plate. He claims the 1 kilo, and it might have been that 1 kilo claim that was the difference here. It was a really, really good performance from our winner, and well done to Winning Connections, who are over the moon with that success, just repelling the late lunge from Shayak, who is, like we said, just challenging to win. With the record at the moment for Shayak is looking very strong, but just unable to get the head in front. And this is an interesting runner who I think has plenty of improvement in him at this stage. Just turned 5, still an entire, and pretty lightly campaigned. I mean, this is only the 7th start of the career. Clearly, obviously, may have done some running elsewhere as well, but certainly getting the head in front here and breaking the maiden as well in 0-85 handicap company. That's not a bad way of doing things, is it? So certainly a huge horse to have some fun with for Connections, and we're looking forward to see what he does in the future. Abdullah Al-Khamis, the young rider on board, he claims the 1. But this is a nice horse. This is a nice horse to go to war with, and I imagine with a rating of 77, he will still qualify for races of this nature going forward for his next start. He beat Shayak, who's rated 82. Remember, he was getting a kilo from the jockey. It would be shocking if the handicapper was to raise him out of the 0-85 company. He might even still remain in 0-80, although it'd be hard to see him getting pushed up to only 80. But he's certainly a horse that they can have some fun with in handicap, and it's clearly going the right way. Boys, well done, Martin in the studio. That was a very good pick.
And it was a good performance as well, because he's had plenty of pressure in the closing stages, but he's just lasted out.
Yeah, big winner for you in the studio competition. I thought I was coming through with Shayak, to be honest, so much of the home straight. He made a nice move at the top of the turn, but he's on the wrong lead, he's hanging to the left, and he's just tired in the latter part of the race, Shayak in the green sleeves. He came there to win. Sam 6 is all out, but Sam 6 held the margin turning for home, and it was enough to hold on to victory. We'll take it from the start. Elzan Blue, black and orange, right at the back of shot, takes a bad step at the start, also gets squeezed out, and he's already maybe 7 or 8 lengths behind. He eventually runs home for 3rd in a very interesting performance. Maybe he's one for next time. Jcsa, if you like that horse, he's right on the outside, black and red silks, quite some way down the field, but covering too much ground. Meanwhile, the eventual winner, Sam 6, is up top, like we've seen for most of the winners on the dirt over this kind of trip over the last couple of days. He's dictating matters on the speed and making his own way home up front. The eventual runner-up, my selection is Shayak, is in the white and green, in about 6th right now, going between horses.
He must hold the gap there to get through.
Yeah, very tight there. He's about to move into 4th position, and he's going to come with a run at Sam 6, who's got a 4-length lead, 3-length lead, turning for home, and that proves to be enough of an advantage. I don't know.
I'm not even suggesting his attitude. I'm saying whatever the sort of setup of the race is, he's just finding it hard to.
I think he was the best horse in the race, to be honest, because he wasn't on the front like Sam 6 was riding the bias, but he was also the best horse in the race last time and also lost last time. So at some point you've got to realise with horses like this, there is either a mental problem or he's just not finishing his race off as expected.
And the winner, Sam 6, it was 1,400 last week. He's been back down to the 1,200 today. I mean, does this give him options in the future to go back up in distance, maybe under a less
attacked by flight?
Aggressive ride?
Yeah, well, I think it probably does, but I would stick to 1,200 with him, to be honest, because yeah, he was tired. He was given an aggressive ride, as you say. But over the 1,400, I don't see him really coming from off the speed. I think he'd probably sit a prominent position. Whereas today, he can be aggressive, try and dictate and hold off the rivals.
And it's a real nice boost for the horse who beat him last week. He was completing the 4-timer.
Exactly, yeah. So when horses win numerous races over here, it's pretty tough anyway to do. There's an Arabian horse that runs tomorrow called Lacey de Violette, who's completed 3 in a row. It's very hard to win numerous races back to back to back. And if a horse wins 4 starts anyway, they're pretty good, or either that or well handicapped. And obviously, Sam 6 has just boosted that form there by winning today.
Malayan.
Yes.
Yes. We've also got a thanks to the two of us. Vimal, who was looking for the race cards earlier on. Your detailed description of how to find them has gone down well. He's managed to find them as well. It also said he's missing his favourite jockey, Mikel Barcelona, riding today in Saudi Arabia.
He's at Meydan instead.
He had a winner here.
He did for the White Stable, yeah. I can't remember what horse it was, but yeah, he had a nice winner for the White Stable last week.
And he'll no doubt be back as well for the Saudi Cup meeting on the 22nd of February. And key trials for that taking place here next weekend as well. We've got the custodian of the two holy mosques and the King's Cups races building up towards that big meeting in around 4 or 5 weeks' time. And of course, we've got the Jockeys Challenge featuring James MacDonald on February 21st.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Spotazoro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Very much looking forward to the Saudi Cup action, of course, about 5 weeks' time now, isn't it, till that meeting. Let's have a look at our next race now. Race 5 on the card. The runners and riders here for a local bred handicap, 0 to 80. Very small field. A couple of small field races back to back here, just 6 of them. The one is Jadal Ricardo Ferreira. Number 2 on your card is Caper Mohammed Al Yami. 3, Mumtara Adel Al Faradi. 4 is Dalay Al Hijaz Camilo Ospina. 5, Yagik Al Elm, and it's Rakan Al Obeid. And the 6 is Faya for Mohammed Al Habib. So 6 of them for our man in the parade ring to try and find a winner from. Let's go back to Cal.
Thank you very much, Alex. Mohammed Al Harabi has been very kind to take the time to speak to us. You have your assistant trainer of Mumtara in this race. She's a very exciting horse.
Yeah, she's 3 years old and first time run in the track. She will take the first. And the second race, it's tough race, and she's a baby.
She is a baby, and the second race was much harder. Does she have a good chance now back at this sort of race?
Now she take more experience. I hope she's the winner today.
We hope so too. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you too. Thank.
Let's go and have a look at some of these. They're using the Shawson parade ring because we've only got the 6 runners. We'll start with the horse that's been the biggest eye catcher for me. That is the one who's coming towards me, Jadal. Absolutely gorgeous looker here. One of the best looking horses we've seen all day. Expertly turned out by the team here. This is the Al-Qatani runner and just looks in absolute perfect shape, this 3-year-old colt. He wasn't disgraced last time when finishing 3rd in a tough race. This is arguably an easier contest, but he has got to shoulder top weight, giving plenty of weight all round. He's got 62 kilograms on his back. The closest rival has 60, so she's at least giving 1.5 kilos to everything in this field. We drop back to the 3. This is Mumtara, the horse we just spoke to Mohammed about. This is the Del Al Faradi's mount. This is one that I'm really keen to look at. Now, she was so impressive on debut. She took a big step forward on her next start. Mustafa, we're just going to move to horse number 3 here. That's the next one we're going to peek at. She was the horse that sort of caught my eye on that second run. It was much harder than what she's previously faced before. And this is a drop back to a level which she should thrive at. And remember, she'll have learnt a lot from that occasion. She looks in great nick as well, doesn't she? Perfectly put together type, really well muscled, and a lovely type all the way around. Let's drop back to the 4, Dala Al Hijaz, who's the next one on our list. Now this horse is another one that's just turning in the coat slowly, looking to break the maiden on the 10th start, and still arguably a little bit weak in behind. Back here now for Yagik Al Elm. She's a nice one. I saw Yagik Al Elm, I should say he, coming down towards the start early on when he was untacked. He's a tiny thing, but hopefully he can take a big step forward today. Again, another horse in this race who's a maiden. And finally, we've got Faya, who runs in the colours that are very similar to Jigginstown and is very keen. For me, Faya is out of her depth in this contest. And for me, I'd be looking elsewhere, just a little bit keen to get going. And it's clearly had a couple of incidents in the stable there. There's a big rub mark just below the eye.
Well, a small field for the next runners out on the paddock, as we just see there with Callum, this local bred handicap on the dirt. I thought it was surprisingly small field. You do see the handicaps can often cut up, but this really has.
Yeah, it's just for the 3-year-olds, so I suppose that could be a reason behind it. But I mean, it's a good opportunity for some of these horses, isn't it? It's a 0 to 80, so it's not. Look, if you look If you look at the ratings of these horses, the top rated 68, but it's a 0 to 80. So there is an option there for better rated horses to come in and be the class act. And Connections have just decided not to. It's a small field, but there are still some promising
still easy
types.
to work out, though.
Yeah, well,
you think it is?
I think it's easier. Yeah, I do. I really do. We'll talk about the horse I like in a minute after we see some of the footage, and we'll first look at Jadal, who we're seeing right now, but we can see some footage from his previous race in a second. And he made all.
And he was the winner on his debut, wasn't he?
He was. He made all to win a conditions event on the debut, so they obviously think a lot of him. Subsequent efforts haven't been as good. He tried to make all on this occasion as well, but he's run down and eventually finishes third. It was an okay performance, that's all I would say. I don't think it was a great run. He had every chance off the front end. He finished a little bit weakly for my fancy, and this came over course and distance as well. So if there's a stronger stayer than Jadal, then Jadal will probably come off second or third best.
He also finished third in the Taif Cup, in which one of his today's rivals, horse number 4, was back in 4th place. They've got form at tying together. But this is Mumtara, who was a winner of a local bred filly maiden on debut over the 1600 and was pitched into much better company on the next start.
Watch how she finishes this race. I was here this day in the studio. I think it was with Rory, or no, it wasn't. It was with Darryl, and we commented about this contest being the best race of the day. It was my highlight, actually. I loved how she drew clear in the latter part of the race. The second horse ran yesterday and finished third, which is a little bit of a boost. And subsequently, Mumtara came out and ran in a Group 1, where she was obviously just outclassed. This is a big drop down to a 0 to 80 handicap, but technically it's a 0 to 68 because the top rate is 68 rated. I think she's very well treated off 64, and she should be a short price favourite.
And she is. She's odds on the international markets. 3 to 1 for Jadal. Capers at 5 to 1. This horse was a Taif maiden winner, also makes handicap debut today, start number 6.
He's the biggest danger for me. He'll come from way off the speed. Last time up, I'm surprised we don't have an insert actually, a footage of him last time, because we showed it yesterday. We showed the exact footage yesterday. And he was last in a 5-runner race over 1,200 metres, and he flew home. He finished third. He was 5 lengths behind Tony for home. He finished third, only beaten a length and a bit. And he quite clearly needed to step up and trip. He gets that today up to 1,400. The question is, are they going to go fast enough for him, and will the leaders stop? Jadal could stop and could go fast enough for him, but I think Mumtara has as much stamina as Caper, and Mumtara will be closer to the speed. So it'll be hard for Caper to back run Mumtara, but I wouldn't be surprised if Caper finished second.
And you've got the most experienced in the field as the 4th best on the international markets. Fair and Yageek Al Elm are the 2 big outsiders, but Dale Hijaz is horse number 4, has had a total of 9 career starts and has got form that ties him with Jadal from the Taif Cup.
Yeah, he's just very consistent. He'll probably finish around where Jadal finishes in this race. I doubt he's good enough to win, but he gets Camilo Ospina on board. He's drawn relatively well in stall 4, and he could easily run 2nd, 3rd or 4th. If he wins, I'll be a little bit disappointed about the performances from Mumtara and Caper, especially Mumtara, but we'll find out. You can see shocks in these small field races.
And is that an indication of just how highly regarded that Mumtara is, that given she's won as she did on debut, that she was then pitched into a local Group 1 on the next start?
I would say so, yeah. You wouldn't go to a Group 1 if they didn't think the horse was solid. She was very impressive on the debut. I didn't like her actually in the debut run. I had her 3rd in, I think, but only as a default. And she proved me wrong. She was very, very good that day. I like that they've booked Adele Alfaredi as well. Yeah, I think she's got the edge. If she's not better than 64, then I'd be shocked. Maybe there's 1 or 2 that are also well handicapped in this race, but Mumtara is definitely the best.
And she's a short price as well. I'm with you. I think she could be a cut above them.
Exactly. The others are much for muchness. We know that Jadal showed good form early in the career, but he only just stays this distance, and he's vulnerable. Caper, we know, stays on powerfully, but he's only rated 65 for a reason. That is his level. The same with Delay Al Hijaz, rated 62. We know how good he is. He's had 9 starts. Mumtara could easily be a 70, 80, 90 rated filly in the making. She's only had the 2 outings. She was good first time up. She stays further than this. She should get a nice rail skimming trip behind Jadal and pick Jadal off late. That's the plan.
I'm Mumtara now to 8 to 11, so shortens on the international market. Nothing being backed in opposition as well to this market leader with Adele Alfaredi on board.
Shall I have a quick word about the 2 outsiders?
Go on.
Yeah, it's worth it, just in case someone's looking for price. I'll put you off. Fire, shaped like a sprinter, runs from way out the handicap, just can't win. And the 5, Yageek Al Elm, limited 8 race maiden, was well beaten in a 0 to 60 handicap last time up. This is a 0 to 80. This is just too strong for Yageek Al Elm. Doesn't run from out the handicap, just runs in it, literally on the 54 kilos. But yeah, shouldn't be winning today. I don't like either of those two. They can be easily scrubbed off.
And they're 28 and 33 to 1. 8 to 11 for the market leader. The 6 runners are down at the start. It's been really well backed from odds against to odds on, this favourite, as we come towards race 5. Race 6 will soon be upon us. And that's a race certainly to look forward to, race 6. We're on the turf once again for one of the joint 3 most valuable races on the evening. And
an equally good favourite in that race. I'm not going to spoil anything, but that is a good contest where there's a horse who could be miles above the rest. Yeah,
might the stable have had a winner already tonight?
They might have had 3 winners already tonight. So yeah, that's an interesting race. The next 2 races are fun. They're small fields, but they're good events featuring nice, promising young horses.
And of course, we are back again tomorrow, exclusively racing on the dirt. 3 of today's races on the turf, on the dirt tomorrow. And then we have the big Saudi Cup meeting and the trials to come over the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks as well. So the sun just setting here in Saudi Arabia. The lights will be on shortly for the latter part of the cards. Just confirming, Tom, we're both with the market leader here?
Yeah, both with Mum Terra. Hopefully she breaks nicely, sits in behind the speed. Jadal and Yagik Al Elm should make the pace. Mum Terra sits in maybe 3rd or 4th on the rail, powers through in the latter part.
So come on, Callum, you're trailing us. It's 5 apiece of Tom and myself. Are you going to take us on here and try and get one back against this favourite?
Got to take you on, team, with Jadal, who looked an absolute pitcher in the parade ring. Have to give a lump of weight away, but for me, just the pick of the paddock by a country mile. And nothing against Montera, but she's just slightly more behind than him physically. She's a effeminate model. She looks very fit. They're certainly the top 2 in here by a long, long way. I couldn't do much with Capo, who I think will just be coming home late, but may lack just enough early toe to get involved in a race like this. But Jadal is certainly going to be the pick for me. So it's number 1 for myself. It's number 3 for the boys in the studio as I look to claw my way back. Took you both on with Monsieur Jumbo earlier on in the card, and hopefully we can get the same success here. So looking forward to this one as they circle down at the start. Yagik Al Elm, not the biggest type, but certainly one who I'm looking forward to see trying to make the pace, and maybe Jadal can just let that one do the hard yards. But Alex Fusser, you've only got 5 to load, so it'll be a quick process. It's all yours.
Thanks, Callum. It's actually 6 as they go forward, looking a shade awkward actually early on, head slightly to the side. Dalay Al Hijaz not too far from the pace, and now Mum Terra moving up the white cap in against the fence. Blue and white between that pair is Caper. Faya is on the outside, and then in rear, Yagik Al Elm. It is Jadal. Ricardo Ferreira has the advantage as they go on the spin for home. Racing in second is Dali Al Hijaz. In 3rd place behind them is Caper. Faya still follows. Then Mum Terra, a little bit of work to do, 3 or 4 off them now, and being squeezed, and back of the field Yagik Al Elm. Coming in line for home, the final 400 in sight here. And up top it's Jadal still with the advantage. It's about a length at the moment. Dalay Al Hijaz is giving closest chase. Caper is in 3rd. Mum Terra really struggling to land any sort of a blow today. It's Jadal in front, but for how long? Dalay Al Hijaz is coming right up sides and now starting to poke the head in front. A little left-handed under pressure, but Dalay Al Hijaz is starting to edge away here from Jadal, the pace setter. Mum Terra's getting going, but it's too late for victory. It'll be Dalay Al Hijaz who wins. Jadal does finish in second. Mum Terra, an odd run back in 3rd, and Caper finished in 4th. The gap to Yagik Al Elm, and finally Faya. So win for number 4, Dalay Al Hijaz. A bit of an upset as well. Wasn't completely unfound in the betting, but was about 4th in, I reckon. In the hands of Camilo Ospina, has been able to rally well to fend off the challengers. 129.95, managed to pick up Jadal in the straight. A very flat performance from Mum Terra, who really never looked like winning in truth, and then sort of stayed on for 3rd. 2 3/4 lengths is your winner's margin. Dalay Al Hijaz over Jadal, then Mum Terra and Caper. So that means the order of finish for race 5 was 4, 1, 3 and 2.
It's the win on the 10th time of asking, I should say, the first win on the 10th time of asking for Dale Al-Hijaz, who's got some pretty decent back form, ran very well in that Taif sprint, that Taif Cup over in the earlier on in this season, and actually turned the form around with Jadal, who finished ahead of him on that occasion, but has not finished ahead of him today because Camilo Ospina has timed this to perfection and won well. You'd argue that maybe it was the weight that made the difference. A 3 kilo swing between the two of them, and Camilo has used that to his advantage here, defeating Jadal. The story is Mumtera, who ran no sort of race, ended up finishing third, ran in snatches really, seemed to lose her place very quickly down the far side and pick up in the straight. Caper again, as we expected, couldn't quite lay up with them, although showed more early speed than last time, but paid for that late on. And Camilo Ospina has got himself a winner to continue to close that gap to the Del Alfaredi in front. They're getting one more photo as well for the team. Everyone's really keen on getting some more photo opportunities. Here we go. They've roped in a reporter here to take the photo. They never asked me to do these things because my ability is in front of the camera, and that's very weak anyway, let alone being behind it. So they wouldn't want me anywhere near that situation. But Camilo is very strong in the saddle, and like we said yesterday, when he has an outside ride, he is quite dangerous. Comes in here and the 59 kilos, that's perfect, exactly what he needs to be. He's weighed in successfully, and we'll grab a word with him now. Camilo Ospina, that is your first winner of the day, continuing to close that gap in the Jockeys Championship. This was a more patient ride than what we would normally see from you.
Yeah, it's good race, you know. There is 2 horses from Prince Faisal, good horses, but this horse is the last races, he's coming close. He finished second in another races, but today he's coming very good. You know, the trainer, he told me, Camilo today is 100%. I think he's gonna win. And just tell me, Camilo, try to come close to the leader, and then making your job. And this guy, he keep going until wire, and he won the race.
Everything went to plan because you were able to keep close with the leader, and you just floated around that bend, and it was all very easy.
Yeah, because you know we know the Prince Faisal horse is going in front, but I just try to come close because I know that horse in the last meter he stole a little bit. You know, I saw the races, he stole a little bit, but I just try to come close, and then in the last meter I think my horse is coming more stronger than another horse.
This is his first career win. Are you surprised it's taken him so long to get that first victory?
Yeah, I know. Thank you to the Chiri Pasha, you know, to Kale, Chiri, Dulasis and Musa. They give him some chance to win, and appreciate it for that question.
Always very dangerous even when you're not riding for the white stable. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, the most exposed horse in the field with 9 starts behind it. Finished 4th in the Taif Cup, in which Jadal has finished 2nd, was 3rd, but has not only turned that form around, but seen off the red-hot international favourite as well.
Yeah, I'm disappointed with Mumtera. We'll talk about her in more detail when we watch the full replay, but an overdue success, let's say, for Dale Al-Hijaz. Good ride from Camilo. He was always next to Jadal, and as he said to Callum there, he knew that Jadal was going to weaken late on. We did as well, but we thought Mumtera would be closer. Come around the home turn seemed to be the deciding factor as to her losing this contest. And we'll take it from the start right now. You'll see that inside Caper broke really well, which is abnormal for him. He normally is slowly away, but he broke well from stall 2. Dale Al-Hijaz also broke nicely, but Jadal makes a beeline for the rail and goes straight to the front, which is expected. The international favourites, Mumtera, on the inside, just in behind the leader in the red silks white cap. A really good spot, and exactly how I anticipated the race to pan out. Now, what happens going around the home turn is either Mumtera stalls a little bit or the pace increases dramatically. Just here.
They're starting to quicken on the outside, aren't they? The 3 on the outside have just started to put a bit of momentum in.
But Mumtera was on the hindquarters of Jadal and is now 2 lengths behind, within the space of 5 to 10 strides. And she is completely outpaced. And we didn't see this on debut from her. They must have drastically quickened the tempo at that stage. Now she's 3 lengths behind, now she's 4 lengths behind, and you know, this distance and margin to the 2 front runners is really totting up. Adele's obviously trying to get her out of the kickback, which isn't ideal. And here the race is over for Mumtera. Once Adele switches her out in the home straight, she begins to run on powerfully again and produce that finishing kick that we know she has. But she's 5 to 6 lengths behind. It's impossible to run down the leaders, even if they are stalling a touch. up top. She gets within 3.5 lengths at the line. The winner wins by 2 3/4. And then Jadal is 3/4 of a length ahead of Montera by the wire. I don't think necessarily she should have won, but there must have been a way that Adele Alvarenga could have got her in a better spot before the home straight here, because she's finished with the best verve in the latter part of the race. I mean, she's finished quickest of all, there's no doubt about it. She's just way too far back to do herself justice.
And I don't think 200 metres makes all that much difference, but the debut win was over the 1600. She was down to the 14 today.
Yeah, maybe. It might be the difference. You know, stepping up to a mile could be the right spot for her. Obviously, she's already proven over that trip.
If she had another 200 metres to go today, she'd have probably got past those.
Well, 100%. But it wasn't the early part of the race that's the problem. It was like when they randomly quickened, she couldn't quicken at all. It was crazy. I was expecting her to just go with the speed, stick behind them, and then just outstay the leader and the second in the latter stages. She almost got up for second despite being so far behind, but Delay Al Hajjaz just had a winning margin. Look, I want to take nothing away from the eventual winner. He's got off the mark at the 10th attempt and he's been very consistent. But Montera is a little bit disappointing here. She is still the best horse in the race.
But you wouldn't lose faith with her, I don't think, going forward, would you?
No, 100%, no. It's just like the 200 metres coming around the home turn, something happened there, whether she faltered for somewhat, she hit a flat spot, or if they just went too fast for her, I'm not quite sure. But I wouldn't give up on her.
Well, she isn't disgraced, but...
disappointing.
Yeah. I think I'd certainly be going back a bit. Given the way she's finished the race off and become out pace at the mid part,
yeah,
the 600 might be the way to go, just to see if you can get the wheels back on.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Maybe that is the case. Maybe she doesn't maybe she just doesn't have a high cruising speed and she just finishes her race off well.
Well, that was race 5. We've got 3 contests today worth 150,000 Riyals. 2 cup races a little bit later on. And our next race as well, which is race 6. It's a handicap here on the turf. And we don't get too many races here, as we said yesterday, over the 3,000 metres.
Yeah, interesting trip. I'm looking forward to this. You're going to have to stay, which is an interesting point regarding the international favourite. But we'll talk about that in good detail once we heard from Alex about the runners and riders.
Well, we have, thankfully this time, Alex, as Callum threw to you last time, just the 5 this time.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, that's correct. 5 in the field for this 6th race on the day. Handicap 80 plus, as you said. It is going to be fascinating, this trip as well, isn't it? 3,000 metres. The 1 is Loving Feeling, Mohammed Aldaham. The 2 is Quanta, Naifal Nazi. Number 3 on your race card is Calculation, Jimmy Carry On. I think Callum needs one of them. Dramatic Devices, the 4, Eddie Castro, and the 5, Tell Me All, for Ayad Al-Tarisi. So the 5 runners here in this 6th race on today's card. We'll return to Martin and Tom.
Well, I'm sure we could pop to the supermarket the way home and get Callum a calculator. Right, maybe more of an abacus.
Yeah, definitely need something out
there. Right, just a 5 here, and a really good field as well lined up for this. Loving Feeling goes for a stable very much in form. Thamal Dahanga looking for a 4th winner on the card. And that horse represents a different form line. We'll see a race in a second that encompasses the other 4 runners in the field. But this horse, horse number 1, Loving Feeling, was formerly trained in the United Kingdom by John and Thady Gosden, has been over here for a while and ran 3rd last time in open company.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the horse to beat. We're going to watch some footage of him in a second. He's a beautifully bred, see the stars gelding. Lovely pedigree. He is bred to stay this 3,000 metre trip, but he has to prove it. He wasn't beaten far over 2,100 earlier this month. I think the distance is no problem, but it is a question mark for some.
Well, we'll come back and have a look at him in a second, but the pace angle likely to be, based on what we saw last time, is Tell Me All, who absolutely blitzed the field last time and just got caught by Year the Dragon.
Yeah, front-running type who usually adopts aggressive tactics. What you didn't see in this race is that he was probably 6-7 lengths clear at the halfway point. The field really closed up on him. He still stays the distance. It's not like he completely wilted once the field came to him, and he eventually finished 2nd. He beats Dramatic Device, who's the horse with the black and yellow sleeves in between runners just in that 2nd flight, and Conta as well, who's got the black and white silks on the inside. He finishes 2nd, they finish dead heat for 3rd.
And so Calculation with the green sleeves, we'll see cross the line back in 6th place as well.
Exactly, so he holds all of those on form, but the one horse he hasn't faced yet is Loving Feeling.
Who we can have a look at here then. This is Loving Feeling, who is the winner of 2 from 15, a well-bred sort, I should say, sort of see the stars, and the Dan was a Group 3 winner back in the United Kingdom over a mile and a half.
He's a little bit frustrating on the basis that he doesn't switch leads at the right time at the top of the straight, so that can see him get into traffic problems, just like we saw there. But watch when he picks up in the latter part. He fends off a couple of the horses on his outside, finishes third. This, to me, struck me as a horse who wants a little bit more distance. He gets it today. He's rated 95, quite clearly top rated in this contest, and I think he's just way the best horse.
And Callum, we know from what we've seen early on in the card that the stable for Love and Feeling are having a really good afternoon.
Yeah, they're in good form, aren't they? And Loving Feeling could give them a 4th winner of the day. But I've got concerns about this horse. I don't think he quite shaped like he wanted further. I thought he shaped like he was just very slow to change gear. But he's a lovely mover, a good walker. He's a little bit off on his offside. He's a little bit he's a bit pigeon-toed, but I wouldn't hold that against him. He clearly runs all right. The team's in very good form. Mohammed Al-Raham in the plate is no slouch on the turf either. Certainly worth the play here. I've got no negatives about this one. Let's pull back to Kontar. This is one I'm quite keen on. I just think this horse is an out-and-out dour stayer. He probably wants a little bit further than this, but he can't get any further than this. He's in great shape though. He's walking out well. When he's on the turf, he's far more dangerous than his runs on the dirt. Keep an eye on him. You've got Naif Al-Anazi in the plate as well. He could be dangerous here if ridden a little bit more positively than last time. That would be my only concern. We'll pull back one more. This is Calculation, one of the best bred horses you'll see, bred by the late Queen Elizabeth II. Gorgeous type, being out of Estimate, who was a dual Royal Ascot winner by Dabawi, still a generational stallion. But this horse is a slow the boat and really needs to make a marked improvement from the last time he ran over course and distance, where he ran no race whatsoever. Let's pull back. Here's a dramatic device. No Abdulaziz Al Faradi in the saddle today. He's nursing a ban. You've got Jimmy Carrion in his place on this occasion. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on here. He's a horse that clearly stays, but there are concerns. He's also just turning in that coat. He's getting a little bit wintry, although there is still a little bit of dappling on his hindquarters. I'd probably be looking elsewhere with him. He's not blowing me away in the parade ring. And finally, we've got Tell Me All. Now, it's all about how this horse settles. He got very warm last time out when making all. I think he kind of ran his race before the end. You can see he's got major rub marks down the hindquarter. Let's just get a close up there. See how much he's just been rubbing himself, and a little bit of Sudocrem on there, bless him. But he's certainly a horse that really enjoyed making all last time out. Nearly stole the race, but couldn't quite get there. Now, Mustafa, we're going to run across very quickly, grab a word with Naif Al-Anazi. This is who we're going to speak to, because he rides Kontar, and I've not had a chat with Naif for a while. The trainers are all looking at me very suspiciously. I'm just going to dive straight in. Just wait for the conversation to be finished. Is it all good to come in? Naif Al-Anazi, nice to see you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Nice to see you, Cal.
Very good to see you too. Kontar today, he will love this long distance.
Yeah, I think so, and he's with a good trainer, Fawaz Al-Ghraban. I hope so today, inshallah, more better this horse. Last time he finished 4, like this distance, and same this horse, I think so. Today I hope so, inshallah, win for me and this horse. And he's a good horse, inshallah. I hope so.
With the instructions that the trainer has given you, are you going to ride him more forward than the last time? Because last ride he was really back in the field. Will he be ridden a little bit more forward today?
I think today is different from the racing before. And I hope so, inshallah. Same I told you before, for the win, inshallah.
Best of luck. Congratulations.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay, well, it's going to be fascinating to see how the race pans out, because Tell Me All, who was trained in the United Kingdom by Sir Mark Prescott a few seasons ago over around 1,600 metres, he almost seemed to find a new lease of life over the longer trip last time.
Yeah, he was ridden very aggressively from the front, which seemed to be the right way to ride him, considering he kept finding at the end. It wasn't like it was just this horse is keen, he wants to go faster, we're going to let him bowl along and gain a clear advantage, and then he wilts late on. He gained that advantage and he maintained it, apart from the eventual winner who came past him. But he beat the likes of Kontar, Dramatic Device and Calculation without there being a fluke for that success, if that makes sense, for the beating of those 3 horses. So, yeah, I think this trip suits him. I would be very surprised if he did go forward. I know Callum just asked Naif there if Kontar would be ridden forward. Kontar doesn't have enough speed to lead Tell Me All. That's not going to happen, I don't think. So I expect the 5 to lead, the 2 maybe to sit in second, Loving Feeling to sit in third, Dramatic Device 4th and Calculation last. And from there, it should be a fair playing field for all. But the key for the 4 jockeys in behind is not to let Tell Me All go way clear. If they do, then Tell Me All's going to be hard to reel in.
And just look at the pedigree as well. I mean, we touched on this morning that Lupa de Vega doesn't really get the horses who stay the best part of 2 miles. But Lupa de Vega, out of Confidential Lady, I mean, she a Group 1 winner for Samar?
She was,
Yeah.
yes.
Cheveley Park.
Yeah, there is some stamina there. Obviously, this horse was also bred by Cheveley Park. So, yeah, I can certainly see the angle for Tell Me All. I'm not with him. I had him as 4th in, purely on the basis I didn't think they'd let Iad Al-Tarisi get a clear lead, but that may well happen, and I'll be revising my thought process.
On the international markets, Love and Feeling is even money. Contour is 11-4. Dramatic Device 3.5-1. Tell Me All, who beat 3 of today's rivals, is at 9-1.
But what was the swing in the handicap there after that victory? Because I presume Tell Me All would have gone up a little bit.
He only got £2.
Okay, so there's a minor swing.
Not going to be much, is it?
No, I think those 3 horses, Contour, Dramatic Device and Tell Me All, should all be roughly the same price. Whether that be, 7-2, 4-1, 9-2, or something similar to that. Obviously, the discrepancy between the 3 is too big.
But Contour shouldn't be... Well,
Should
Tell Me All
be
should be
5-2.
3 times the
No,
price.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, but Loving Feeling, you'd be happy with even money for this horse to stay the 3,000?
I'm happy with the 11-8 that was available earlier. Even money's fair. My one issue with him is he doesn't switch leads. He's very unprofessional in his run. That's my issue. But he's the best horse.
Okay, he is the best horse. 3,000 metres the distance for this turf handicap. It's also the distance for the Red Sea Turf handicap, which comes up here on Saudi Cup. Now, that's newly been upgraded, I think, to Group 2 company for this year. The Saudi Cup meeting taking place here on the 21st and 22nd of next month.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Spot of Zorro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Senor Buscador, winner of the race last year, could well be back again this year, taking on Laurel River. The Dubai World Cup winner, Romantic Warrior, coming across from Hong Kong. They're both going to be trialling in Dubai next weekend. 3 Group 1s on that card, the best part of £40 million up for grabs. And of course, we've got key trials for that here next weekend. I love the racing next weekend. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, I wasn't here this time last year. I was gutted. I was watching from home, and I'm looking forward to it this week. And you mentioned the world's highest rated racehorse, Laurel River. His half-brother runs today over in Dubai, a horse called Castle Warden. First time up for Bupat Sima, used to be trained in America. So there's a little link there to see how that family progressed.
We've got a link to one of our cup races later on as well, because a horse has come across from America.
Yeah.
Went to the Dubai World Cup, having ran the Saudi Cup last year, and is an odds-on favourite for today in a horse that used to be trained by Bob Baffert.
Yes, Defunded, yeah, 2-time Grade 1 winner. He runs later on today. He's really the star on the show when it comes to raw talent, but he's got a few questions to answer today. His runs over here haven't been as good as what they were in the US for previous connections, and he really needs to prove to his new team as to why they purchased him. Does he have the ability to run in the Saudi Cup anymore?
We'll find out. On his rating, he doesn't have the ability to run it, but if he can bump it up a little bit,
yeah,
and maybe get into one of the qualifiers next weekend, or pick up a automatic selection from being one of the highest rated horses to be qualified for that race. Well, we'll see how that pans out next weekend, and we'll see how Defunded gets on a little bit later on today. So Tell Me All's going to go forward here. Where do you expect Love and Feeling to sit?
Probably 3rd, I think, on the outside of Contour, maybe. I imagine that to be the plan. Tell Me All's definitely going to lead. Contour is usually forwardly placed, won't have the natural speed to lead. Love and Feeling won't want to be too far back. Mohammed Al-Daham's an aggressive rider. He likes to be near enough to the speed. Dramatic Device will probably be around that kind of same 2nd, 3rd, 4th spot, and Calculation will be held up last. It'll be, as I've already mentioned, it's all about how much margin they give Tell Me All. If he can gain an early lead without going too quick, then he's a big danger. If he's either has to go too quick or doesn't gain the big early lead, then I think Love and Feeling will pick him up and win this contest.
Well, international markets think Tell Me All's got no chance. He's drifted out to 11-1. You're no odds on this Love and Feeling.
Short price, but I do think he's the best horse in the race by a considerable margin. Look, it is a handicap. He is giving weight away because he is the best horse, but even at these terms, I still think he's going to take a lot of beating.
Right, so Love and Feeling for Tom. I think that the prices on the international market Tell Me All, if he can slip them, 11 to 1's going to look really big. So we're on the scoreboards here, 5 to me, 5 to you, 3 to Callum.
Yep.
So come on, Callum, we've gone for one of the market leaders between us and one of the outsiders in the field. What have you gone for?
I've gone for Contour here, team. I'm hoping that they just, he doesn't need to lead or anything like that, but they just don't give him so much ground to make up with a long-time leader like Tell Me All, like they did last time. I must admit, Tell Me All is handling the prelims far better than he did in the last occasion, so that's a positive. But they are already loading, so it's time to hand over to Mr. Alex Fussy.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here. It won't take them too long with it, with the 5 of them to slot into line. Dramatic Device is in, so a couple more to come, and they come up together. We're at post time, and they're all in. Perfect timing, ready to race. And they're off. Rather awkward beginning for Quanta, rearing up in the stalls as they crashed back. They go here over the 3,000 metre trip on the turf for race 6, this 80+ handicap. Early pace coming from Tell Me All, as expected, and goes off and clear by a good 3.5 lengths or so. In second position is Loving Feeling, up on the outer of Dramatic Device. Another length and a half then to find Quanta, who's on the inner of Calculation. So the pace, pretty steady, to be honest. Tell Me All is in front, but isn't being pestered, and I wouldn't say is particularly over racing at this point in time as they come around the turn into the straight on the first occasion. So Tell Me All extending further now. It's about 6 lengths the lead from Loving Feeling. Down on the inside fence, Dramatic Device under a tight hold for Eddie Castro. Wider then with the flashy headgear is Calculation. The yellow sleeve jacket is just on the outer of Quanta and Naif Al-Adazi, black and white colours. So up past the enclosures they come. Still a big full circuit of the track to go, of course, in the 6th of the card. The leader being Tell Me All. Ayad Al-Tarisi, 3-time winner. That's the advantage here from in second, Loving Feeling. Hamid Al-Daham already with a couple on the score sheet so far. In third place is Dramatic Device, and Eddie Castro still taking that a grip in the saddle in third. Next then is Quanta on the outside, a 2-time winner. The black and white colours, and Calculation still at the back for Jimmy Carry-On as they go down the back straight. Pretty even stuff so far. Regular 13-second furlongs, as up top it continues to be Tell Me All. Not as far clear though, just dropping anchor perhaps a little to try and get some air into the lungs. It is Tell Me All by 2.5 as the pack are now starting to try and close up. Loving Feeling between rivals. Quantar on the outside looking to make a forwards move. Dramatic Device in against the fence, and Calculation continues to be the back marker. We are getting to the business end of the race now, and the leader is Tell Me All. No change from the outset, and is now winding it back up again. This is a clever ride so far by Al-Tarisi as Tell Me All tries to stretch on once more. In behind, they're all off the bridle. Dramatic Device and Loving Feeling coming under very strong pressure as Tell Me All heads towards the top of the straight. The lead is 4 over Dramatic Device, who's the one to give closest chase. Loving Feeling can't keep up at this point in time. Tell Me All has drifted out to the centre of the racecourse here, but still has a couple of lengths buffer. Heading inside the last 200, Tell Me All over Dramatic Device, and then Calculation, who continues to try and run on. Tell Me All is getting a bit weary, needs that line to come from Dramatic Device and Calculation, but never really any doubt. It's a super ride. Tell Me all of the way. To beat Dramatic Device in second, Calculation finished in third. A gap then to Quanta, who just tipped out. Loving Feeling in fourth and fifth. Loving Feeling very disappointing. Tell Me All, and that's a peach in the saddle from Ayad Al-Tarisi. There was concerns about whether keeping up the gallop, but Martin said no, get an easy time, and that's what it was. Tell Me All was able to drop down the back straight on that turn to the back, sort of steadied, they closed up, and then kicked again. It was very tactically astute from the jockey aboard, and Tell Me All has gone on to win by a length at the line. 3:12.72 is your winner's time. Dramatic Device in second, Calculation third, then Quanta and Loving Feeling, very disappointing. Full order, give you a treat for race 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Oh, Riyadh Al Tarifi has had an absolute corker of a ride on Tell Me All, who has made every yard of the running. We mentioned in the prelims that this horse was a little bit more settled than he was last time, and Martin has given this a really good show. I think 11-1 on the international market, and like you said, Martin in the studio, he'd given an easy lead, they were never going crazy, and then Ayad just puts the brakes on down the back straight, and what this horse has that I don't think anything else in the field has was a turn of foot, because he quickened quite quickly again down the far side, and then just put length between him all the way down towards the line, swinging for home in good fashion, and it was a very, very good ride from Ayad Al Tarifi there aboard Tell Me All in good fashion, and he's done that quite easily. And I mean, he's a horse that you can't give him that, you just cannot give him that rope in front, and unfortunately the other horses have given him some rope in front. They've tried to close the gap, but he's ended up kicking early and putting them all under pressure. The big run was from Calculation in third. That's a much, much better run, and Dramatic Device the best of the rest to finish in second. Contour and Loving Feeling both finishing fourth and fifth respectively. Loving Feeling just did not get home. But we've got some great riders here. We've got Abdullah Al-Saidi is down here as well to join in with the celebrations here with Ayad Al Tarifi, who will be getting the ride of the day so far. That's lovely scenes there. Poor Abdullah, he's not the tallest right there, so he struggled to reach up to give the high five, but lovely scenes all round, and Connections will be really happy with that result, considering they were so unfortunate to finish a very unlucky second last time out. They've got the win on this occasion, and they certainly cannot be ignored. This is a stayer to keep on the right side of. I think we'll find it a lot harder in bigger, more competitive races, but in a small field like this where he can simply dominate, he has done just that and has won in good style. Martin, a winning selection for you. You retake the lead in the tipping selection competition. I've got a long, long way to go to catch up.
I'd say in terms of how bookmakers work, Tom, if there were bookmakers pricing this up, they wouldn't be including Callum in the odds now.
No, it's a long way back. But you have taken the lead, good selection there from yourself, and we got the speed completely right and the actual shape of the race. We basically said that Tell Me All should be the same price as Conto and Dramatic Device. Conto was disappointing after a slow start. Dramatic Device ran nicely, but Tell Me All got that advantage, and it was all whether Loving Feeling was going to show up, and he really didn't.
But the race panned out, which I say, exactly as we thought it did. This horse didn't get quite as far clear. I mean, he could have been double digits clear at one stage last time. He's never got that big break on the field, but by the time they've come for home, everything else is really at work and behind.
Yeah, Loving Feeling's already gone at this point, so is Conta. Dramatic Device on the inside is making up some ground, but every time the rider uses the stick in the right hand, he hangs into the rail, which we'll see about now. It just goes out of shot because he's hung dramatically away from the whip. That allows Tell Me All to keep going, eventually wins by a length. Maybe if Dramatic Device doesn't hang under pressure, he would have gone very close to catching him, but that wasn't to be. Tell Me All's managed to make every single yard under Riyadh. Watch here, dramatic device on the inside, black and yellow silks.
Yeah. We're watching. Contour in behind as well. Dramatic device staying on in the closing stage. I mean, if you think that your horse, your selection, Loving Feeling, has run below form, even allowing if it had ran to form, given the way the race has panned out, you'd have probably done well to have had the change of gear to get to the eventual winner. No?
No, I don't think so, because Dramatic Device got within a length. So, I mean, I'd expect Loving Feeling to be able to do that. He's either not stayed or just not turned up. I don't know which one. He's been a little bit disappointing since he's come over here, I suppose. But he's better than this. Like, there's no doubt about it. And if he lost, he should have been second. It's not like he should have been last. There's no way he should have been last here. So I think he's just massively underperformed. And yeah, that's all I can really say about it. I don't know why. He was always in a good spot. Mohamed Al-Dahan put him in second at this point. He was basically chasing the only horse that was the danger in Tell Me All. But even down the back straight, when Conta made a move wide on the track, Loving Feeling was struggling to go with him, let alone bridge the gap to the eventual winner.
But you'd have to say, given the way he's judged the fractions, this was a good ride out in front.
It was a decent ride, yeah. I don't think it was an amazing ride, purely on the... Look, I'm not taking anything away from him. I want to make that clear. But the plan of the race, the setup, was always going to pan out like this. It's not like an inspired ride where he's made a bold decision because the others were going too slow to try and gain an advantage. The horse was ridden exactly like this last time. It's the way he is always ridden over this kind of trip. You go forward and try to make the most of his speed and stamina.
Well, he's tried to do this last time. He's gone probably 12, 13 lengths clear at one stage. Maybe it's a good ride in the fact that he's got the fractions better tonight than he did last time, that resulted in him winning as opposed to getting beat.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more you want me to say. I think it was a good ride. It wasn't an amazing ride, just purely on the basis that this kind of setup was always going to happen. But at this stage of the race, he slows up on Tell Me All. Loving Feeling gets within maybe 2 lengths in behind. And I suppose the group in behind right now could really close up and stick with Tell Me All if they wanted to. But they've left him alone, haven't they? They allow him to go clear again. And that could be the decisive factor in this contest. Conta and Naif Al-Anazi out wide in the black and white actually do try to make some inroads at this part of the race, not let the leader go clear. But even here, you'd expect Loving Feeling to really pick up the bridle and, you know, stay ahead of Conta going into the home turn. But when the camera flips, you can see that Loving Feeling's already under pressure, and that's game over for him.
And one of our colleagues here on the English-speaking channel for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, who has ridden before, Tom Humphries, thinks this guy could be champion jockey here in the kingdom in the next 5 years. Would you agree or disagree?
I would disagree, purely because I do think the stranglehold from Adele and Camilo and the like is very strong, Ricardo as well. But it's nothing against Riyadh Al-Tarisi in saying that. He's a very good rider. He's strong, he's compact, he's composed, and he looks good. He's aesthetic, so there's nothing against him. Hopefully he continues to build. He just needs better connections, basically. He needs to ride better horses. If he can ride better horses, then he can ride more winners, and then he would have a chance. But it feels like a long way off, maybe more than 5 years, or he'd need a humongous year. For example, Tariq Al Mansour last season was phenomenal in the back end. He was a 2 kilo claimer. This year, barely seen him.
Yeah.
It's not easy for these apprentices.
Well, you can be, as an apprentice, you can very much in fashion with your claim. Once that's gone, it becomes very, very hard.
Exactly that. And that could be the case with Riyadh, but he's done very well on the limited ride that he does get.
And just going back to the international market as regards that race, we touched on the fact that you've got the horse who'd finished second last time, beating 3 of today's rivals. There's just no comprehensible reason why it should have been 3 times the price.
Tell Me All should have been at roughly the same price as Dramatic Device and Conta, really, if not shorter, and being second favourite in that spot.
He wasn't that. He was a big price, and Callum has come home in front.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, he has come home in front to plenty of members of the audience here, including Pete, who's joined me here. Pete, lovely to see you here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. You've been in Saudi Arabia for a while. Tell the viewers at home what it is you do.
I work in the event season at Diriyah, which is the UNESCO heritage site. Having a great time.
And first time coming racing here in Saudi Arabia. How have you found it?
Absolutely amazing. We come from Royal Ascot. So to be this close, to be accessible, to see the track, to walk around, amazing.
certainly is a real pantheon for sport. Now, comparing it to an event like Ascot, obviously Royal Ascot is a hugely worldwide event, but this stadium, this environment, it really does match up to those international standards.
I think so. It's so accessible. The people are friendly. You know, we've had a lovely dinner, walked around the whole race course, right close to the horses. Brilliant.
And being from near Ascot, would you go to Ascot Racecourse regularly, or were you one of the people in the town that actually avoids it like the plague during the royal meeting?
We used to work there for many, many years, myself and my wife. I was a police officer. My wife worked in the control room, so probably 20 years of Royal Ascot on the other side of the fence, which is just as good.
Fantastic. And you were talking to me just before about how you can walk around here and get up so close and personal with the horses. That must be a lovely experience.
A real surprise. My wife was just almost talking to a jockey. You know, the horses are going right past you. You can move around freely. It's fantastic. And of course, the weather's better.
Can't complain. It's getting a bit chilly though, but we've parked ourselves next to the flames, so we're a little bit warmer.
Perfect spot, yes.
Maxine was immediately trying to make sure you were the only person we interviewed, but she stood behind my cameraman now, so we're going to do a swing round and we're going to grab Maxine straight away here. Now, worked at Royal Ascot, how does it compare?
This is absolutely amazing. The hospitality is out of this world here. Absolutely fantastic.
And we hear you're going to be here for a while, so we've already told you must come for the custodian of the Holy Mosque. That's next week. And then we've got the Saudi Cup coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
Yep, we'll be booking our tickets when we get home tonight.
Fantastic. And just talk to us about how you've just found today as a whole. First time visiting, with the whole transition very smooth, easy to access?
Well, just from the drive-in to the greeting that we had at the foyer, to when we went into the restaurant, everyone has treated us like royalty since we walked through the door today. And just the fact, like my husband said, that you can walk around, that the jockeys are so open to talking to you, and it's absolutely wonderful. An amazing experience.
It certainly is a great place to come along. Have you managed to find any winners so far? That's the question. Have you been picking them out in the paddock? Apparently you were listening to me, so that's the worst thing you can do.
No, every race I've picked the last one so far, so I'm doing quite well.
So you're following my tips then? Oh, well, there you go. No problems at all there, Maxine. And just finally, Saudi Arabia as a whole, you've been here for a while, was you and your husband. How have you found that experience as a whole? Because it's not a destination that everybody knows too much about.
At first I was quite nervous because I didn't want to offend or upset anyone because it was a brand new country to me. But everyone has been so welcoming, so friendly. Every time I've looked lost, somebody's approached me and helped me. Because my husband works here, I've been out on my own and I've been exploring, especially with the new metro system now. So I've done from every line, from end to end, just experienced the whole country. It's absolutely wonderful.
That's it. You mentioned the metro line. That's part of one of many, many changes that is coming here. And you can see it even in the short amount of period of time you've been here. I'm sure you've seen new things being built, new things being opened almost every day.
Yeah. Well, I spend quite a lot of time on the roof of our apartment building, and you can just see the buildings coming up around you day after day. It's absolutely crazy how fast these buildings are going up. But yeah, it's wonderful.
It certainly is wonderful. Well, Maxine and Pete, hopefully we've made two new Saudi racing fans. Looking forward to seeing you guys back here at the races. Looking forward to everybody at home coming here to enjoy the racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse as well. Alex Fussy, give us the runners and riders for our next contest.
Cheers, Callum. I sure will. Race 7 on today's card, a restricted win race. Of course, no more than one previous success. It's back on the dirt, and 1,600 metres is the distance. The 1 is Al Nabka, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Farouz. The 2, Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, Adel Al Faradi. 3, Mota Camilo Ospina. The 4 is Thawshan, Ricardo Ferreira. 5 is Ashday Al Dorea, Ayad Al Tarisi, after that peach of a ride in the last. The 6 is Darjan, Jose Rodriguez. The 7 is Khalid Al Jud, Abdullah Al Lawfi. The 8 is Mekram Al Qatar, Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 9 on your race card is Midhas, Mohammed Al Daham. 10, Minafi, Youssef Al Hussein. The 11 is Shibil Ruma, Mohammed Al Hubail. The 12 is Tassaid Ali Al Mutib. The 13, Tube 1, that is Mohammed Al Habib. These are on the next page, of course, with the 14, Thara Najd, Alex Moreno. 15 is Amajed, Salman Al Rashid. Number 16 is Ganabi, Rayan Al Taresh. 17 is Kaflatoum, Tariq Al Masur. And the 18 is Weghat for Asama Al Shirani. There'll be one more to come, and there it is. That's the 19, Zakat Al Matar for Abdullah Al Saidi. So that's the field of 19. No changes here. They are all standing their ground. Runners in the parade ring, but we're heading back to Martin and Tom. Martin, I was purely with you in the last. I thought that was a great ride.
Somebody thinks it was a great ride. He's nudging you there a little bit.
As per usual from Alex Fussy, I have to admit, a man of contradicting opinions. I don't think it was a great ride. It was just a good ride.
So it wasn't a bad ride?
No, it was not, no.
But if you want to get involved on YouTube, we could start a straw poll. Was it a very good...
I don't think they care, Mark.
Excellent...
Should we just move on?
They might care. They might have backed the winner and want to say what a good ride it was.
I'm sure those who do back winners will always say it's a good ride no matter what.
Even if the horse doesn't stay. Right, come on, Tom. Let's sort this out. We've got a horse who won between 0 and 1 races. These are 3-year-olds on the dirt, and this effectively, if you look at recent form, could be a matchup between the 4 and the 3 here.
What about the 2?
I think it's a matchup between the 4 and the 3.
Why not the 2?
Because I like the other 2.
Yeah, exactly. But why not the 2? It's got on form. If you're talking about form, it's between the 2, 3, and 4. There's no doubt
trip
about
for
that.
the 2? Question mark.
I think that's fine. 1 over the course and distance. We can have a look at some form of the 3 and the 4. The 2 horses you like. Motta Camille.
The 2's been back to the international markets.
Unsurprising. Should be favourite in my opinion, but we'll take some form from Motta Camille and Motta Camille here, the white stable horse. Is also in the footage that we're about to watch from Thoshan in a second as well, so you can watch out for these colours and the white blinkers. Dominates this day, 4th time of asking. You know, there were no excuses when runner-up prior to that, and we'll see that form as already talked about, but this was a big step forward. Maybe he's a late developing type. He's rated just 70. I suppose you'd be a touch disappointed if a horse rated 70 is good enough to win today, but he could perform to a little bit better than that if he takes another step forward. The final few strides there, he gets tired. That, to me, presents trip question marks.
Okay, well, he was sort of even a little bit further prior to that. That was a course and distance handicap. The handicap 0 to 75. He won that day by 4.5 lengths, but he was seen off this day by a horse on his debut on the track.
Yeah, Thoshan on the outside, the Red Silk's favourite today, or was anyway, I presume still is. Ricardo Souza Ferreira takes the ride. This was a good debut effort, fights off Motta Camille, you can see on the inside there in the white of the white stable, and wins by just over a length. This was a good performance from Thoshan. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Thoshan confirmed the form.
Well, he won by a length and a half. They became well clear of the field. We've seen the second horse come out and win since, but he is coming back down in distance. That was his debut. Let's see how he's fared from that and how he's looking in the paddock. Back with Callum.
Horses are just making their way out now. Just the last couple left in here were Gat and Zakat Al-Matar, the last 2. Zakat with those blinkers on and Zakat Al-Matar with no headgear on. Imagining that neither of those are going to be too excited, but the 19 does look well in the coat. Of the horses that did catch my eye, 1, 2, 3 and 4 are all really good looking individuals. Out and the back looks great shape. Horse number 1 needs to bounce back after 2 disappointing runs, but this looks like an easier contest. The 2, Aziz Al Mohammedia, that's a pick for Tom. He quite likes that one. That horse, no negatives at all. But the 3, Motta Camille, looks like an absolute beast, and that is going to be the pick for me. Horse number 3, certainly the pick of the paddock, and Thoshan as well, a horse who's got form ahead of Motta Camille back in the past, is certainly worth looking at as well. No negative for the top 4, and they certainly look like they'll have it between them, guys. Looking forward to this one.
It's an interesting matchup. So we've got Thoshan, who beat Motta Camille. That horse has come out and won since. But the 2 you touched on, Aziz Al Mohammedia, 3 starts so far. Really tidy winner over the 1200, 2 starts back.
Yeah, it was emphatic that day. I thought it was a very, very promising success. That came in maiden company. I love the way that he went through that race. He's drawn very nicely today and hopefully can repeat the feat. Last time up he faced much better opposition, and you know, he had a viable excuse for that heavy defeat. It was a Group 1 contest. He was never really going to contend. He's just dangerous now back in grade. And I think he's going to throw it down to Thoshan. They're the 2, in my opinion, that this race revolves around. And the market's kind of got it right.
The only reason I put down trip question mark was that, okay, it was Group 1 last time, but he was beat over the 1600 on debut. Whether he was a sharper on his second start, dropped in trip.
I think he had a really wide trip on debut. I'm going to have to watch it back while I talk here, just to double check. It's not down in my notes. But there was an excuse as to why he didn't perform very well on the debut run. As I check, he completely blew the start and he was way back in the field. Okay. Made a big, bold bid at the halfway point to get involved and then faded. So you could say potentially it was the trip, but they've tried him twice over the distance, and connections obviously believe that 1600's fine.
We've got it down between us very cleverly between the top 3 of the international markets. It's double figure the rest.
Well, we do our prep before the prices, so that just
But
shows
it's
that
an
we've got
obvious
it right.
It's an obvious thing though. To
Exactly that.
It's not hard to find who's going to be the favourites in something like this.
We do like, especially myself, we do like to say when there's a price that's wrong or a market that's the wrong way around. As we did in the last race with Tell Me You're being too big. This time they've got it right.
Okay, if we look at the bigger prices, we get down then to horse number 14, which is Thra Narjid. 4 runs so far, maiden win on the debut, but is held by Mokhtar McKill from the last start.
Yeah, course and distance winner, so I suppose that's one positive for Thra Narjid.
Jockey another positive?
Yeah, Alex Moreno for sure. But draws wide in 16 today, going to have to be aggressively ridden, I presume. And yes.
Ground to make up on the 3 and rated just 61.
Yeah, and generally just struggled against previous winners since breaking the maiden, so it's tough to like.
What about the top horse, Alnabak, who's rated 65, 4 runs so far. Another one who won on debut but hasn't managed to carry that forward.
I prefer this horse to Alex Moreno's ride, I have to admit.
Yeah.
If you're looking for one at a bigger price, then Alnabak is probably the one, horse number 1. Came from way off the speed to make that winning debut at Taif, and then filled the runners up berth in a course and distance open. The last 2 runs have been a little bit disappointing, and maybe this horse is a little bit regressive, you could say, but he's only had the 4 outings, so it would be quite early to come to that conclusion. Maybe he can run home for a place, but he would need others, i.e. the top 3 in the market, to disappoint to win.
Okay, would you expect Thushan to confirm the favourites with Monte Carmel?
I would, yeah. I think Thushan's got way more potential than Monte Carmel, and that's nothing against Monte Carmel, really. I mean, he is improving, but he's improving slowly. Thushan has only had the 1 outing. Red Sable horses, they do fire first time up, but not always. It would be no surprise if he took a big step forward, Thushan. Is he the current favourite still?
Just.
Yeah.
Aziz Al Muhammadiyah closing in, back down from 3 to 1, just under 2 to 1, 6 to 4 for Thushan, 3 to 1, in from 3.5 for Mokhtar Carmel.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I wouldn't say the market needs any more shifting if you're looking for accurate prices. I think Thushan is the worthy favourite. Mokhtar Carmel will need to improve to beat Thushan, and therefore should be at least double the price. And then Aziz Al Muhammadiyah just could be the joker in the pack. I'm going to be with Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, horse number 2. I just like the draw, and I think now down in grade, he's going to have a good chance of winning. But I would be not surprised in the slightest if the 4 Thushan defied favouritism.
Well, we're going to go head to head then.
Okay.
I'm going to go Thushan.
Okay.
And they're pretty much the near enough joint favourites.
It would be disappointing if one of those 2 didn't win, I think. Yeah. They've got a great chance. I mean, if you did, do you remember the old days of Jollies and Rags? If you had Jollies and Rags with these 2 against the field, these 2 would be a short price. It would be one of the 2 that comes out on top.
Well, you'd almost like to see the sort of finish that you saw between Thushan and Mokhtar Carmel when they battled it out here, coming well clear of the field. That's the sort of
exactly
result you'd like to watch the finish of.
Yeah, because these 2 horses both have unlimited potential as well. It's not all about today, is it? I mean, they're young types. They've only had 3 and 1 start respectively. So if one of these horses performs very well today, or if even both of them draw clear, then they've got the sky's the limit for them. They could be running an open races, cup races by the end of the season and into next year.
And just to give us an idea of the level, Thushan beat Mokhtar Carmel on debut. That was when he was rated 60. He got a £10 rise for the handicap win last time, so he's now up to 70. So it just gives you an idea of these horses that are progressing and pushing up in the figures.
Yeah, they are shifting all the time, really. The handicapper tries to get a grip on them, but it's difficult to do with young horses, especially ones that are later developing, like these 3-year-olds.
Well, they're arriving down at the start for race 7. Lights are on. 11 to 8 now for Thushan. Second favourite at 7 to 4. So we've got head to head here, Callum. You're joining me, you're joining Tom, or are you going out on your own?
I'm going with the Mokhtar Carmel team. I think this horse is improving all the time, and I think they've not even got near the bottom of him yet. Interesting they put him in a non-winners of 2 here rather than staying on the handicap route. I think they found an opportunity for him, and I'm hoping he can turn that form around with Thushan. The one horse I do have to mention though, horse number 1, Al Nabak, is a really, really good looker. You can see why he won on debut. That's not a surprise at all. And hopefully he can refine that form he's shown early in his career, because his last two starts have been slightly disappointing. But I'm looking forward to seeing him. If you like racehorse colours, the Donnellys have a runner here. Dashnan, I should say. This horse runs in the Donnellys colours. I wonder if they're as fans of Salvatore Mundi as everybody else is. So interesting to see how that one gets on. But they're loading. Alex Fussy, it's all yours.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, in we go here, loading forwards for the 7th of the day. About half the field already in the stalls as well. When they go forwards very swiftly, don't they, en masse, 3 or 4 at a time. Just popping in there is Thoshan towards the inner that runner, drawn in stall 3, so a good position to jump from. Aziz Al Muhammadiyah is also very well berthed, stall 1 up the inside. Doesn't want to get trapped on the inner, but a good slot there to jump from. Last couple to come in. Midhas going in, stall number 2. Just gone side on, has actually just had a bumping with the rail, whip round there. But the handlers had to shimmy out the way quickly, did well. Al Nabka going in as well. On the back in there, stall number 8, and the last one forwards will be Midhas, who's not looking all that keen. Extra handlers trying to get behind, but this runner needs to spin round really to get a better angle for loading. Ahmed Al-Daham really had a good afternoon in the saddle here. The blindfold go on next. Possibly going for another spin round. Those that are in the gate seem to be pretty content at the moment. All hands required here. 4 handlers behind now. That looks like it's going to help things. It has done the job. We are in. So set to race. Flags are up and they're off. Racing away. Jumping out here in this restricted win contest. 1600 meters is the trip. Shibble Uruma, the 11, completely blowing the start. It's right down the order, and Weghat, who was drawn more towards the inner, also very sluggish to get going. Looking for early pace, well, Midhas is right up there towards the inside. The yellow and red colours. Also handy is Motta Kamil, the green cap there, the white headgear. Racing in amongst runners at the moment. The red jacket of Thoshan is just stalking the leaders. Not a bad slot there. Is preceded by Kaufler Tuam, who's there in the blue with the white sleeves and racing in 3rd. Trying to get through in amongst the running rail is Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, getting a lovely gap through there to take a trail. A little bit wider out on the course and pushed along is Dajnan, also trying to stay in touch with that particular runner as they take the spin on in will be Mekram Al Hattar, but they are thinning out here as we come towards the top of the straight. It is just Motta Kamil on the outside of Midhas, the first pair. In behind them, Aziz Al Muhammadiyah is moving up very nicely in 3rd. Looks a big danger here, and now draws almost level as they come in line for home. Behind those running on is Ganabi, red and white colours. Is starting to stay on the left and close down with Aziz Al Muhammadiyah taking over. Heading to the final couple of hundred. Here comes Ganabi though, picking up very strongly and has come past. Ganabi takes it up. Zakat Al-Matar is running on in behind, might get a place, but it's Ganabi who has the lead, a couple of lengths the advantage, and is seeing off Aziz Al Muhammadiyah. Ganabi has come through to win this, beating Aziz Al Muhammadiyah. Next was Zakat Al-Matar, and Ashe Al-Daraya was another one finishing off, might have just got through for 4th. It's going to be a bit of an upset, isn't it, here? 16 Ganabi has gone on to win, being at around about 25 to 1 on last showing with the international markets, and has picked them up quite strongly inside the final couple of furlongs. 1:44.03 the winner's time, is able to storm on past Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, who looks set for victory at the top of the straight, but the complexion of the race did change a bit late on. So 2nd for that runner, beaten 2 1/4 lengths. Crossbar selection for Tom. 3rd place goes to Zakat Al-Matar the 19, who's definitely put in an improved display as well, running on, and it is Jcsa Alderea who manages to nick fourth off Motta Carmel. So a lot to unpick there, really, and a bit of a surprise winner. I'm not sure many would have found Ganabi in this particular heat. The order of finish for race 7 was 16-2, 19 and 5.
Well, who picked that one out? Ganabi getting absolutely lumps of weight away from everything. She is a winner for the first time in her career on start number 7, and she did it in good style under Rain Altaresh, who was in the saddle, and plenty of winning connections here celebrating this. Make sure you're getting high to order. Tall ones at the front, short ones, tall ones at the back, short ones at the front. Your fella in the middle, he's got it all wrong. He's far too tall to be in that position. You're blocking the people in behind, sir. There you go. Lovely scenes here. Put your finger in the air if you had a winner, and they have had just that. Rain Altaresh getting a win against his bosses of the White Stable. Motta Carmel ended up fading into 5th. When you look back at this race, though, what's the run of the horse that finishes in 4th? Horse number 5, Jcsa Alderea. That horse has come from the clouds to finish there in 4th on only the 2nd career start. I imagine we're going to see more from that one in the future, but take nothing away from our winner, who does this off a mark of 54. There are so many options now. She's got the head in front. When fillies are on form, they're always very dangerous, and she has just upset Tom Collins' selection, Aziz Al Mohammedia. Tom, I'm sure you're very confident as they turn for home, but you must have known your fate sooner rather than later.
Yeah, race Tom, by your selection running 2nd, it hasn't turned out anywhere like we thought it would do.
No,
Not that you thought it would run 2nd, you thought it might win, but
yeah,
the problem the horses haven't figured, have they?
No, the best horses finished 2nd. He tried to make a move early in the race, which was fine, and it looked like it was a winning move, but he's been picked off by a better stayer over the trip. And there's no real excuse. I mean, Ganabi's impossible to have on form.
Yeah.
Literally impossible. Rated 54, which was, for example, 16 pounds inferior to Motta Carmel. She was getting 4 kilos, which equates to 8 pounds. So she was still 8 pounds worse off with Motta Carmel, who finished 5th in here, beaten 6 lengths. So on that basis, impossible to find. She's been sprinting. This is 1600. There was no sign in previous efforts to suggest that she was going to win over this trip. I did write in my race comments, which you can find on various platforms, that she's won for the note, but next time, because I thought she'd been shaping nicely over sprints at a lower level, and that when they dropped down to 1200, she could win. But I had no expectation of her going close today. She's spoiled the party, really. The eventual runner-up, Aziz Al Mohammedia, my selection, is in about 8th on the rail right now. And Adele's about to make a move up in behind the leaders, which is a great move, really, because he could have got shut off by those Shine and the Red Silks alongside. He gets into a prominent position in 3rd here, and I thought it was kind of game over, to be honest with you.
It's a good ride to watch back.
It was a good ride, yeah. He made a good move at that part of the race. Yeah, he had to waste some petrol, but otherwise he'd have had to come around the field and, then he would have wasted more petrol. He's just stalking Motocarmel at this point, thinking he had the race won. And unfortunately, Ganabi on the outside in the red and white, just moving into fourth, just had a bigger finishing kick than Aziz Al-Muhammadia. Maybe the early move paid in the latter part of the race, and maybe you are correct that 1600 probably stretches his stamina. He gets 1600, but he's not a strong stayer at the trip. And he's been beaten by a horse who, surprisingly, has stayed well at the distance in Ganabi. He was 25 to 1 this morning in the international market and potentially went off bigger, I presume.
I'll retract my comment about the second not staying the 16. I think he has stayed well enough, just being beaten by one.
He's not a strong stayer, but he's definitely stayed it. Yeah, he's just beaten by a horse who has, produced a performance that was impossible to explain, really. I mean, on what we've seen so far, there's no way she should be doing what she's done today. But these are all young horses, and you never know when one's going to take a big jolt of improvement.
And a word on Thushan.
Really disappointing. He actually does plug on okay. Where's he finished? Probably 7th, 6th or 7th in the Red Silks. He ran okay, but he was disappointing based on the fact that we thought he was going to take a step forward from that victory when he beat Motocarmel.
Again, we talk about the distances. That was 1800 last time, down to 1600 today, but even allowing for the drop in distance, below form.
Below form for sure. He was done early as well. It wasn't like he just got done in the home straight by better horses. He was calling quits coming around the home turn.
He was, yeah. He's been a long way from home, Thushan. So a big price winner on the international markets of our 7th race of the evening. Ganabi off the mark at the 7th attempt, but still plenty more to come as we head back out into the night here in Riyadh and rejoin Callum.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Joined by Heidi, who's had the best conversation with me to start with. We were talking about where we went to university, and Heidi went, I went to SOAS, which is the School of Arabic and Oriental and African Studies in London. And Heidi, you said to me, do you know it? I went, yes, Heidi, I do know it. It's a great school.
Yeah, that's where I started learning Arabic, actually, and that was a very long time ago. But now I live here in Saudi Arabia and speak Arabic and work here, and I love it. And we're here at the horse races. Beautiful events, beautiful place. So,
perfect. How long have you been out here?
In Saudi, I've been here for over 3 years, almost 3.5 years, yeah.
And talk to me straight away, what are the changes that you've seen in that 3.5 year period? It's my second year out here and I've already seen changes.
Yeah, of course, like Saudi is a very ambitious place, and I think that ambitious and excitement is contagious. So I love to feel that and to see the excitement, ambition, opportunities out here. But of course, I love Saudi even before they announced all the changes. So, but it is a very exciting time and an exciting place. It's an exciting time to be here right now.
And Heidi, you are a woman who is a world traveller, home Utah in the States, but via London to Saudi Arabia. What drew you out here in the first place?
I think the Arabic language, it's such a beautiful language. Of course, the Saudi culture as a collectivist culture and the values that they have, it really amazed me. And I thought, I myself want to be a better person like the Saudi people, because they're such great people, all the ones that I had known before. And so I said, I want to understand their culture and their values and their religion. And so I came out here to learn and see it for myself.
That is wonderful. And how has horse racing figured itself into that? Is this your first time at the races?
Oh, no, I've been here a few times, actually. I'm a regular here because I love horses. I love to go horseback riding. Horse racing and camel racing and things like that is a big part, I think, of the culture here. So this is a great place to network and meet people, and so that's what brings me out here.
You're going to have to be our guide, because the rest of our team, we've not been camel racing yet, and it's on the bucket list. So we're going to be in touch with you, Heidi, and working out how we can see more camel racing.
Actually, I was saying my scarf, it has camels on it, and I said, I hope that doesn't offend anyone here because we're at the horse races, but no.
You keep that scarf hidden. We don't want to see the camel racing scarf over here. Keep that hidden away. Keep it behind the hair. Talk to me about how you found coming racing on a regular. You talk about building up connections. Do you visit here on Saudi Cup Day or any of the other big days that we have here?
Yeah, I came once for the Saudi Cup. I mean, it's amazing. Saudi Cup is one of the biggest events of the year. It's kind of, everyone goes to the Saudi Cup. So it's really a very exciting time to come here. I think it's the best time to come.
And we're currently in the Riyadh season. It's been a hugely momentous part of racing all life here in Saudi Arabia. But have you been to any of the Riyadh season events?
Of course, I've been to all of them. I mean, when I came here, the only thing that was here when I came here was Riyadh City. And then they opened Riyadh No, I'm sorry, Boulevard City. I can't even think. But then they opened Boulevard World. So Boulevard World, and then Bujeri and Daria area, all of that. So I've gone to all of them just because as they open, then we go and see all the new ones. So it's really amazing just to see like how they are doing all these big mega projects and like making the dreams reality.
Making the dreams reality is a wonderful way to put it. Guys, what a thrilling thing to hear from Heidi there. She's clearly getting very, very invested in the racing here in Saudi Arabia. Hopefully we'll see her at the Saudi Cup, as hopefully we'll see many of you at home. But, Alex Fussy, the horses are already in the parade ring for our next. It's over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Let's have a look at the field then for race 8 on the card. Again, non-winners of 2 here. We're going over 1,600 metres. The 1 is Alabraz for Abdullah Al-Farouz. Number 2 on the card, Golden Solo, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 3 is Hampton to Wake, Adel Al-Faradi. The 4, Maya Leah, that's Alex Moreno. Number 5 is Mekled, Ricardo Ferreira. And the 6 is Abiad Elm, Camilo Ospina. The 7 is Al-Badawel, Norwef Al-Mudiani. 8, Ala Maik, that's Muhammad Al-Nasser. Number 9 on your card is Al-Qimar, that's the mount of Ali Al-Mutib, and the 10 is Blue Power, LJ Morales on board. The 11, Charge the Gun, Eddie Castro. The 12, Chikotka, that's Ali Al-Mimoni. 13 is Harbri, Fawaz Owanas, top of the next page. Number 14 is Karim USA, Mohammed Al-Hubail, with the 15, Majestic Champ for Rayan Al-Tareish. 16 is Makam, Tariq Al-Mansour. 17, Mutakrim, Victor Gutierrez. Number 18 is Rahib Wala, Fahad Al-Faradi. 19 is Safir Jean, Abdullah Al-Khamis will ride. And the 20 is Zahi for Mohammed Al-Dahan. No reserve runners here, so 21 through to 24 gone. But we've got 20 of them to get stuck into here over the 1,600 metre trip. And let's return to Martin and Tom.
And a similar race to we had previously. Horses have yet to win or have won one race, but this one open to imported horses as well as the local breds.
It is, which is always good for us because not only does it provide different angles, I'm going to talk about this horse in shot, by the way, in a second, Blue Power, but not only does it provide different angles in terms of pedigree and previous form in other countries, but also it strengthens up the race. And that's nothing to do with the local breds, whether they're good or not. It just, obviously, when you have imported horses, you can have horses with great form in the UK or the US that come over here and just provide different angles into how you would assess a race.
Well, the international market has the 6 horse, Abiad Elm as the market leader. Camilo Ospina looking for a second winner on the night. That's just favourite from 10 Blue Power.
Isn't this just another example of them defaulting on a white stable horse, the market? It feels that way. I'm not saying he doesn't have a chance. He definitely does, and I have him as second in. But why is he favourite? He's not won a race. He's against previous winners. He finished 5th on the debut.
And the horse who was in front of him is 25 to 1 for this.
Yeah.
Golden Solo.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand why he's favourite. He should be around 5-6 to 1.
Okay, well, he ran 5th to 14 on debut. That was over the 1,200. Maybe the step up to the 1,600. They're expecting improvement to come.
Yeah, I mean, he could easily win. I've not got a problem with that. But he's drawn out in 19. He's not won a race. He's only had the one start where he finished 5th behind another horse in here. On that basis alone, from a price perspective, he shouldn't be the favourite. That is the be-all and end-all. He could win because there is a good chance he could take a step forward and the trip will suit. He represents leading connections. But that doesn't necessarily mean he should be favourite. That's just, that's a sub-point.
Well, tell us about then Blue Power, who is the second favourite. A couple of runs so far. They've both been over the course and distance.
Yeah, Blue Power finished 8th in an open contest on the debut before running a really creditable 3rd last time up in a cup contest. He now drops down in grade, so that's the main reason for him. But I love how this horse looks. He's by Wootton Bassett, great stallion, trained by Nicola Bachelard, who doesn't have too many runners. And Louis Morales, I haven't actually seen him have a winner since I've been here this year.
No, did he have an injury and came back?
Yeah, long break.
Well, let's have a look at some form. Maybe some form clues that could help us unpick the 8th race of the evening. And the first one we can have a look at as they swing off the home bend. We've got 3 bits of form to show you.
This is Maya Leia out in front. Showed plenty of early speed under Wigberto Ramos this day. Looks like he was there for the taking, actually, for the horse in the yellow cap in second. But he fights on gamely. He does hang a little bit to his right. He keeps running all the way to the wire, and it kind of suggests that this trip's perfectly fine for him. This came over 1400 today, 1600. I think he will stay. You can see the horse is in behind the closing, but he was embroiled in a battle from an early point of a race. He's a player in this contest. I prefer one or two others, but I'm not dead against him.
Okay, what about Alabraz? 2 runs so far. A winner over the 1400, then 6th over the 1400. Steps up in distance today.
Yeah, the debut run was nice, which we're seeing right now. Defied inexperience this day to win over the 1400. He does hang a little bit to the rail, but causes no interference. Last time he weakened after showing plenty of speed. He's going to lead again, I think, from an outside post, and I would rather not be on the pace in a race like this.
And we'll also have a look at Golden Solo, who has form that ties in with Abayad Elm. Golden Solo, who's had just the one run so far, was in front of that horse. Now, in the bit of form we can see, led the field this day, was headed and came back again.
Yeah, Golden Solo on the inside, Abayat Elm back in the pack in the green cap. Abayat Elm stays on after looking like he was going to falter dramatically and finishes 5th. But Golden Solo rallies powerfully in the closing stages. He's by Golden Sense, a sire that we see quite often in the US. The one major problem for Golden Solo today, and probably why he's such a big price, albeit he shouldn't be as big as he is the fact he's drawn in 20.
He's drawn wide, so he's got to get over, and the win as well was over short, wasn't it?
It was, but I think he'll stay. I don't think stamina will be a problem. He shouldn't be 20-1, but still 20 is very difficult to win from.
He's 25-1.
25-1. Okay, he's drifting a little bit.
Okay, well, let's get back out to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, this is a cracker. This is an absolute cracking contest. We'll start with the one, Alabraz. Absolutely stunning. Really good-looking individual. Just a little bit of blood in the mouth would be my slight concern for this one. But aside from that, it's probably just because he's chewing on his tongue a little bit. That would be my only concern with him. But he's gorgeous. Winner on debut. A little bit disappointing last time, but still wasn't embarrassed. Hopefully he can run a bigger race today. Let's go back to the 2. This is Golden Solo, the winner on last start. Really showed a good attitude today. For me, just not quite as an impressive a look at some of the others. He's a big raw type. I imagine he'll come on loads for the experience and certainly will be one to follow next season. Pull back straight away to the 3. This is Hampton Wake, who we're looking at right now. A nice looking individual, still quite effeminate, quite babyish. This gelding, you can see he's been gelded and he looks like a gelding, doesn't he? But he's got plenty of pace about him. A winner on debut, 2nd last time out with a good bounce back performance. He cannot be discounted. We'll skip the 4, who's a very good looker in his own right, Mealea. A nice looker, but probably not the best of movers. And we'll go straight back to the 5 here. This is Mekled, horse number 5, who's just coming towards me now. Just going to make sure my cameraman Nawaf knows that I've moved on. He does. Here comes horse number 5 with the next one we'll peek at. Got this little crop mane here, Mekled, but I think this is a proper horse. Criminally underrated, I'd say. Hasn't quite performed to the level that we thought when he won on his, I think it was his 2nd career start when he won. He certainly is a better horse than the bare form suggests, and he has to be counted here. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board for the all-conquering Sama Al-Dahani. Pull back to the 6. This is the one that Tom mentioned, Abayad Elm. Is it only favourite because it's a white stable runner? Well, I tell you, it looks fantastic. The team have done very well again. Camille Ospina on board looks absolutely a picture here as he gets the leg up. This one's by Violence, who I think is a lethal sire. Hopefully he'll have a good run of things on this occasion. He certainly cannot be ignored. Look at the muscle definition. But this is the horse that is making only its 2nd career start and will need to take a step forward from the debut. We pull our way back. Going to make sure Nawaf continues to follow me and doesn't keep following that horse as Nawaf. We're going to pull back. Don't run away from me, mate. We're going to pull back to horse number 10. And coming the next one we're going to have a look at. He's coming over. And I see now he's got to run. Now we've got to run because we're going to look at horse number 10, which is Blue Power. This is a horse that got a good mention from Tom in the studio. He's excited to see this one. Big Race Louis on board. He seemed very happy in the saddle. This man looking for a 2nd winner since coming back for an injury. You can see he's got the strapping on his wrist. So that's where he had his injury. Still clearly got the strapping on. I'm sure he'll be fine, though. It didn't stop him from having a winner earlier on, and he seems very happy. This horse is gorgeous, Blue Power. Really nice type here. Wootton Bassett, typical of the Wootton Bassets as well. Dark, powerful, strong individual. Narrow, but certainly is one to watch here. Needs to get that first win on the board, though, on 3rd career start. The final one we'll look at is Charge the Gun. That's horse number 11, who's just going to come past us now. Eddie Castro in the plate as well. We're a big fan of Eddie. He knows what he's doing. He's now fighting with Louis for ride for these owners, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. This will be a big ride for Eddie. Charge the Gun needs to build on that debut, but is a very, very good-looking type, and certainly the type that will come on from the experienced lads. This is an absolute corker of a contest with some really, really good-looking individuals. But if I had to pick one, it would be number 1. Al Bratt, that's the one for me. Jumps out of stall 16, probably going to find this very hard, but he is certainly the pick of the yard.
Well, Al Brass is one of the bigger prices on the international markets. We did touch on that horse so far. And has raced in similar company as well, is it? 0 from 1 on debut, then 0 from 2 last time up when finishing 6th.
Yeah, he's an okay horse. Like, he's improving, he's young, he's got potential to be better, but he's a front runner, and as I've already said, I don't like front runners in a race like this. I could be wrong, I've been wrong many times today, for example, but in a big field like this, to make all is very, very tricky. If this was 1,200 metres and he had the same tactics, then that's a different story. But 1,600, such a long run to the first turn, you use a lot of petrol, and then to kick again, you've got to be a very good horse to win.
Hopefully Golden Solo will be.
You reckon he's going to lead, though? He's going to be way back, surely.
Just purely on what we saw last time, it seemed to suit him being up on the pace.
Yeah, but you think he'll cross from 20? I reckon they're going to take back.
Yeah?
Well, that's what they should do. Otherwise, he's going to use so much petrol. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not like back, but into a prominent position, stalking role.
Let's check in on the international markets once again and see what's been happening while we've been down with Callum. Abed Elm still the market leader. Blue Power 130. Maya Lairs at 4 to 1. Albardawil's at 5. Charge the Gun at 9s. And it's 11 to 1 and bigger the remainder. Anything you want to bring into the mix that we haven't touched on, Tom?
I'll talk about a couple. Horse number 5, Mekled, just purely because of the connections. They've had a couple of winners, 3 winners so far today. He has to improve to win. He's only rated 63, but he represents an informed team. He won 4 starts back. He finished 9th in a cup race last month and now drops in grade. So I suppose he's a player in here, the son of Maymas. Horse number 7, Albert Darwell, who you've said I think was 5 to 1 there in the international market. He's a debutant in here, a son of Time Test, who has had a couple of winners on these shores. Draws nicely inside, but it's going to have to be exceptional to win first time up. Only cost 11,000 guineas, which is cheap, but is respected due to connections. Horse number 11, Charge the Gun, son of Gun Runner. I actually tipped this horse first time up just purely on the pedigree. I love Gun Runner and I love his progeny. He's one of the best stallions, if not the best in the US right now for dirt horses. He needs to improve on the debut, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if Charge the Gun featured. I think he's very capable and he's going to get an inside trip today rather than an outside trip that he had first time up. And the final horse I'll mention is the 15, Majestic Champ. Strong stayer over the distance, picked up well in the latter part of the race last time to finish 2nd. We'll be closing out powerfully. The one problem is how far back is he going to get in the early part of the race? He doesn't show much early speed. And from his inside gate, I think Rayan Atouache, the rider, will just let him plod away in the first part and then try to make up ground. And that's not always the way to do things. So watch out for him because I do think he'll finish fast, but he'll probably be too far back to win.
We've got a new favourite. Blue Power.
Okay. I think that's the right decision, and not necessarily purely because I like Blue Power.
No, of course.
Just it's the white stable horse was too short. He shouldn't have been favourite. It should have either been, well, I mean, it should have been Blue Power. They've got it right now.
And I'd just like to see, especially with the sort of younger horses like this, when they've had a run, they've shown improvement first or second start, they can generally keep on taking another step forward when they reappear.
Yeah, and he's come down in grade now as well, so this is a good opportunity for him for leading connections. And Wharton Bassett's such a good stallion, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Cost a bit of money to send him out to him these days.
Yeah, I don't know how do you know how much it is? It's 6 figs.
Top of my head, no, but it's the north end of beginning with a 1.
Yeah.
Closing on a 2.
Costly.
I believe it might even be more. I don't know.
It could be more.
If you do know, comment section on YouTube. Tell us how much Wharton Bassett stands for. You'll probably find out very quickly having a look through the internet as well. Jose going for 4 and 3. Mohammed goes 2 or 3. Roberto goes 15.
Okay, interesting. So Roberto's with Majestic Champ, which is the strong stayer. You'll be hoping he picks up late. Watch out for those silks in the latter part of the race. 4 and 3. Who went for 4 and 3? Was it Jose?
Jose, yeah.
Yeah. Mayalea, okay, so he'll be up there early from the inside gate. Alex Moreno likely to be aggressive. And Hamp to Wake, who finished behind... who did he finish behind last time? He was in one of the footages, pieces of footage that we showed. So, yeah, I suppose I can see those. And obviously, Golden Solo, the other horse that was given a mention there, is the horse that you like.
And do get your comments in on the YouTube channel. If you are watching us anywhere around the world, we'd love to hear from you, where you're watching from, what you fancy, and what you're looking forward to through the latter part of the cards. The runners assembling down at the start for race 8 of 12 here in Riyadh tonight. We're back again tomorrow with racing exclusively on the dirt for the big trials meeting next weekend ahead of the Saudi Cup. But of course, still, we've got 2 cup races to come tonight.
We do.
Defunded back on track.
Yes, the one horse that we're looking forward to seeing, and I'm sure everyone at home is as well. We have a couple of other good races too, including Almabir in the last, who is another horse that kind of has questions to answer, but he's a short price favourite. Those 2 races and a couple of Arabian contests as well. It should be a good watch, the remainder of this card.
Yet still lots to look forward to. A quality end to proceedings here. But this is race 8. Horses have yet to win a race or have won one race. They are 3-year-olds over the dirt, over 1,600 metres. And your selection, Tom, is?
My selection is horse number 10, Blue Power.
Blue Power, who's been really well supported on the international markets, now the new market leader. I thought Golden Solo ran a good race last time out, showed plenty. But the international markets say no thank you from stall 20. He's out to 28-1, but got an impossible draw really from stall 20. Okay, they're loading forwards. Got a big field here then. Race 8 of the evening. Back to Alex.
Cheers, Martin. Yeah, I say last few, about half the field in at the moment, so we are getting there with the load. Blue Power's just backing away, actually, and we've got one getting upset in the gates here at the moment. Could be some extrication coming along as well. It looks as though it's Motocrim, I think, in 7 is going to be backed out. So the 10 takes a turn there. Blue Power now being lined up. The 13 back. There we go. There back. There we go. There is said individual. So the rest of the runners are in. They're all standing and ready to go. And yeah, we are going to have another chance here with Mutakrim. He's going to trot forwards and then hopefully slot in to stall 7 all okay. So representing that runner. And is pushed forwards. And back out again. Right, trying again. Plenty of hands pushing there from behind, and that'll do the job. So we are now set to go. A couple of them getting fractures. And back up in the air is Motocrim. They settled again now, perhaps. No, we're backing that one out again. The 17 comes out the back. Motocrim trotting away with that runner. Pretty good on the whole today, the loading processes, hasn't it? But this one is caused issues. Looks like we might go without, are we? They're off. Jumped away. They've gone without the 17. Mutakrim, who got upset in the gates, so they've gone without that runner. They race here over 1,600 metres. Let's see where the early pace will come from. Trying to get up there from a wide berth, one or two of these. Right there is Mayalea, down towards the inside, holding that inside line. Also holding a good early position is Makam, who's done well from 14 to race prominently. Hamp to Wake is not too far from them as well. Mekleds, the green sleeves and cap, is more to the right-hand side of proceedings. He's trying to get forwards here and is up into about 4th place. Golden Solo's not too far from them, but is deep as expected. is being followed out wide by Blue Power. They're racing together, actually, the 2 and the 10. Back on their inside is Alabraz in the orange-coloured jacket. There's already a gap opening up to Chukotka, who's next in the field. The rest of them got loads of ground to cover to get involved here. Alquimar is in mid-pack at the moment, being followed by Charge the Gun, who will try and stay on a bit. Abbey 8 Elm is just in advance of those, but wide. Coming in line for home here, it's Hamp to Wake, the 3 who leads them in line for the judge. Has the advantage here of a couple of lengths. Will there be any close? Looks as though Mayalea's coming off the bridle under significant pressure. Macarm is still there. Running on a bit now. The green sleeves of Mekled is starting to get rolling as they work their way to the final couple of hundred here. But Hamp to Wake has a healthy break. It's about 5. Alabraz is picking up powerfully late in the piece. Mekled then is in 3rd position, and Habri is coming strongly from off the pace. Alabraz is finishing very well, trying to run down Hamp to Wake. Might well do so. Alabraz has got there, right on the line, to beat Hamp to Wake. 3rd place went the way of Mekled, and 4th to Habri. Drama late on, the 1. Alabraz has got there on the line to win here for Abdullah Al Farouz with a perfectly timed challenge. Hamp to Wake, who committed at the top of the straight, got clear, but got run down in the end. Drama late on. Mekled a solid effort to run into the frame. And Habri, that's a decent run as well, wasn't it, to eventually finish in 4th for Fawaz Wanas. 1:42.52 is your winner's time. Alabraz for a 2nd career success with a strong rallying effort right there on the bob at the line. The 1 pipping the 3 late on. Adel Al Faradi chinned on the 2nd, beaten half a length actually come the line officially. It was a very well timed effort, wasn't it? Hamp to Wake just ran out of steam as that line came. So number 1, your winner here in our 8th race of the day. There's the print evidence as well. 1 beating the 3 at Hamp to Wake. We are officially waiting for confirmation on the other places, but it will be the 5 at Mekled, who eventually finishes in 3rd, and then we have the 13 at Habri. So 1, 3, 5, and 13 your order in race 8.
Oh, he's a nice horse, isn't he? He's a really, really nice horse. He really stood out in the parade ring. He's a gorgeous animal, and he has won that well. Now it's 2 wins from 3 starts for Alabraz, who did that from stall 16. Some effort there under Abdullah Al Farouz, and this is one that I think you need to put in your notebooks because he's done well to really Hamp to Wake, who came from stall 15. So wide draws to the 4 on this occasion. Mekled ended up coming in 3rd. He was drawn in 9. And then we had Habre, Chukotka and Charge the Gun all in behind there. But take nothing away from this winner who has done that in really good style. Like I said, there is a little bit of blood on the mouth, I'm pretty sure, from Connection. They're just having a check of him there because I think he should have had a bite of his tongue when he had the tongue strap on, but I'm sure the vets will have a good look at that. He's blooming tired at the end of that as well. I think that'll take a lot out of him. He is just having a little bit of a drag of his hooves, but he certainly is a very, very good horse and one to keep on the right side of. Abdullah Al Farouz doing the steering there, another winner for him. His brother Nawaf as well had a pretty good winner earlier on in the week as well. But lads, the best looking horse in the race has won the race. Handsome is as handsome does.
Yeah, well done to you, Callum. Get back on the board with a winner. Not claiming it, I'm hearing.
Okay.
Apparently changed his mind. Okay, that's fine. Right, not a winner for Callum. Thanks for your input, Callum. Alan Browse had those 2 starts, had been a winner on debut, beaten last time out, but has seen out the extra distance well tonight.
Yeah, well, Alabraz beat Ham to Wake, and today Alabraz beat Ham to Wake. It's exactly the same form line. It's been confirmed. Obviously, that was the best piece of form coming into the race. Wasn't obvious pre-race, obviously, but in hindsight it is. You can take it from the start here. The eventual winner, Alabraz, in the orange silks on the outside. Usually a front runner. Does muster some early speeds in 5th at this point.
And so does Golden Solo right up on the outside.
He does, but then he takes back, doesn't he, because he can't get across. It's kind of the same with Alabraz, I think. They're just trying to save some ground. They don't want to be situated wide on the turn. The runner-up is going forward. That is Ham to Wake, who is in 3rd right now. Meanwhile, the eventual winner, Alabraz, cuts towards the inside, and the orange silks in that second flight. Over this kind of trip, actually, in general, in all dirt races, you need to be in the first 6 or 7. It's so hard to win from way out of the pack unless there's a major pace collapse, and that's not often. The winner's there, the second's there, the third's up there as well. If you're further back, you just can't get involved. Alabraz does make his move late in the race, but at this stage, Ham to Wake has burrowed his way up the inside and takes the advantage. Metclair looks to be the biggest challenger. He's tracking him through on the rail in 4th place in the green and the white, but it's actually the horse who's 3 back on the rail, Alabraz, who comes through with that big late run.
Now, what happened at the end to...
Will do indeed, Martin. Yeah, a few familiar faces in this one, that's for sure. Let's have a look at them now. Number 1 is Al Suwaida Ricardo Ferreira. The 2 is Alam Al Gaya, that's Mohammed Al Hubayl. Number 3 on your card is Naif Al Riyadh, Ayad Al Tarisi. The 4 is that is the name, Alex Moreno. 5, Spinoza, Fahad Al Faradi. 6, Monfard, Sultan Al Mimoni. Then we go to the 7, Jalmoud Abdullah Al Credis. 6, a late scratching by the looks of things. We go over to the 8, King de Violettes, Abdullah Al Lawfi. The 9 is Hazal, Khalid Al Mimoni. 10, Sarihat Al Kaladia, Mohammed Al Yami. Number 11 is Turek Al Naif, Mohammed Al Nasser. The 12, Java de Violettes, Nawaf Al Farouz. Number 13 is Nkiam, Salman Al Rashid. Over the page to the 14 next, which will be Afdal Jassour. There we go. Abdullah Al Khamis will rise. The 15 is Hazim Al Burak, Rakan Al Ubaid. 16, Kazaz Abdullah Al Saidi. 17 is Sultana Al Nawamis, Osama Al Shorani. 18, Tendale Al Jazra, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. The 19 is Ajal Athbar for Jimmy Carrion. And the 20 is Karfouk. There we go. Tariq Al Mansour is the final one. So 21, 22 and 23 have gone. A couple of reserves and a runner, and also take out that 6 earlier up the order. There's number 1 in the paddock, and as we're in the paddock, that means we're back to Callum.
Alex still smarting over that last minute change there, but we'll try and find a winner here, team. But nice to see pretty horses do win races. Here's the one. Al Suwaida beat plenty of these the last time out. Certainly coming into that winter coat, looking very fluffy on the belly, giving us a nice eye. He's a good-looking boy, aren't you? But Al Suwaida will need to do a little bit more than he did last time out. He'll need to be a step forward. But he's got forward plenty of these, so cannot be discounted. Let's pull back to the 3. This is Naif Al Riyadh, who we've just seen. Now, gorgeous type here. Really, really good-looking, strong individual. Look at the neck. Really strong type. Lovely walk as well. Certainly nothing to put you off here. This horse was also a winner last time out. That was only the 2nd career start and built on a 2nd place effort on debut. Certainly can't be discounted here and will be one to make the shortlist. If you like this horse, I've got no notes whatsoever. He's just going to get a bit wound up because he's getting shouted at in behind. Now I've just given him some space there, mate. because you want to be safe, because remember the front end bites and the back end kicks. Right now, if we're going to go back to horse number 4 here, going to keep you safe. This is the one that's causing all the fuss. This is Nemei. Again, we'll just let this horse have some space through here, so we're going to stay safe. We will get the angle of him, but it's best for our cameramen to stay as safe as possible. Nemei is this next horse. This is the 4. Oh my goodness, Nawaf's just putting the fear of bejeebus into me here. Come on now. This is a really nice horse. This is one that the owners are really confident in. We spoke to Connections about this horse yesterday. They were really keen to highlight they think this horse has a good chance. I'd argue maybe he's a little bit weak in behind and a bit rotund in the middle, and there'll be other options to go for. But certainly, of the ones we've looked at so far, he doesn't blow me away the most, but there's a lot of confidence at home with him, and maybe he can get that first career victory. Let's pull all the way back now, Alf. We're going to look at horse number 11. This is the next one. This is the one that's a massive, massive eye catcher for me. Oh, they're all having a big old shout in here. There's a lot of territorial boys going on. This is Tariq Al Naif. This is the best looking horse in the field by a country mile. He is absolutely gorgeous. You can see he's a big jig-joggy type, but he was a really, really eye-catching individual. So well put together, and certainly one of the best looking purebred Arabians you will see. He's very thoroughbred-like, isn't he? He's a big, strong type. He has a wonderful walk to him as well. They are all getting a bit revved up in here, and he is one of those that's getting revved up too. The tail's going up in the air. He's having a big old think about things. And remember, he's an entire horse at 7 years old. There's a lot of stallion and testosterone running through this body, and he certainly wants to channel that energy in the right way. But certainly the best looker in this field, Tariq Al Naif. Certainly one to add to your shortlist. But just because you're getting a bit jigged up in the parade ring, I'm going to change my selection. I'm not going to pick Tariq Al Naif. The pick for me is going to be Nayef Al Riyadh. Handled the conditions the best.
Well, in shot we can see horse number 11. It does look well down in the paddock. Tariq Al Naif. The international market leader, though, is Nayef Al Riyadh. Just had the 2 starts so far. Jockey's already had a winner so far tonight. This horse, who was second on debut and stepped forward with the win last time out over the 1400.
Yes, this was an impressive victory. Only had the 2 outings, as you say, unexposed, and that's the key angle here, because the majority of these are not unexposed. They are thoroughly exposed, and he is open to lots more improvement. He's got natural early speed. He's at the top end of the handicap already, so even with a step forward, then he could be much better than these. And he's already proved that he can, stay this trip, and he actually wants to race. And when you're looking at Arabian horse handicaps, quite a few of these aren't that interested in actually racing.
Yeah, it's a nice sort. As we take in another visual clue here, and we're looking out for the grey horse here, Al Suwaida.
Yeah, down the outside, makes a big late move, and this is the footage where we see lots and lots of horses in this contest running in behind Al Suwaida. I could list them, but there's too many. But the likes of the 17, the 19, the 13, there are a few others in this contest today who are in behind Al Suwaida. I like the effort. It came from way back, way off the speed, ran down the outside and finished off nicely in a 0 to 70. This is a slightly tougher race, a 55 to 75, but equally drops down in trip, which I think will help.
And a bit more exposed as well when you compare it to Nayef Al Riyadh.
Yeah, a bit more exposed, definitely. We know where Al Suwaida is. She's probably a 75 rated mare, or roughly, give or take 3 or 4 pounds, whereas Nayef Al Riyadh could easily be, I don't know, an 80 rated, 85 rated performer already in his career. So he is the unknown quantity, and therefore he deserves to be favourite in the international market, and I believe he is, right?
He is, yeah, at 5 to 2 at the head of the market. Al Suwaida got £5 for the win last time out. That was over the 1,800 metres, comes back down to the 1,600, whereas Nayef Al Riyadh did start out over the 1,800, came back to the 1,400 last time and comes back up to the intermediate distance of those two.
Yeah, well, he has a mixture of speed and stamina, so I actually think the 1,600 is perfect for him, Nayef Al Riyadh. I think he's the most likely winner. He's drawn inside, he's going to be pressed forward into a nice prominent role, which is already what we've seen the biases at the track. He's unexposed, he's open to improvement, and the rider Iyad Al Tarisi has already had a winner today. There's a lot going the way of Nayef Al Riyadh. The question is he going to get pestered on the front end? And if so, is there a stronger stayer in here? If that's the case, maybe you're looking towards Al Suwaida, or even horse number 7, Jalmood, who, despite not saying on the race card, won a race last week, the Al Khaladir race days.
Of course, yeah, that's not part of the Jcsa form base.
Exactly, so it's not on the race card, but he is a recent winner, which suggests he's in good form. Maybe he is well treated off a mark of 70, but he's drawn wide, Jalmood, so he'll have to overcome that post position if he's to win. But 12 to 1, or whatever price he is now, is a fair...
12s, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, I'd say, each way. If you're looking for an each way alternative to this jolly, then Jalmood could be the one.
Okay. Tariq Al-Nayef at 7 to 1, 8 to 1 for NKM, number 13, who we saw in that form clip that's got form that ties in with Al Suwaida.
Yeah, finished third in that race. Al Suwaida won, but NKM's record in Saudi Arabia is now 0 from 13. I know the race card says 1 from 13. I don't think that's right. I found 0 from 13, and there was a victory in France, but maybe I'm wrong. It's not a foregone conclusion that Al Suwaida will confirm that form with NKM, but I would prefer Al Suwaida out of the two.
We've got Name currently available at 10 to 1. This horse has had 3 runs so far over here. I'm sure there must be runs elsewhere for an 8-year-old, not making its 4th start, but arguably if what we've seen has been campaigned over further, the handicap mark's been dropping as well down to 73.
Yeah, ran over 2,400 metres in March 2022. That was 4th place finishing in 0 to 75 handicap, not seen since. So almost 3 years, off the track for this horse. I couldn't take any kind of price. You could offer me anything and I wouldn't want it, just because of the absence. The connections are respected, obviously a good rider on board, fair draw, the form's okay, but the layoff is a massive concern. Hopefully Callum got a view of the 4. I'm not sure he did, but it would be good just to see if he thought he was carrying a lot of condition or not.
And there is NKM, jockey just getting on board, a horse looking to win for the 2nd time in on its 14th career outing. So most of these are quite exposed if you sort of drill down into their form levels. Maybe one that isn't, if you look down to the bottom end of the race card, is Kafuk, horse number 20, beaten by Spinoza, and also by Nayef El Riyadh, sort of a couple of occasions as well. So has got form to turn around, but only had the 3 starts.
Handicap debut, but is 8. Only had the 3 starts, but is an 8-year-old. I understand Arabians get going later in their career, but he's an 8-year-old, so something must have gone amiss. He's also drawn wide today in 20. He's not for me.
And 11 as well, Tariq Al-Nayef, who's had the 3 starts. Another one who's one of the more lightly raced contenders, who did have a course and distance handicap win.
Yeah, I'm interested in this horse. I thought he looked a picture when Callum was talking about him earlier. He did look a little bit more thoroughbred-y rather than Arabian in the paddock, which was a nice change up. And he's drawn wide, which isn't ideal, but his form stacks up. Mohamed Al Nasser had a winner yesterday, a jockey change victory for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tariq Al-Nayef played a role. He would be my 3rd selection, I believe, in this contest.
So your 1, 2, 3 for this would be?
I'm going to change off my race comment. So usually, for everyone at home, I write the race comments, provide selections, and then stick with them. This is the one time I'm going to change, so it's going to come back and haunt me.
It's going to haunt you big time, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to go 7 to beat 1, to beat 3 to beat 11. Originally, I had the 1 on top, but I've switched to the 7 now.
You switched to the 7?
Yeah. I think the price about Jalmood is too big. It's very much...
What would we say, 12 to 1 did we for Jalmood?
Yes, they factored in that... They haven't factored in, sorry, this horse won last week in a race that wasn't under the Jcsa jurisdiction, and therefore the horse is too big a price. If they knew the horse won last week, I'm sure he would be half those odds.
And Nayef El Riyadh, is that short enough at 5 to 2? Is that about right?
That's the only reason why I haven't put him in my top 4. I think he's probably the most likely winner. 5 to 2 is probably on the short side, but at the same time, he's the most logical winner in here. There's no doubt about that.
And do keep your selections coming in on the YouTube channel, wherever you're watching. Do give us your thoughts on the races to come. We've still got 3 more on the back of this as they arrive down at the start for race 9 of the evening. They're off at around 6 minutes' time for this Arabian handicap. This is for horses rated 55 to 75. We've got a better class of Arabian race still to come a little bit later on as well. That's going to be race number 11. That's for horses rated 75 to 90. And say the likes of Nayef El Riyadh progresses from this off 75. This is the sort of company he's going to be keeping.
Absolutely, yeah. He'll very much be mixing it in that race later. The problem is, when you get into these higher grade Arabian horse handicaps, there are so many horses at that level, the 75 to 90 level, that usually it's a maximum field. I mean, it's not today, which is great for us trying to find the winner, but generally it's hard to get in those contests, say if you're rated 78. So if Nayef El Riyadh does win today, I think Connections will actually want him to go up a little bit in the weights, maybe to 80 or 82, kind of thereabouts, so he can definitely get in the field in that higher grade.
So arriving down at the starts and starting to go behind here over the 1,600 metres. Just another check-in on the market. There has been good support for the second favourite now. Nayef El Riyadh still tops the international market at 2.5 to 1, but 7 to 2 from 11 to 2 for Al Suwaida to confirm that recent form with a fair few of these. So nearly halving in price, Al Suwaida, really well supported with Ricardo Ferreira de Sousa on boards. Of course, he kicked off the card, didn't he, with that win? Was it race 1?
It was... I can't even remember. Yeah, it was. It was a turf race. Race 1.
Moswat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect ride.
For the Al Datani team, it took the first 3 races tonight with Moswat, Fuge and Monsieur Jumbo, who we may well see back for a qualifier for the Neom Turf next week. The qualifying races, of course, for Saudi Cup night, all taking place next Saturday. 3 Group 1s to look forward to over the weekend of the 21st and 22nd of February. And of course, the Jockeys Challenge on the first night. The lineup announced during the week: James MacDonald, Christophe Soumillon coming across, Ty O'Shea, who'll ride Laurel River in the Saudi Cup. And we'll have trials for those races here next weekend. And of course, over in Dubai, Factor Cheval. Factor Cheval's going to be tried on dirt. Romantic Warrior will go onto the dirt, and Laurel River will have his prep as well for the Saudi Cup next weekend. 5 to 2 for this NFL Riyadh. Al Suwaida at 7 to 2. 7's by those who've switched. Tom, you're with the 7 here.
I'm with the 7, Jalmood. I just think the price is too good. If you're looking at the international market, you've always got to go for value, and I think the value lies with the 7. Look, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the favourite one, Nayef Al Riyadh, he's the unexposed type. Al Suwaida's got the best piece of recent form, but I'll be sticking with Jalmood at 12 to 1. I think that's a good price.
Al Suwaida bidding to shrug off that £5 rise. Nayef Al Riyadh for me. It's obvious that it's short on the international market at 5 to 2, but a decent run on debut, and then a good win last time out as well. Callum, your thoughts as they arrive at the start?
Nayef Al Riyadh for me as well, Martin. Thought, look, the best of these in the parade ring. Nemei was a horse that I know Tom wanted me to talk about. It's been off the track for a very long time. I spoke to Connections. They were like, he's been very, very hard to get fit, which makes sense. And obviously, him being in tyre as well hasn't made it easy. We had a little joke about he probably wants to be doing other things, not running around a racetrack at this point. But he's certainly there. They're happy enough with him. Obviously, Alex Moreno had a fall for these owners, trainer and Connections yesterday coming out the stall, so hopefully he'll have a better spin on this occasion. I did try to have a joke with him about that fall, but you could just see the smile start to turn, so I think that'll be the last time I mention him falling off yesterday. Al Suwaida is another one that's quite nice to follow here, has just steadily improving with each run, culminating in that win last time out. Came from well off the speed on that occasion as well, but Nayef Al Riyadh is certainly going to be the pick for me. Jalmood, lovely horse, Tom, absolutely diamond of a runner. I was with him when he was beaten last under Jcsa rules, but yes, you're right, he was a good performer last week. That wasn't particularly the toughest of contests that he found himself in. I think it was a small field event, but hopefully he can continue that good form. He looks great in the parade ring. He's a nice looking individual. Abdullah Al Kredith is the jockey doing the steering. Pretty sure he keeps that ride, having partnered him last time. Well worth mentioning, the best looker in this field is certainly the 11, Tariq Al Naif. Really, really nice looking sort, who certainly cannot be discounted here either. Hopefully he can run another big race. Again, not disgraced last time out when finishing fourth, and with a winner on penultimate start. There's plenty of horses in here who will have an opportunity. They are already starting the loading process. So just to remind everyone of the selections again, it's 7 Jalmood for Mr. Tom Collins, and then myself and Martin are teaming up with Nayef Al Riyadh, horse number 3. Alex Fussy, is anything taking your fancy here in race number 9?
Thanks, Callum. Not particularly, if I'm honest, as they load forwards. The Arabian side of things can often be quite challenging, can't it, for finding the winners, and we're at a pretty low grade here, 55 to 75. It looks highly competitive. Let's see who comes out on top. Kiam has just gone forwards, moved into stall number 2. We won't have too many more left now. You've got Al Suwaida going in as well. Just gone into stall number 6. So well positioned, that particular runner, with Ferreira on board. Ashjal Athbar has just moved into the starting stalls as well. They are just lifting forwards King de Violettes. And then we have a couple more to come. The 16 and the 10. They complete the line. Kazaz and Sarihat Al-Khaladia is going to be the final one forwards. Being pushed in, and there we go. Standing by. And settling. Signal given from behind. The flag's up there. Bit of rearing in 14. Looks like we're all back on the ground now. King de Violette's getting restless. They're off. Underway. Jumped out here in this Arabian handicap. 55 to 75. They go over 1,600 metres, having been a bit edgy in the case. King de Violette's is gone. Right up top, we've had one run out there. That's Nayef Al Riyadh. I believe has shifted violently left-handed and unseated the rider. So early drama there. King de Violette's was the one we were touching upon, slow to go, and then all of a sudden Nayef Al Riyadh has virtually, well, has run off the track effectively. Up there leading the way now, it's going to be Hazal who has the advantage, the 9, showing up here by about a length. Alam Al Gair is close behind the red colours and the red headgear. Also racing up with them is Nami, the 4-horse, Alex Moreno, not too far from the speed. Trying to burrow through in between horses is Kiam, who's in against the fence at this point in time. Tendile Al Jazra is not too far away. He's a bit deeper, though, on the racecourse at the moment as they continue their left-hander towards the home straight, and Kiam is quickly starting to lose ground. In behind runners, 1 or 2 starting to try and latch on. Still moving all right is Hazim Al Burak, who's Andy on the fence. The checks of Turek Al Naif is not too far from them as well as they come on around the home turn. The leader is Hazal. Has the advantage here. All of a sudden, on the outside, coming forwards is the 18, Tendal Al Jazra. Just behind them as well, improving is the 4, Nami. Hold on a minute. They're all easing up here. So it looks as though the riders are being told to ease up. Something happening here, isn't there? They're all being pulled up. So clearly some perhaps signals from the track. The horse is loose, that horse loose, and perhaps going to cause a potential interference. So that's probably why they've been told to stop here. In the end, it'll be 9 over 17 cruising across the line. But Hazal Sultan Al Nawamas, I don't think that's going to have any bearing on the actual outcome of this race. This is going to go over to the stewards from this point of time, isn't it? So basically, we've had an unship early doors, haven't we? I believe that to be Nayef Al Riyadh, who shipped violently left-handed, unseated the rider, Ayad Al Turisi, and then the horse running loose, so the rest of the field were told to pull up, and that's where we stand in terms of race 9. So a bit of drama here in this 9th race of the day. Hopefully all the horses and riders will be okay in the end. Let's head back to the boys in the studio.
Well, that was a bit of disaster. Well, it was a moment of disaster, narrowly averted. We saw leaving the stalls Nayef Al Riyadh jink and unseat the rider. The field continued down the back stretch. He then went left-hand down and came back the wrong way on the course, and he was being chased by 3 outriders down the track as the field were coming out the back stretch. He did eventually run down the chute towards the sprint start, but the field were turning home at that stage. I'm not sure what the actual stop race procedure is, but it was obviously given.
Yeah.
Because the field did slow in the majority of cases.
We'll see it from the start now. The favourite's on the inside, drawn in gate 1, Nayef Al Riyadh. He takes a bump at the start, but it's not yet. It's where the intersection of the track happens. They come out of the chute right now. It's in around 100 metres time, and he just basically ducks left. Usually we see quite a few riders veer out a touch so that doesn't happen, and it's the first time I've actually seen it here in Riyadh that a horse has ducked left. But just watch the horse on the inside in the khaki green.
He just sees that wide open space and edges towards it.
Al Tarisi takes a tumble. I think he's okay. He stands up. The horse there almost runs into the rail and then goes the wrong way around the track, which unfortunately means the race has been stopped. There was a siren. We heard it from our studio, and obviously it must be pretty loud out on the track as well, which caused the race to be stopped. The horse has been caught now by the outriders. And to be fair, Martin, they did a very good job. We were watching from our kind of studio position. They were tracking the horse all the way down the straight, the wrong way, but keeping the horse on the outside so there wasn't a head-on collision. And they've eventually collared the horse in the chute.
Well, they had him penned against the inside running rail down the stand side. The outrider did a good job to stop him turning right and going back against the majority of the field. He managed to keep him straight down the course.
Yeah, we've got a message from the stewards, actually. It said stewards ordered the race be stopped midway through due to a riderless horse travelling the wrong way towards the field, which I think is fair because it is dangerous, and it stopped a possible terrible incident happening. However, they did stop it quite late. At the point the siren went off, the horse was already quite some way down the home straight. So
the race, given where the horse ended up down the chute, they almost could have continued the race because he was almost out of danger by that point.
Indeed.
That stop race but the stop race should have probably happened long before that. Once he came past here, past our studio where the paddock is, that was probably the time. But let's head out to Callum and get a little bit more on this situation.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, just moving out the way so a horse can come through. Really fascinating stuff down here. Bob, the track manager, is absolutely fuming. The jockeys were warned to pull up a lot earlier, which is why we came home in dribs and drabs. You would have seen some of the lower horses, sorts of Spinoza, all got pulled up much later than some of the other runners. What's happened is that there's been a sign and the lights have come on and the jockeys have kept riding far longer than was appropriate. That horse was still loose down the home straight when the original signal was called and the jockeys did not stop racing. There will be some major fallout from this, ladies and gentlemen, because there were some riders that put themselves and others in real serious danger there by continuing to ride when the clear indication had been to pull up much, much earlier. There was an incident like this that happened in the USA a few years ago and a jockey ended up in a wheelchair, so it really is a serious incident and is well worth noting. We will get some fallout from the stewards as soon as I possibly can, but the note is the horse was still running up the track loose and the riders on the other side coming around that home turn were still pushing on for the finish, so that the race was called a lot earlier than we saw on track. So certainly well done by the outriders who caught the loose horse who came behind me here, coming round this far bend and was coming the wrong way around, collided with the railings as well before he got loose, shot down the chute, came towards us past the 1800 metre pole you can see and ran straight down stand side. He kept evading the outriders. I mean, he's got some serious wheels, AFL Riyadh. That's a proper horse. He's winged them all the way down the straight and has actually gone down the chute on the other side. Had the outriders not been good enough or been able to catch him, he could have run straight into the head of the opposition, which would have been an utterly horrific scene. So well done to everybody involved. The jockey, I've not yet seen the jockey of the unseated rider, Ayad Al-Tarisi. You've not quite seen him yet, but it seemed to be just a simple unseat. He just ran for the chute that we've seen a few times here at this course, at their starting position. But the real thing is the outriders are the heroes. They did very, very well. We'll try and grab a word with Faisal and the crew as soon as possible, and we'll also try and catch up with the stewards and find out what we're going to do at the end of that, because I imagine there'll be some jockeys taking a holiday at this really crucial point in the season.
Yeah, thanks to Callum. We'll keep you abreast of the fallout of that. But I think the unsung heroes in that instance were the outriders to keep the horse on this side of the track going straight, not allowing him onto the inside rail, heading towards the main body of the field.
Yeah, that could have been catastrophic if he was on the inside rail because there would have been a head-on collision. The outriders did a great job keeping the horse penned against this side of the track, away from all the horses coming the opposite direction. And what's more interesting is that the outriders have obviously not done anything yesterday. They've had a quiet day today. They've also had a quiet day until this point. And then they spring into action immediately, and they're right on the case. And this is why outriders are fantastic. Have them in the US, we have them over here, not in the UK. I think they should be in the UK. What do you think?
And there should be a worldwide help on any race day.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter what the jurisdiction, they should be there to help.
Yeah.
And that's a real good reason why.
Yeah, they did a great job.
And I just wonder, you said you heard the siren. I faintly heard something in the background. I wonder at what stage the jockeys were aware. I know that Callum said the track manager wasn't happy, but at what stage they were actually able to hear that siren and where the locations are that they managed to pick it up around the course.
Yeah, it would be interesting if Callum could catch up with one of the riders who rode in the race, maybe Alex Moreno or someone like that, about that, as I get attacked by a fly again. I heard it when the horse was probably halfway down the straight, so the other horses coming the other way were on the turn still. Obviously, Khalid Amamoni, who's ridden the winner, in inverted commas, the horse first past the post, he won't be deemed the winner, I don't think. He's ridden all the way to the line. Well, not ridden, but kept the horse going all the way to the line. That's the problem, I believe. Not insofar as the actual riding of the horse, but insofar as the horse just keep running and running to the line.
Well, we've got a piece of footage here just to show you just how dangerous the situation could have been. And there he is. That's him heading down the chute, which goes off down towards the sprint start. That's the field having turned for home. And that's the Outriders in behind him as well. The Outriders have done a good job to keep him over on that far rail.
Yeah, obviously right now it looks like the Outriders wasn't alongside the horse. They were alongside that horse for much of the home straight, and then they realised he was going down the chute, so he eased up a little bit. The other runners are coming off the turn here into the home straight. The siren didn't go much before that, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe it's louder on course, but yeah, it's prevented an injury. The Outriders, well, more than an injury, a catastrophic incident, really. Fortunately, everything's okay, and hopefully, well, I presume the race will be voided and maybe run another time.
But it's going to have to be voided, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. There were rumours that it could be rerun, but that won't happen. There was too much. They were too far into the race for that to happen.
Yeah. If it had been out the stalls 100, 200 metres,
sure,
fine, but not on the home turn when most horses have done their running.
No.
So that's a developing situation. We'll keep you abreast of any news on that, but they've managed to avoid a potential disaster situation here in race 9. The favourite unseating out the stalls coming against the field. The klaxon had gone to stop the race, and the horse thankfully ran down towards the bottom end of the chute. Right, let's head back then. We've still got 3 more brilliant races to come here at King Abdulaziz. Race 10 is next up. And Alex, give us the details on our next.
I will indeed, Martin. Hopefully not quite as chaotic this next race on the card. Race 10 is the UK Cup. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is Al Mulhem. That's Ricardo Ferreira. 2, Dahi, Abdullah Al Farouz. 3, Defunded for Eddie Castro. Plenty of eyes on the 3, of course. Number 4, Expressionist, Naif Al Anazi. The 5 is next, Motafared, Ayad Al Tarisi. Hopefully all okay. We'll stand by for news there. 6, New Pursuit, Alex Moreno. We go over the page to the 7, Tabaretta, Nawaf Al Mudiani. The 8 is Buon Viaggio, that's Louis Morales. 9, Made in China, Fahed Al Faradi. The 10, Medha, Camilo Ospina. 11 is Sardan, Adel Al Faradi. The 12, Super Fluidity, Muhammad Al Nasser. And the 13, creeping onto the next page, will be Western City, Mohammed Al Daham. So a field of 13 for a tasty-looking UK Cup. Let's head back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, arguably the talking race of the night coming into racing today was going to be this. Race 10, the UK Cup, 150,000 reals, 75,000 to the winner. A field of 13 in the pre-parade ring. And this really revolves around one horse, and it's Defunded, a former winner of the Group 1 Hollywood Gold Cup, went over in the States with Bob Baffert.
Yeah, this is a really interesting horse and really interesting race. This is where we're going to see Defunded hopefully come back to something like his best, or that's what connections are hoping anyway. He's a short price in the international market. He should be, but he does come with question marks. He's not a horse that I would ever really want a short price on, but I do believe he is justified at the price. I hope that makes sense to everyone at home. He won 2 Grade 1 contests in the US, one with Bob Baffert. He was then purchased and moved over here. He finished 5th on debut over here, and then subsequently finished 7th in the 2024 Saudi Cup. He wasn't disgraced in either, but there are question marks now because he didn't show the same level of form over here in those 2 runs as he has done in the US. He's now a 7-year-old. Does he still retain all of his ability in this different climate for different connections? I don't know, but equally he should still beat this field.
Would a reproduction of his 7th in the Saudi Cup from last year or his 7th in the Dubai World Cup be good enough to win this?
Yes.
Okay.
Full stop.
And apparently he wasn't a particularly well horse after the Dubai World Cup, so this obviously just been a rebuilding exercise for him.
Yeah, I didn't actually know that, so that's interesting. He's coming back into action. This is just a stepping stone, isn't it? He's not going to be fully dialed up for today, but he should still be good enough if he's 90%. There are a couple of horses in here that are very talented, so it's not going to be all his own way. The likes of Dahi, Tabaretta, even Western City at the bottom, but you'd expect Defunded to be good enough to win this.
Rated 110, he'll need to go up another few pounds if he's to be Saudi Cup bound, but of course there is the Al Tawake as well on the day before, almost a consolation for the Saudi Cup as well. Let's get early news on these though in the pre-parade. Let's head back out to Callum and see where he is.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, all over the place here. At the moment, I'm still waiting to find Defunded. At the moment, he's not appearing in the pre-parade ring or the parade ring. So I will need you guys to keep me updated to whether he's been a late scratch or not. Plenty of people coming through here. We'll just catch the tail enders coming through here. These include the likes of Sarden, the 11 here, who's just in front of us now. This goes for Nicholas Bachelard. Obviously had a big winner earlier on a couple of weeks ago. We'll pull back to the 12, Super Fluidity as well. That horse will need to bounce back from a little bit of a low-key run last time, but always finishes quickly. See, had the cross noseband on. And finally, the 13, Western City. I know Mohammed Al-Daham is very excited to partner this boy. Ran a disappointing race last time, but will be looking to bounce back. They all look in good shape, team, but Operation Find Defunded is now fully a go. We'll try and find out more when I get to you.
Okay, we'll look forward to that, Callum. Many thanks. So we've got Defunded. Easy enough on the international markets.
What price?
Around 4 to 5 from 8 to 11.
Okay. It's interesting that he's not in the prelims, and we haven't yet seen him in the parade ring. I will confirm he's on the main screen out here, the screen on course, saying that he's in the field. So maybe they're just late getting him in, but that's to be continued. Let's have a look at him in action anyway, because this is the main horse in the race. Hopefully he does run. He's in the kind of mauve violet silks, whichever you prefer, in the middle of the shot. He finishes 5th this day. This was his return to action. Al Mulhem is on the outside and actually beats him with green cap, and he reopposes today at 20 to 1. Defunded's 4 to 5. So if you think this form is completely legit, then you'd bet Al Mulhem in the international market. There's no doubt about that. He's beaten him, and he's a way bigger price today. However, there are clear caveats that Defunded probably wasn't fit. First run back, maybe he didn't produce anything like his best.
And we are hearing he does run, of course, as there's been no suggestion that he wouldn't run, and he does, of course, take his chance. I think Tabaretta could put it up to him tonight.
You think? I wouldn't be surprised. He bumped into a very nice horse this day in Final Destination and ran a really good second, to be fair. He's only got £8 to find on official figures, so yeah, I suppose if Defunded doesn't get anywhere close to 110, then Tabaretta's a major player. And he's super consistent for Jimmy Jerkins. Jimmy said yesterday in an interview with Callum that he was expecting a good end to the season for his string, so maybe Tabaretta can provide one of those victories.
That was open company last time out, 4 wins from 19 starts for a former Godolphin inmate in Tabaretta, who is second top rate. On the figures, and you alluded to it there, if Defunded isn't to perform to 110, that's the one on the figures that's going to take, or is going to capitalise on the opportunity.
Exactly. This is Medha. We'll briefly look at here, finishing off his race, White Stable Silks. He's a good horse. He's not a great horse so far in his career, but he's open to plenty of improvement. He's 0 from 7. He loses that battle. You kind of want him to win those game finishes where you're in head-to-head, but he's fallen short on a number of occasions, finishing second. So I think he could be a little bit soft, let's say.
Okay, well, they are the key contenders for race 10. This is the UK Cup, Callum.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, better late than never. Defunded in the pre-parade ring right now. Late coming in. I'm sure they'll be fine for this. He was meant to go through into the parade ring immediately, but they did another lap in the pre-parade. Let's get a good look at him. Now, I think he looks a little bit better and a little bit tighter than the horse we saw last time out. He was a very big, heavy, strong horse, but he looked like he was carrying some condition. The same can't be said today. He looks in really good shape. I'm sure there'll be a serious lack of excuses if he can't get the head in front here. There'll be a tough race for him, but if he had that aspiration for the Saudi Cup, he needs to be winning this at a canter. Now, he's continuing to stay out in the pre-parade ring. Now, I'm not quite sure what the rules and ramifications are for this, but we will try and find out. In fact, I've just got some connections here. Excuse me, guys, do you speak English? Why is he still in the pre-parade? Okay, we're getting a nose. We're getting nose and shakes of heads. He's staying in the pre-parade ring here. We're going to stick with him because I'm not sure you're allowed to do this and how long he's going to stay here. He's not like Talal Al-Khalidiyah, who comes in late because he loses his mind. He's not the type of horse that just gets really, really overexcited, but he's certainly handling everything well enough. Now, it's a big horse here in Saudi Arabia. Clearly the highest rated thoroughbred we've got, but he's yet to kind of show that same level of class here in the kingdom that he showed out in the States. Remember, a Grade 1 winner overseas. A lovely walker, isn't he? I mean, you can see the class all over him. He's got a good open gait, and he really does stride out well. You'd be hugely, hugely disappointed if he can't get the head in front here, you'd have to say. But he's certainly handling everything well. Got the ring bit on. You can just see underneath his mouth there. That's just to give the jockey a little extra bit of control as well. But there are plenty of other contenders in this race. We'll let him continue around here. We'll go to the parade ring. Guys, come back to me in 5.
Well, he's still in the pre-parade. I'm just wondering, Tom, whether, I mean, all these races are always run to a schedule, horse into the paddock at a certain time, jockeys out, whether everybody else is a little bit ahead of schedule, given that we didn't have the ending to the previous race.
I mean, it's a possibility, isn't it? We don't actually know for sure, so we are kind of guessing. But you would tend to favour the crowd rather than an individual in this situation, if that makes sense. Why would the others have left the pre-parade if they didn't need to at that specific time? The jockeys are out in the paddock right now, waiting to get on board, and he is still not in. So
he was late into the pre-parade, he's now in the pre-parade and late into the parade ring.
Yes. Hopefully he's not late crossing the line.
On this evidence, he might be. He'll get the hat-trick up. But yeah, jockeys are in the parade ring. The outriders standing by to take them down to the start. Jockeys are also out. So let's see if Callum's got any more news for us.
Jimmy Jerkins here, who trained Tabaretta. Now, Jimmy, obviously, final season training here. Let's end on a high. Does Tabaretta have a chance to really rock the apple cart today?
I'd like to think so. It's tough. It's a tough race, you know. And I can't help but thinking he's been overachieving a little bit this season. I hope not, though. I hope he's got even a little better in him. But and he looks great. He's handled the racing great. I mean, he only ran 13 days ago, and I think he's acting great and he looks great. So we're just giving it a go. I mean, he's like I said, I don't usually like to run back this often, but he might be good for him. Might work well for him. He's acting fantastic, and you can see he's got still has plenty of good flesh and muscle. So I don't know. We'll give it our best shot.
Now, obviously, the talking horse in this race is the Funded. You were obviously an ex-trader in the US of A. How would you have handled his prep coming over from the States, now coming here? Is there anything you can do after sort of a really short, sharp stint going for the Saudi Cup, then going to another country? How would you then prep him for another stint this year?
Well, I mean, he had a race under his belt. I mean, I remember he got very upset in the paddock. That had to take something out of him for that race. But he still ran good. Of course, he got beat by horses that he could, on his best day, he handles easily. But at least he has that under his belt, and he's acting a lot. He looks a little fitter looking at him, acting much better. They took him away from the rest of the horses for a while, and got permission to do that. And I know we're going to see a much better race out of him today for sure.
Well, best of luck in this contest. It should be a cracker.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Well, maybe just an exception given to him if he gets upset in the paddock. Well, there's not an awful lot to get upset about on a night like tonight. If he's got to get upset at any stage, Tom, if he's coming back for the Kuwait Cup on one of the feature races on the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting, or the Saudi Cup night himself, I mean, there's very few people here tonight, as opposed to the crowds that will be here that night.
Yeah, it feels like it should be something that they try to fix rather than work around, for my money. Eddie Castro is about to get on board. I'm looking out the studio right now. The Funded is now walking into the paddock now that all the other horses have gone out. Castro is up, and the horse is just walking around nice and calmly. No incident here, really. It feels like he could have just been in the paddock with the others, but I suppose they're not taking any risks, and they're allowed to do this, and therefore they were taking advantage of it.
And it's all about a rebuilding exercise, I guess, isn't it? So if you're wanting to make him step forward with every run to try and keep the lid on him tonight,
I suppose,
to build him forward again for bigger targets ahead.
But will they allow these preliminary antics happen again? I feel like for everyone on Saudi Cup night, for example, if he was to run in the Saudi Cup, then they should put him in the paddock. I mean, for the viewers, you've kind of got to see the horses, no?
And yeah. Well, I've made a request as to whether he was allowed to be allowed in late. But he's not even done the lap, has he? He's not walked through on his way out.
Yeah. I suppose if you have bet the horse in the international market... Oh,
he's going to do a lap. No, he's not. He's straight out.
I suppose if you have bet the horse in the international market, you don't really care about any of this. You are just thankful that he's kept a lid on it. But
it's
for the people here...
and it's an unfair advantage on the opponents as well. If he can't cope with the preliminaries that everybody else copes with.
Exactly. I know that Jimmy said he got het up in the prelims before. I don't remember him getting het up in the prelims in the US much, to be honest. And if a horse gets het up once, it doesn't mean it's always going to happen. So yeah, I don't. I'm not sure about all this, to be honest with you.
He looks pretty well though, heading down the post.
He's going down to post, lovely, yeah. He's not got a single bead of sweat on him.
His coat looks great.
Yeah, it does. He's in fine fettle right now. Hopefully he performs on the track. Let's get back to actually talking about the horses as racehorses themselves. And he's the one to beat, rated 110. If he can get anything like that kind of performance today, he'll win. There isn't a Group 1 horse in here apart from him. Tabaretta may be capable of winning cup races, but not Group 1s. If Defunded underperforms, Tabaretta will take advantage. And a couple of others like Dahi and potentially Western City, they'll be the ones to capitalise. But on all known form, Defunded has the most ability.
Well, give us a word on Dahi, a horse who does stay third top rated in the field, but beat an enlisted company last time out.
I do really like this horse. He's a Scopy individual, as we see the UK Cup there in shot. That's the prize to be won. Dahi's a Scopy sort. He's a lovely looking animal as well. He's listed as black, and he is very much that. He shines, and yeah, I love him from an aesthetic point of view. He's a talented performer on the track as well, rated 99. One of 2 of his last 5 starts, was bred by Highclere. He has the talent, but he's bumping into a very good one in Defunded.
And Defunded, now he's on his way down to the start, is all the rage on the international markets. Closed on even money at one stage, now into nearly 2-1 on.
Really?
Tabaretta is out to 4-1. Easy to back. Dahi's at 8-1. Money for at a bigger price, Tom. Horse number 1 here, who actually beat Defunded last time. But he's been held in cup race. I mean, we know the limits of exactly where he is.
The thing is, though, he was 20-1, and Defunded was very short price, and he beat Defunded. So people will think, well, he's a massive price, I'll take a shot on that. And that's absolutely fair. I could certainly see him run a place. However, it would be surprising if he did win. Defunded was way below his best last time. And we know Amulhem is probably a 95 to 100 rated horse, and Defunded at his best is way better than that. So is Tabaretta, and Western City has the potential to be better than that. But Amulhem could run a place. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened today, that's for sure.
Well, the Saudi Cup coming on the 22nd of February. Defunded was 7th in it last year to Senor Buscador, who's back amongst the entries as well. He's got the option of the Kuwait Cup, a very valuable race on the Friday evening of the 2-day Saudi Cup meeting as well. We'll see how he gets on here, though. I mean, were you here when he ran last time?
I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I was here when Western City ran, though, and he looked very promising.
It's funny, when he comes to a shot there's certain horses that do take your eye, and you are drawn to him when you see him.
He looks like a Group 1 horse,
He does. He stands out to anything else we've seen today.
Absolutely.
By a long, long way.
Yeah. It's the same as Scotland Yard as well. When you see him, he has that same kind of aura. And I know it can be, you know the horse is that quality, so you think the horse looks that way, but I don't think with these two that's the case. They just look like very good racehorses.
No, and you can, if you were to look at this, having not known what's running, you can spot the good horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do stand out. And Defunded is a very warm order, 8-13 currently. Al-Mulhem backed 20s down to, did such 11-1 at one stage. Medhar's 11s, Sadat at 14s. Western City, attracting a little bit of money, Western City. The horse we were talking about earlier on today represents a very much in-form stable. They've had 3 winners earlier on the card. This horse has won 3 of its 8 starts, but a rating of 85 leaves him a lot to find.
He's in this because Thummer wants his rating to go up. That's what he does. He puts horses in cup races and open races where they can go up in the weights dramatically and then contest better events. This horse has a lot of upside, Western City, but he's going to have to prove that he has the quality to beat 100 plus rated horses today. He's not proven that yet so far. The 2 victories earlier this season were emphatic, and he was outclassed last time in a Group 1, but you can put a line through that. This isn't a Group 1. There is one Group 1 kind of horse in it, and therefore he should probably finish second to that horse on that basis, or third. But it would be a stretch to say that Western City will beat Defunded.
Okay, I think the solid option is Tabaretta.
I agree with what you're saying.
But the class act, and he just could be 10 lengths the best, is Defunded.
So are you siding with Tabaretta?
I'm going to go Tabaretta.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll go Defunded.
Yeah, team, I'm going against you both here. Western City today. I think he's a proper horse. And I don't think Defunded is the same horse he was before. I would say Defunded gives me major Ibn Toulon vibe from yesterday, where we're judging a horse on its back form rather than what it's done recently. And that run last time out was almost too bad to be true. Alex Fussy, for this corker of a UK Cup, it's all yours.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, really looking forward to this. Last few runners to take their places here. One of our big ones of the day. Tabaretta has just gone into line. Last couple coming in. Medhar goes forwards, and we are ready to go. Standing by. They're off. Racing away here, the UK Cup begins. 1,800 metres is the distance in front of them. Made in China, fluffing the start, and is already 6 or 7 lengths adrift at the back of the field. Expressionist got a good beginning and is going to go forwards to show early. Sarden is also in company, racing a little bit wider. Western City pushing through down on their inside is going to grab the overall advantage. Sarden posted wider now, keeping to the left. Defunded is also out much deeper on the racecourse, just going to try and jostle for a bit of position. He's staying wide and keeping out of any sort of kickback at the moment. Also trapped out wide is Buon Viaggio in the black and white colours. Looking down towards the inside, buried away is Medhar, white jacket, green cap, red on the sleeves. He's in company there with Tabaretta. There's another gap then of, what, a handful of lengths to Motta Fared, who's around the outside of horses. Al Mulhelm is just ahead of that one. Back down the order to find Super Fluidity, also in rear, Made in China. And just about last is New Pursuit. They're taking the turn towards the top of the straight here. Defunded coming up sides the front runners to try and press on as they spin to the straight. In second place at the moment is Sarden on their inside, the green sleeves are pushed along at the moment to try and hold position. Western City on the outside. Buon Viaggio is now moving up into second to try and give chase to Defunded. Top of the home run they come. Defunded has the advantage with a little more than 300 metres to cover. Buon Viaggio is in second place. Sarden back in third. Trying to run on down the outside is Dahi, but it's Defunded who has the advantage. It's 2.5 lengths lead here over Buon Viaggio, and Defunded is keeping up the gallop in front here, and Defunded is holding them at bay. Defunded dazzles in the UK Cup, beating Buon Viaggio into second place. Looks as though Dahi might just hold third on the outside. Running on, actually, New Pursuit was a bit of an eye-catch, having been almost tailed off at halfway. So Defunded has done it for Eddie Castro, kept away in the prelims. A quiet passage prior to the race. In the race, was very wide, kept out of any sort of semblance of kickback, but has eventually shown the class here. Was able to fend them off quite comfortably, really. 1:54.93, the winner's time. Goes on to win it very smoothly. What, about 3 lengths probably at the line? Beating Buon Viaggio in second. A good run from that individual for Morales. Dahi next across the line, a bit of a closer, central closer. 1:56.10 that one. Beaten no more than 6 lengths into third. And it was indeed New Pursuit who finished in 4th place. And Alex Moreno's done well to get that individual into 4th. Was tailed off the back of them. Tailed off's a bit extreme, but was a handful of lengths last as they come into the home straight. So a good performance by Defunded. Be interested to see how the boys in the studio unpick this one in due course. But the hot favourite has obliged in the UK Cup. The order of finish was 3, 8, 2 and 6.
Well, he might just be that Group 1 horse that we were talking about in the studio, as Defunded has ended that disappointing losing run with a victory here in the UK Cup. Last into the parade ring, first across the line, and he's done it in good style underneath a very confident Eddie Castro. Always wide throughout, but was able to take advantage and win in good style. Looked like the winner as they turned into the straight, and despite some late effort from Bon Viaggio, who has run an absolute stormer. I mean, that's only his third start in Saudi Arabia. He's one to keep on the right side of, and Dahi plugging on for third. The rest of them were well down the field, including New Pursuit, Sarden and Motafara. They could get nowhere near him here, but this is a classy animal, and he's shown his class here. Now, all about the plan for his next start. We're going to try and speak to the trainer at some point, Mushref, just to find out more, because I'm sure he'll be over the moon with this. This is a double for the trainer as well. He had Abraz earlier on in the card as well, and there's plenty more people looking to enjoy this, and plenty more people looking to get involved. And there's hugs all around, lots of congratulations. Big pressure moment here for a horse that needed this success. Now, I know we need to get Eddie Castro quite quickly here, because they will try and get him to go away to the awards ceremony very quickly. So it might be a bit of a walk and talk with Eddie, but we'll sort it out. He's going to have to definitely weigh in first, but I'm going to warn my cameraman now. If they try and usher him away, we're going to walk and talk. He's just weighing in now. I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine here. He's meant to be carrying 58. Oh, he's in there comfortably. He's in there comfortably with the tack being half a kilo more. Eddie, we'll walk and talk with you, because we know you've got to go over to some awards afterwards, but that was a very, very good performance. He is back.
Well, he great performance. He put in the clear. He want to be in the clear. So he want the 3 leave long kind of class he run in Santa Anita. I watch your replay. So I leave in the 3A. So I don't know if he a little bit soon, or because there's a long stretch. So I worry like that. So he keep it going, and I lost my whip too, and so I was scared too. And pero thank God he win the race.
He didn't need your whip. He was far too far clear. Very impressive. Now, at the start, he didn't come into the parade ring until all the other horses had left. He'd been in the pre-parade ring as a jockey. Is it quite nerve-wracking waiting for the horse to appear?
Yeah, he prepared because he's kind of nervous with the other horses. He try relax for the race.
And when he was going down to post, did he feel nice and relaxed?
Yeah, he's in the post the race. I give a nice gallop, So he's one more good, and thank God he's a good jump to get on the horse. I try putting the clear, not there in the face, so that's what I do.
Yeah, we certainly saw that. This is a massive winner for you. Last season was really, really tough. This season you've been flying along. Lou Morales is back. He's taken some of your rides, but you've got this one now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, couple suspension, he make it stop. So I come back. I thank God to win this cup. He helped a lot.
Well done. Go and get your trophy.
Thank you.
Well, he's won. I'm not sure it's the Group 1 stamp of a horse that we've seen in the past, but he's got his career back on track. He was 5th on the comeback run, and he's been much the best again tonight, Tom.
Yeah, the horse in second, Bon Viaggio, is rated 85. If you think he is an 85 rated horse, then Defunded has run to probably a mark of 90. There's a high possibility that the runner-up has run a little bit better than 85, but I don't think Defunded's got close to that 110. I think he's probably run to the low hundreds here.
And he's not been extended.
He's not been extended, but he equally hasn't won head in chest. Is in between the two. We'll take it from the start. He breaks relatively slow from the inside, gate 3, Mauve Silks. Gets squeezed out at this point, but Eddie's keen not to be too far back. Fortunately, the horses in 1 and 2 push forward, so he's able to basically get the perfect toe into the race. The eventual runner-up's right on the outside at the back of shot with the white diamond and the black silks. That's Bon Viaggio. Eddie makes a real move to get out of kickback. He's gone from being 1 off the fence and drawn in stall 3 to being 7 off the fence at this point of the race in 4th. He doesn't want to take kickback. He doesn't want to be behind horses. I don't know why that's the case.
But surely given us a big enough gap to his inside to just stay there and be able to kick back.
Exactly. Maybe it's just a safe move, but he then ends up covering more ground. On the home turn, he is travelling way the best. You can see he's going to win from a long way out, Defunded. But he doesn't have that same kind of kick that he showed when he was in the US. He's more of a grinder now, which usually does happen due to age, and it might be happening with him. For what it's worth, I don't think he's good enough to enter the Saudi Cup.
No, his rating wouldn't get him in the Saudi Cup.
Well, it depends what the handicapper does.
It's not going to put him up, is he?
You'd hope not. You would hope not. I mean, Scotland Yard is a better horse, no doubt about it, right? So he'd be the one automatic entry from Saudi. Maybe Carmel Road, if he runs next week, could enter as well. But if Devon does get in, then it's great for the ownership and whatnot. In my opinion, I don't think he's good enough to contest that race. Nevertheless, he's done well today to win. He's justified a short price, and he's kind of done what everyone expected him to do. But he did have question marks coming into the race based on that most recent performance where Al Mulhem beat him. Today, he smashed Al Mulhem. It was a big reversal.
That's not a performance that, for my worth, is worthy of an increase of 110. He'd probably get left where he is. It's another step in the right direction. He'd have to do something else at some other point to get him into the Saudi Cup. But he probably has other alternatives. There's a very valuable race the night before over the same course and distance, the Kuwait Cup. There might be more of a suitable alternative for him.
Do you remember who won that race last year? Or any horses that were in it? While I talk, have a look, please. I just want to know if he's actually got a chance of winning that race, even if he underperforms, just purely on the basis that today he's probably run to a mark of 100. Like, even if he goes for that, it feels a bit like a lot.
You've got to admit, if you asked me what I had for dinner last night, I can't remember that sort of stuff. So ask me what won a race 12 months ago, it's hard. But
you were here, to be fair.
I know, but I can barely remember. Horses that have won races, I've got no good.
Sure. Okay.
But it's a very valuable race, and it does attract horses of that calibre.
Okay, fine. Well, maybe that's the right spot for him then. If it's valuable, Connections won't mind pitching him maybe in at a lower level. I'm sure they will have their eyes on the Saudi Cup still. But yeah, it's up to the handicapper whether he gets in or not. I presume he won't be running again next week because he's not a horse that takes his racing overly well. We see the Connections getting the trophy. He did walk past our studio as the race was going on. I've never heard a bigger cheer as Defunded hit the front. But yeah, today's a good day for Connections. We can think about the future targets in time. Maybe it's the Kuwait, maybe it's the Saudi Cup. We'll find out.
And I will find out who won the Kuwait Cup last year. While I do that, let's head back out and rejoin Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Really pleased to be joined by Ben Cook, Deputy Chief Steward here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for the Jcsa. Ben, just to wrap up on what happened in that purebred Arabian race.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. Look, race 9 today. Horse number 3 in AFL Riyadh at approximately the 1,500 metres shied inwards abruptly, dislodging its rider. The horse continued to travel in the opposite direction to the field, and as such, we ordered the emergency stop race procedure be enacted. And obviously, as you saw, the jockeys pulled up accordingly.
Now, what happened after the race is there seemed to be some confusion with some jockeys thinking they should have pulled up earlier or later. From your view, the stewards, with everyone within the rules, there'll be no further fallout from this contest?
No further fallout whatsoever. Everyone acted the best they could. And the matter's closed and the race has been declared void.
Great to hear. Race declared void. Well, the main thing is that the jockeys acted according to plan, the outriders acted according to plan, and the stewards acted according to plan. Well done to everyone involved. Alex Fussy, the penultimate race is over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, let's have a look at the field for our 11th. It's an Arabian handicap at 75 to 90. We're going over 1,800 metres here. Number 1 is Madkour, mounted Muhammad Al Nasser. The 2 is Hatamat Al Kaladia, Abdullah Al Kredis. 3 is Umran, 4 is Wanas. The 4, Kafu Athbar, Norwef Al Muriani. 5 is Hashem, Sultan Al Mimoni. And the 6 here is Aisha Al Shahaniya, Abdullah Al Kamis. Number 7 is Princess Muazzaz, Naif Al Anazi. The 8, Hadid, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. Number 9, Alicia, Osama Al Sharani. And the 10 is Dira Al Kaladia for Mohammed Al Yami. 10 runners for this Arabian handicap. We return to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, all go over here. We want to focus on the 4. That's the first one we're going to have a look at here in this contest. It's all kicking off here. Kafu Akbar is the one we're focusing on. This horse comes here with really good form, and you can understand why. He's a gorgeous chestnut walking into shot now. Lovely type. He comes here with very good form as well, and he's certainly a really good looker in this field. You can see he's still entire 6-year-old now, but he's walking out and marching out like a good thing. The only concern I'd have is he's just a bit sloped back behind. That would be my only concern, but he comes into this in really, really good form, and he's certainly worth a play. Let's go back to Princess Muazzaz. That's horse number 7, who's just also coming towards me now up in the blue blinkers, coming towards us now. The reason why I want to look at Princess Muazzaz is because we know plenty about her. She's a 7-year-old now. She has danced every dance, but it continues to be turned out really well. She looked fit enough to do some damage today, but this might be a tough tough task. It's pretty easy for me here. I can't see anything getting past horse number 4, Cafe Akbar.
Right, here we go then. Penultimate race of the night here at King Abdulaziz. 2 to come. A very valuable Arabian horses handicap as our next field at 10, as we heard from Alex and also from Callum. The bell goes for jockeys to mount for this. Post time is less than 10 minutes away. And Umran, horse number 3, tops the international markets here. A horse who did win 3 starts back, has been beaten since, but they've been in different classifications of races, goes back into a handicap today.
Yes, he's been beaten, as you say, a couple of times since, but he won a Sheikh Kozi in the 0 to 80 handicap, 3 starts back. 75 to 90 is not actually too much different from the 0 to 80. They're around, because these Arabian horses, they're much of a muchness generally in terms of their ability. If one's rated 80, one's rated 90, there's not going to be £10 separating them actually in a race. Because one day they turn up and they're a different horse to the next. They're not as consistent as thoroughbreds. I think Umran is definitely the horse to beat. I think the market's got it right, having this horse as favourite at 9 to 4. Forward Wanas doesn't have too many rides. He rides a couple for the White Stable nowadays, but doesn't get too many outside rides. So this is a nice winnable spot for the jock. And there's quite good prize money up for grabs here. 72,500 Saudi Riyal for these Arabians. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these jockeys to get the job done. And the 2 jockeys on the market leaders are riders who don't have that many opportunities, so it'll be a tense time, I imagine.
I did find out what won the 2-8 Cup, and thanks to, was it Keith who got in touch on the YouTube as well? Keith? Badder.
Ah, Badder. Yeah. He ran last week.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was disappointed, but maybe they're longer term prospect going towards that same race again this year.
But he was a real improver through last season, wasn't he? I think Commissioner King, who won the Saudi Derby the year before, he was in the 2-8 Cup last year.
Final Destination as well. He's rated 100 and something over here. Very experienced and consistent type for Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al-Sabah. So it was a good race.
And it will keep on growing.
It will keep on growing.
Especially if the likes of Defunded go there as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, he would be the highlight for Saudi-based horses. Maybe Final Destination will turn up there again. I think that might be the case.
Okay, well, they're heading off down to the start. We've touched on it, Umran. Thanks to Keith for getting in touch as well. Second best on the international market, we're looking at number 5 here. This is Hashim, who has got a handicap win to his name. That was 2 starts back, but he was beaten last time, albeit over further.
Yeah, made every yard to win 1,600 metre 0 to 80 handicap in December. As you say, didn't really get home last time over the 2,000. Now drops down in trip. Sultan Al Mamoni rides. He's a player, Hashim. He was my second selection in the race. I preferred Umran slightly, and the market says as much, but they were the top 2 in terms of recent form. I think Umran and Hashim. It would be surprising if one of those 2 didn't win.
Okay, we've got then the 4th best in as Kafu Athbar at 4 to 1, 7 to 1 for Hardid. I give Hardid a bit of a chance here. Quite unexposed by comparison to a few of these. A decent 3rd last time, but its first run for a while.
Yeah, the only problem I have with Hadid is that he's yet to win a race. He's 0 from 6. However, he has been consistent so far. He shaped with promise on his return to action last month. Whether he's good enough, I'm not sure, but he's an interesting contender from a good draw.
And the one that's just in front of him in the market, number 4, Kafu Athbar.
Yeah, he's a type specialist though, isn't he? I know he won last time up, but he's eminently capable. I just think he's at a very short price. Usually when these Athbar horses move to different trainers from Lucas Gaitan and the ownership Athbar Racing Stable, they regress a touch. And with him that's not been the case, but I think he prefers the deeper surface at Taif when horses finish slower. In this race, Umran and Hashim and the like are all going to finish a little bit quicker than he's used to.
So an 8 to 1 for number 1. This is a Mad Hor, who was a dual winner from 17 starts, disqualified last time. And I just wonder, as regards handicap form, whether he's just slightly high on a mark of 90.
I think so. I think he's poorly treated in this race. Look, he could easily run 3rd or 4th, but off a mark of 90, he's not got much in hand. Last time he was a distant 3rd, crossing the line. You did say he's disqualified. He was. I don't understand why he was disqualified. I watched that race. I couldn't see a single incident. So maybe the jockey weighed in.
Jockey or substance infringement, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. It was one of those 2. It had nothing to do with how he actually raced in that contest. He was distant 3rd, as I say. It wasn't like he was close. Yeah, he's not for me today, but he could run a place.
Okay, you're 1, 2, 3 for this?
3, 5, 1. though I would easily swap the 1 out for the 2 for third. Those two are much for muchness. 3 to beat 5 would be the forecast.
3 to beat 5, Umran to beat Hashem.
Very unoriginal, I have to admit. But I did this without prices, so I think the market's right.
Yeah, well, it's only a small field, and we're dealing with largely exposed horses as they arrive down at the start. Still 2 more races to bring you. Race number 12 is our feature event of the night. The whole day staged as the Al-Imam Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Day, and the Al-Imam Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup is our final race. Post time for that around 40 minutes from now. Umran's now into 7-4 at the head of the international markets. There's number 10 arriving down at the start. Looks in quite good order. The Ra Al Khaladia, 1 win from 9 starts.
He was a course and distance winner as well. That came back in February, but
in a handicap?
Maiden.
Okay.
But he's a 12-year-old. So surely there are younger legs in here that are going to be quicker than his.
Just give it as an Al Khaladia. You should got to follow the 2. Go to Al Khaladia forecast 2 beat 10.
Could do. That could happen, I suppose. I mean, any of these Arabian handicaps is pretty tough, you know. They've all got a chance. I think Umran's way the horse to beat. Hashem's got a great chance. Outside of those, you're taking a shot that these 2 favourites are going to underperform. The 1 and the 2 are very similar types of horses. Kafu Athbar, I think, is too short in the market, and Hadid's yet to win a race. So I'm going to go on the side of the prolific horse, and that's Umran. He's won 7 times. No other horse in this race has won more than 3. Apart from 9, actually, he's won 4. Should have flicked over the race card earlier. Yep.
Well, actually, his runs to win strike rate, or her, isn't too bad, is it, Elysia? 4 from 25.
Yeah, she won last time up as well. That was in a 0 to 75 handicap in October. This is a 75 to 90, so she's going up the grades. I think she's probably going to struggle against this, but you know, she's in form, which you can't say about too many of these.
Right, runners arriving down at the start on dirt here. Over the 1,800 metres for this Arabian horse's handicap. The final race of the night comes over 2,000 metres on the dirt as well. 35 minutes to post time for that. We're just around 3 or 4 minutes out from our next. I'm going to go with Hardid. I think likely race will be more to come on the first run since March, when finishing 3rd, form that ties in with a couple of these as well.
Umran for me, horse number 3.
And yours, Callum, just a reminder, we're 6-6-3 in the competition between the 3 of us.
Yeah, a long way to go for me now. Kafu Athbar to hopefully chip into that deficit. Yeah, he's picked for me. Keep an eye on Hashem, the 5. He jumps out of stall 6. He ran a massive race to win on penultimate start and reared up badly at the stalls and gave his jockey no chance. Actually did quite well to finish 5th when last seen, was getting a bit revved up in the parade ring as well, so clearly not the easiest, but Sultan Al Mimoni is a absolute class young rider, seriously worth his 2 kilo claim. He's been really well used at the moment. He hardly ever rides here at King Abdulaziz because he's always at the provincial tracks or in Bahrain or other places like that. He's the son of a trainer. He's related to plenty of jockeys. They have lots and lots of high hopes for him. He's a really, really talented young rider. So keep an eye out for Hashem. He is the 5, just at the back of your shot now in the grey sleeves. Very Desert Orchid-esque, myself and Rory said the last time we were out here, and certainly interesting to see how he gets on today. Umran makes perfect sense there. Tom Collins' selection, and Hadid is also a very sensible choice. But Kafu Athbar was certainly the pick of the paddock. Horse number 4 coming out of stall 3 is the pick for me. So keep an eye out on 3, 4 and 8 in this penultimate contest. Alex Fussy, it's all yours.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, we're going forwards here, loading up for the penultimate event of the card. Kafu Athbar, you can see there in the stalls, just gone into stall number 3. Looks as though Hadid is going to be the next one offered up here too. Hops in there, one of the greys. Still waiting for 3 out the back here. Umran being one of them. Stall number 10 also to go in is Hashem to 6. And near side, Princess Mu Azaz to stall number 1 is to be offered up as well. So the final 3 taking their spots. The last one is going to be Hashem into 6, and we're there. Ready to race. They're off. Dumped away here, racing over 1800 metres. This Arabian handicap 75 to 90. Not the best of breaks for a couple of them early on. Let's see where the pace comes from here. Hashim is looking keen to drive forwards, and Hadid is also holding that inner line rather well. So they become the first two. 2-3 lengths break already as they start to try and shoot on from the pack. Princess Muazzaz is in against the fence, the blue and white coloured jacket. Also there between rivals is Dira Al Khaladia, looking a little bit deeper on the course to find Umran. Is posted 3 or 4 wide at the moment. It's around the outside of Elysia. The front pair continue to race on, don't they? They've gone about 5-6 clear now. The other remainder of the field, the 8 other runners, are all bunched up together. Back end of that group is Aisha Al-Shahania at the moment, and also towards the tail end Hatamat Al-Khaladia. But the leader here is Hashim. Has the advantage of 2 lengths. Hashim out in advance of Hadid. It remains a 6 or 7 length break to anything else. Elysia has moved into third to try and give some sort of chase. Madkour is next on the outside of rivals. Still on that one's in Dira Al Khaladia. They're followed then by Princess Muazzaz, and Umran's got lots of work to do at the moment as they work their way towards the top of the home straight. And up top here, Hashim, Sultan Al Mimoni having a glance behind to see where the rest of the field are. And in truth, they're a long way back. Can Hashim keep it up? It's a 6-length lead on the spin into the straight. Elysia is the one to give closest chase now in second. Then comes Dira Al Khaladia. Behind that one is the pushed along Hadid, who's faded out of it really. Couple of hundred to go. Still Hashim in front, but it's definitely not a clear-cut advantage anymore because Elysia's getting closer with every stride here as they go close to home. Hashim's paddled and Elysia is trying to sniff the opportunity. Half a length between them. Hashim still just ahead. Elysia trying to get by. Hashim remains ahead of Elysia. Hashim with the advantage here, fending off the challenge. Hashim has won, beating Elysia into second. Madkour was next. Hatamat Al Khaladia also finishing off quite well. It's quite tight on third and fourth. Victory for the 5. Hashim with a really tenacious display. I thought in trouble really with a couple of hundred to go, but managed to just save enough. Sultan has done well on board as well, hasn't he, here to just judge it right. At 2:08.20 the winner's time. Hashim looking invulnerable with a furlong to cover, but in the end has won by a neck and has beaten Elysia into second place, who was the only one to raise any sort of challenge, but it remained as only a challenge, couldn't get past the eventual second. Then on the fence, Madkour is third, just holds on for third place over Hatamat Al Khaladia, so it will be that particular way round. But a nice gutsy display from Hashim, who's going to register a 4th career success here by winning our penultimate race on the card. So that is how race 11 has played out. The order of finish was 5, 9, 1 and 2.
Oh, he's good. He is such a good young jockey. Sultan Al Mimoni is such a talent, and he is not a talent that's limited to these shores either. You may remember, if you were with the channel at the beginning of our time last season, he went to Deauville and rode a winner in an international and apprentice jockeys race over there. He's being so well managed by his father. He's a gentleman with his back to us right now. He's just going to turn around soon. That's his father there in the middle. He trains this horse, and there's the rest of the clans all coming out now. You can also tell most of them are all related because they all look almost identical there, the Al Mimoni clan. But yeah, his father Mohammed Al Mimoni is right there in front of us as well, and they want to get a good picture here. This is the second time Sultan has won on this horse in 3 starts. A really, really positive front-running ride. He's timed it to perfection. He's had a good old look at Alesia as well. It's got advantage. I'm going to try. They're going to do one more photo, and then I'm going to try and get the trainer here as well. So I'm going to try and get the trainer. I just wanted to say congratulations, a very proud father.
Thank you, my friend. This is the trainer, talking with him and Jackie.
And this is your son?
Yeah, this is my son, Sultan Maimoni.
You must be so happy for him. This is the second time he's won on this horse.
Yeah, every time is my son, Sultan Jackie, and another Jackie Ali Maimoni also. It's my son.
And Khalid as well, a very talented rider.
Alhamdulillah, thank you, my friend.
Well done.
Yeah, nice performance and a good ride from Sultan as well. He was clear. I say a good ride. I don't think he was helped by the second horse's finishing effort.
Exactly. And also, Hashem's quite clearly a little bit enigmatic. Sultan moved his horse out to go next to Alesia, eyeball that horse, and as soon as he did, Hashem picked up again. It's kind of like he was just stopping. He had enough out in front, the horse, and once he saw another one, he went again and won by a neck at the line. He was a major player on form. He was one of the 2 that I thought had a chance of winning, and I went with the wrong one. Umran ran a stinker, to be honest. I think finished last, actually, in the race. But much better from Hashem today. We'll take it from the start. Hashem breaks well from the inside post, Umran on the outside. They both break nicely if you're on either of those market leaders. But Hashem immediately goes straight to the front under Sultan and stays there for the remainder of the race.
Given chase early on by Hadid, and I got a bit confused with Hadid and Alesia in the closing stage. It was Alesia that comes out the pack to give chase. They had very similar colours, but Hadid in front at this stage. Hashem, second pick on the international markets, already dictating affairs. At this stage, the first 2 have broken away from the main body of the field.
Yeah, they break clear, and being on the pace must be a huge advantage here recently. It's not always like this. The track does play fair, but virtually every race on the dirt track today, we've seen prominent races or front runners dictate. And usually, when they go this far clear, you'd anticipate the jockeys are going a little bit too hard. But
I mean, almost judged on the effort of the second who comes back to them.
Yeah.
You could almost argue that's been the case, but for some reason he's been able to stay out there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, there must be a bias towards the front in some format. And that's not to say that Hashem wouldn't have won anyway, whether he went 5 or 6 lengths clear or whether he stuck to the main part of the group. But usually these exertions will take their toll, and it didn't with this horse. He's fought on gamely off the front. Alesia, the form horse who won last time up, came with a challenge, but she just couldn't go on by. I don't think it was due to her lack of wanting to win as to why she didn't go on by. I think just Hashem found more once he saw the other horse. And they were 4 lengths clear of the remainder, which was the 1 and the 2, who I did say were virtually the same horse. They finished 3rd and 4th, separated by just half a length, which is kind of apt. But yeah, I mean, Hashem's quite clearly the best horse in this race. Alexia's run a good race, and she would win most handicaps at this level running like this, but she's bumped into one today.
And she's pulled a mile clear of the remainder of the field. So that was race 11. Final order of our Arabian contests. We've got a few of those tomorrow, have we?
We do. We have 2 Arabian contests tomorrow. 1 open, that's race number 5. Actually, 2 opens. Races 4 and 5 on the card. They're both small fields.
Another 12 races to look forward to tomorrow as we have a look once again at this grey Hashem landing a 4th win here and his 23rd career start, beating another horse who's been a prolific winner through its career as well, Alesia, who's won 4 of her 25 career starts coming into racing today. And that brings us towards our final race of the night here on Alman Mohammed's Bin Saad Islamic University Cup Day. And the final race on the card is race 12, the Alman Mohammed bin Said Islamic University Cup. It's a race worth a total prize fund of €150,000. It's on dirt, over 2,000 metres. It's for local bred horses. And we've got a field for our final race of 11 to go to post. Red Stable well represented in this with 3 runners. They've got horses numbers 4 runners, 2, 7, 9 and 10 for the Red Stables. Jimmy Jerkins, of course, announcing his not retirement, but his retirement from racing in Saudi Arabia to head back to America. He's got a chance here with beautiful Aisling. And the field of 11 we can have in full detail back with Alex.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, it's a field of 9 in this one. We've struggled on the numbers today, haven't we, between us? Let's have a look at this field here. Number 1 is Abu Jana, Fahad Al-Faradi. Number 2 is Al-Gadaf, Ricardo Ferreira. The 3 is Al-Mashlouf, Mohamed Saeed. The 4, Al-Mubir, Victor Gutierrez. The 5, Al-Najim Al-Hadar, Camilo Ospina. The 6 is Al-Rahawi, Muhammad Al-Daham. We go over the page then to the 7, Tarzim, Adel Al-Faradi. The 8 is Tariq Al-Mansour. And the 9, Thunderstorm, Osama Al-Sharani. So 9 runners here in our concluding race. I hope those abacuses are on sale, Martin.
Well, they were on sale, but Callum got the job lot, took them all earlier, and I can't get one now. But in my defence, my papers are all over the place, and I 2 pages, and the second page was a different race, and I'd written notes on the back of the other page. And
Excuses.
Well, I'm just telling you why.
I reckon I've got my numbers wrong as well, because I could have had plenty more winners if I actually chose the right number in each of these races.
Should we go back to Callum? No, he's not available. Right, the final race of the day. 9 runners to go to post. We'll have a look at a bit of form as well. We'll have a look at 2 bits of form. The international market leader, we'll have a look at him in a second, but first of all, let's have a look at Tarzim, who's had 3 starts so far this year. This was a run 2 starts back.
Yeah, closest from off the pace. Tarzim, Al-Gadaf's always on the speed. Tarzim ends up beating Al-Gadaf in this race. I actually think Al-Gadaf shaped better than Tarzim did, despite the fact that Tarzim won the duel. Al-Gadaf was in a battle for a long way up on the speed, whereas Tarzim kind of picked up some pieces late in the race and ended up finishing 4th, and Al-Gadaf finished 5th. Not much separated them on this evidence, but I would prefer Al-Gadaf out of the 2 today.
Okay, and a little bit of form to look at as well. The top-rated horse in the race, Al-Mubir, who's rated 102. If they run to the ratings, this horse should win.
Yes, well, he just performed terribly last time out when I was last here about 4 or 5 weeks ago. He needs to bounce back. Last year he won this race today, and he also won the race that he lost last time up. Hopefully that makes sense.
Does, yep.
Today he's a short price favourite. He's way the best horse. Is he going to turn up? That's the big question.
And is he also best over a little bit further, over 2,400?
Probably. But last time he faded so badly over that trip that maybe they're trying a short distance to help him out.
Okay, let's get back to Callum. And I just want to, Callum, can I borrow one of your abacuses, please?
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, guys. Horse number 1 is the first one we'll look at. This is Abu Jana, who bounced back to a little bit of form last time when finishing 3rd. You can see, has the ear plugs in, they'll be removed. Obviously, those are the big stringy ones. They'll get taken away before this horse goes down to the stalls. What's interesting is that this horse is handling all of these ear plugs really well. Sometimes you'll see them getting a bit worked up and having a good old flick around, but not on this occasion. Abu Jana walking out nicely, probably still carrying just a lick of condition on the belly, but everything else looks in pretty good shape. Obviously coming off the back of a decent effort before, can't be ignored. Let's look at Al-Gadaf, who just stopped to relieve himself for a little bit, but he'll keep walking. He's a real stamp of a horse, isn't he, Al-Gadaf? We're just checking. Oh, I think he's okay now. He's fine. He's lighter now. It'll be much better. But this is Al-Gadaf, and you see a real imposing type. Fills the eye, doesn't he? He's a big, strong individual. These local breds, it's so important how physical they are, and Al-Gadaf is certainly a model. He has been gelded, which isn't the common thread for all the local breds, but hopefully he'll build on this success. He's a nice mover. He's got a nice, strong body to him, a good, strong back, and was a winner last time out. You see the size of the saddle is absolutely tiny, because poor Ricardo Sosa Ferreira will have to be right at his bottom weight to secure this ride. Let's go back to the 3. This is Al Mashlouf. Massive, massive eye catcher last time out, finishing from the clouds, but that was in 0 to 70 handicap. This will be a lot tougher. He looks good, but from a physical standpoint, you can see the difference between him and the 2, and you'll see, compare him to the 4. Remember this horse, and let's pull one horse back. This is Al Mubir, horse number 4. Look at the difference in size compared to who we just saw with Al Mashlouf. He's a gorgeous individual. He was one of the top local performers last season. He's not quite been able to emulate that form this season, and he still is carrying a bit of condition as well. He's got a bit of a wobbly tummy, and he's not exactly the best mover either, but he's been a poor mover in the past before. He's shining up in the coat. He looks magnificent, but I would just say, is he carrying a little bit of condition? The one thing you couldn't say about the Thundered was that he was unfit. He looked red hot fit. This boy, not quite so much. And finally, we'll go to the 5. Another very different build for Al Najm Al Hada, who just comes towards us now. He's a nice enough type, but much smaller, much more petite. And to me, maybe not quite the eye filler that you want him to be. Guys, if I was to make a paddock pick, it would have to be number 2, Al Gaddaf.
That's almost backing up what you were saying with Al Gaddaf and the Tarzim form, that you take Al Gaddaf of the pair.
Yeah, I would. He's going to be on the speed, but I think he's just a better horse than Tarzim. Not much separates them at the ratings, just £1 in Tarzim's favour, but I think Al Gaddaf's the better of the two. Still, I didn't have Al Gaddaf on top. I had him second in, Tarzim fourth in. I just couldn't look past Almabir, I have to admit.
Well, the international market, bang with you. Read out what that says.
Almabir 4-7, Al Gaddaf 3-1, Tarzim 4-1 and 12 Spa. Yeah.
It's like you priced the race up.
Yeah, well, I wish I did. Yeah, the only other horse I would actually give a chance at bigger prices would be the 5, the white stable horse, Al Najm Al Hada for Camilo Ospina. Had 12 starts, 2 wins, but it's been very consistent this year. Draws inside as well, which helps. And is a game horse. When he's in a battle, he wants to fight and win. He wasn't suited by the cutback and trip last time, which is why he finished 4th. Now he's stepping back up. I don't know whether he's got the talent. Official figures would suggest not. But he's the only horse at a bigger price I'd give a chance in here too. Otherwise, I think Almabir just beats Al Gaddaf in a relatively easy forecast, I suppose.
Yeah, that was 1,400 metres last time out. Comes back up to the 2,000 metres from our final race of the night. Connections in the paddock ahead of this Alman Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup. And the 9 runners shortly to go to post. Down the full card then for the international markets. Almabir's 4-7. Defunded was a similar sort of price when he won a couple of races back. Al Gaddaf at 3-1. Tarzim's at 4s. Abo Jannah at 12. We then have at 14-1 Al Najm Al Dahar. Al Hawi at 50. And then big prices for the rest of them. Al Mashlouf at 100. Al Mashlouf here rated just 65. Got a lot on at the weights. Thaliq's 125-1. Rated just 70. Very exposed as well. 4 wins from 58 career starts and completely down the field last time out. And also Thunderstorm. It's on the second page of the notes, which is horse number 9. Rated 70. Winless in 10. Is also 125-1. There we can see getting legged up. Camilo Ospina looking for his second winner of the evening. Al Najm Al Dahar, who was dropped back in distance last time, comes back up to the 2,000 metres. Was a winner 2 starts back. That was in 0-80 company. Steps up to a cup race today. There's Thaliq looking for a 5th career win. But Almabir very, very short at the top of the market. We can see him coming out onto the track. And he's horse number 4 there in the yellow colours. Big, long striding, quite imposing individual as well, Alma here. So your 1, 2, 3 would be?
4, 2, let's go 5 for 3rd place, though it wouldn't be surprising if Tazim played a part in the finish. If Almabir rocks up, Almabir will win. As in, if the real Almabir turns up, he will win this race. Al Gaddaf, I believe, is the best of the rest. He'll be on the front. He'll get the right speed, kind of bias his favour. And the 5 could battle on and perform better than his handicap rating suggests. They would be my 1, 2, 3. What about you?
I just got a feeling that Tazim might run well.
Okay.
Not beaten far in the local Group 3. Was 6 when maybe not staying out at 2,400. Decent enough 4th over 2,000 metres. Only had 3 runs this year. A rating of 94. If you were to say that Almabir underperforms, well, I would just like to look at the figures and relative form, and he's not far behind Almabir, and he's around a 4-1 chance, point bigger than Al Gaddaf, who's rated a pound lower. They've got recent form up against each other as well. Al Gaddaf, though, has come out to win an open race here in November over the 1,800 metres. There he is, heading down to the post. Only 2 in the race for the red stable, which would sound more right than 4. I was even questioning myself when I said that before. Just didn't sound right at all. But we're going to go and join Callum shortly. Maybe he can give me one of his abacuses when we go downstairs.
I've realised he's not responding to you anymore when you talk about that.
No, maybe just there's a communication issue.
Could be, yeah.
He responded to the Green Giant yesterday in the walking, talking fashionista. We'll all be walking, talking fashionistas very shortly. So they're heading to post here then, the conclusion of 2 days racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're back for day 3 tomorrow. 12 more races again. Do join us from wherever you're tuning in around the world here on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel. And we're back next week again with 3 more days building up to all of those key trials. The custodian of the 2 holy mosques and the King's Cups ahead of the 2 days of the Saudi Cup meeting. 21st and 22nd of February, the 2 days for your diary. So Tarzim, I thought, might just be a little bit of value against Almabir, but the markets are really strong for this. International markets have got this now as the 2s on favourite.
Yeah, Almabir for me, short price. I wouldn't play in the international market, but is the most likely winner.
OK, Callum, all yours as they arrive down at the start.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, Al Gaddaf is going to be the pick for me in this contest. I just thought, as a pick of the paddock, he did look the best. I must admit, the paddock picks have been running all sorts of races. We've had the good in the shape of Al-Bada, the horse that won earlier on in the card. We've had the bad in the shape of AF Al Riyadh, who tried to basically ruin himself and his jockey all the way around there, colliding with rails and then cancelling a race by his own accord. And we've had fairly middling as well. So we're hoping to end on a high here, but there's been a few heavy defeats, and we'll look to get back on the horse in this one. Looking forward to seeing what the Funded does next. Maybe he'll reappear next week in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. I can't stress this enough. Next week is going to be absolute fire. It is going to be a firecracker contest where we've got plenty of nice horses. But meanwhile, focusing on this race, Al Rawi ran an absolute stinker last time in a worse race than this. I really liked him for that race, and he ran no race. Steps up in grade. Tarzim certainly would have a chance here. Got the jockey booking again. Adele's had plenty of rides for the Red Stable for some good connections here. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Salik tends to run more good races than bad, but has been a little bit in and out of late. And finally, Thunderstorm. I spoke to Osama Al-Shahani just before they went down to post, and he was like, this is going to be a very, very hard race. Comes here with a rating of 70. Has plenty to find on that. Osama, most notably, I don't know whether everybody knows this, but he will be missing the next few meetings. He's had a couple of totting up whip bans, so he won't ride tomorrow. He won't ride at all next week, which is a bit of a shame. And he'll miss, ironically, his band's so bad that he'll miss one of the Taif winter meetings as well. I think he'll miss meeting 7 at Taif over the winter. So, yeah, he's built up quite a big ban. A few of the apprentices getting some whip penalties as well. They do come down hard on you if you do get the whip rules wrong. It's something that Prince Bandar spoke to a few of us about earlier on last season when we had the chance to sit down and talk with him. Hopefully that's something we can do again in the future. This contest, though, Abu Jana was one I've not mentioned. That's also just running into a little bit of form now, but Al Gaddaf has to be the pick. Watch Al Mashlouf coming home like a train late on, but this might be a wee bit too much for him. Alex Fussy now for the final time. It's been a pleasure, as always, working with such an esteemed, award-winning commentator. Finally, give us the rundown for this final race, race number 12.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. I'll send you that check in the post as runners wait to load here for our final race of the day. Got a good race to conclude, haven't we? This cup contest to draw a close. What's been a dramatic day, hasn't it? Been dramatic action all the way with that void race, and of course good to see Defunded back in front earlier on in a UK Cup. And who's going to win our final cup race of the card? Almabir 2's on internationally. Al Gaddaf 3-1. Tazim 4s. Abu Jana's been drifting out to 16s. Al Najim Al Hadar has also drifted to 16s, and it's 66s and bigger the rest of the field. The clock strikes post time and we are loading up, so we are going to be ready to go very shortly for a prompt conclusion. Always do well with their start times here. Just moving in is Thunderstorm. Gone into stall number 8. Al Mubir with that perfect draw in 1 is in. Al Najim Al Hadar just going forwards as well. Stall number 5. Slotting in is Thalik. Al Gaddaf to stall number 2. Al Rawi into stall number 5, and also the 7. Tarzim is waiting to go. That'll be gate 6. So the final trio poised. Just needing a little push is the 2 here. Al Gaddaf. Just holding us up a little bit, isn't it, Al Gaddaf? But nearly there. He's in stall 2 as well. Got the blindfold on. He's forwards, and the last couple we wait for. 6 and 7. Rawi and also Tarzim are in, and we're ready. Standing by. They're off. Jumped away. Our concluding cup event of the card. 2,000 metres the distance this time. Not the best of starts for Al Mashlouf, who's dropping at the back of the field. Already 2 or 3 lengths off them. Thalik got a good start. He's going to drive forwards in the blue and white jacket to race handily. Also up there is Al Gaddaf, the red jacket, the white cap, same red colours. Tarzim is following. Al Mubir is pushing through down to the inside now. The black cap, nose-banded runner also coming forwards to share the issue. Al Nadim Al Hadar is not too far from them, white with the red sleeves, the green cap. Away to the extreme left at the moment, keeping deeper is Thunderstorm. Back down the order, only got a couple behind is Al Rahawi. Also towards the tail, Abu Jana. In rear after that slightly awkward start is Al Mashlouf. But the leader is Al Mubir. Hot favourite, taken to the lead for Victor Gutierrez. Leads up here by 3 parts of a length from Al Gaddaf racing in second. Al Najim Al Hadar is back in third, and then comes Tarzim, who's in between rivals, the white cap being shaken up. Thalik is in company. Thunderstorm now struggling to keep up with them. Abu Jana tries to get down on the inside to make some headway. Al Rahawi is still towards the back of the field, and Al Mashlouf has never landed a blow. It's Al Mubir coming towards home here. Gutierrez in front, still 3 parts of a length over Al Gaddaf in second. These two continue to dominate as things stand. Al Najim Al Hadar is in third. Abu Jana on the running rail. White jacket creeping from off the pace. Is now upsides Tarzim as they spin on in line for home. 400 metres to go, levelling on in. Al Mubir has got a 2-length buffer now and is kicking. Al Mubir finds another gear, goes on again. 3 lengths clear now. Over Al Gaddaf and Abu Jana, who's still running on. Then comes Al Najim Al Dahir and Tarzim on that one's outer, but it's Al Mubir in front, and in splendid isolation, Al Mubir is away. 5-6 lengths the lead, and is going to be a most impressive winner. Al Mubir comfortably. Abu Jana in company there with Al Gaddaf. That's very tight second and third on the bob. It's also close for fourth, so all that to be confirmed. Victory for the 4, Al Mubir, who's been a most impressive winner of the last. We've seen a few impressive winners today, but I like the change of gear up the straight there. Was able to put these to bed rather swiftly, and having had a couple of races just a little bit below par, back on song here to win our concluding cup event, and has posted a time of 2:09.21 in the process. What are we looking at? 5 lengths or so, the winning margin. Just waiting for confirmation. It's 6 lengths the winner has scored by. Abu Jana has been confirmed as second. Good run from the back of the field to Nab Al Gaddaf third. All in all, that means our final order today: 4, 1, 2 and 7.
Well, Defunded was a short-priced favourite on the international market. He won, and we've seen another short-priced favourite win on the international market. And our final race, the Aliman Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup, goes the way for the second year of Al Mubia, who's back to his brilliant best, Tom, and another winning selection from your good self.
Thank you. Yes, it was a good victory. I mean, he was a short price. It wasn't a completely original selection, we have to admit, but he's done it well, and it was a much better performance than what we saw last time out from him, where he was, I mean, bitterly disappointing, wasn't he? And it wasn't the trip last time, because he is a 2,400 metre specialist, but today he just galloped away from them. Never really looked in doubt off the front end, and maybe the real Al Mubia is back.
Yeah, you'd hope so, because it was a pretty disappointing effort last time. I have to admit, I didn't think he looked great in the parade ring. I thought he was still carrying just a little bit of condition, but that just might be the way he's built. He's going to walk in behind us, actually, which would be lovely to see. But he was just, he didn't blow me away today, but the performance was definitely his best this season, stretched out very nicely when asked.
Yeah, I wonder if 2,000 may be the distance they keep him over. 2,400 obviously he stays it, but today he just ground out success and seems to have the speed, the tactical speed to win a race of this nature time and time again. Obviously he won this last year, 12 months ago, and he's won it again this season. How old is he now? He's a 7-year-old, so, I mean, he's a veteran. These kind of events, I suppose, are his proper targets.
And it's been a good day for your good self. You started the day in red-hot form, firing in the winners, a mid-card lull, but you've come roaring back at the end.
Oh, it was a huge lull as well, wasn't it, mid-card? It was a struggle, but the start was good, the end was good, and yeah, I'll take the lead in the studio challenge. Callum, I'm afraid, we keep trying to give you a winner. We keep trying to make you on 4, but you are on 3, so tomorrow's a big day for you, sir.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Tomorrow is just another day. It's just another day.
Yeah.
Good winner for old Victor Gutierrez, who has struggled mightily this season after having a very good run of things last year, mostly because of this horse's success. But for me, I was really, really impressed with the performance from him and the ride he's given this horse. Good to see him bounce back to victory. He's a proper rider when he gets the opportunity, and this is an opportunity.
Yes, show that with a 6-length strike in our final of 12 races. The highlight, it has to be the return to form, Tom, does it not, of Defunded, who took the UK Cup, our 10th race?
I think so. Obviously, having watched this race, I probably would have preferred Al Mubia in this spot. But of the races we saw earlier, I suppose Defunded has to be the horse that we talk about. Look, he was the best horse on show today. He was rated 110 coming into the day. His 2 previous Saudi performances had been a little bit disappointing. I suppose the Saudi Cup run was expected, finishing mid-div. But when he finished 5th on his reappearance, he was very disappointing. Today we saw the proper Defunded. Is he good enough to compete in a Saudi Cup? Probably not. But at least he bounced back, and it meant a lot to the owners. We could hear them scream and shout from our studio. I'm sure Callum's ears were ringing from that as well.
Oh, yeah, it was a huge moment. As he turned into the straight, everyone at home is watching him now, and what's most impressive is what he finds for pressure. I think the second horse is a good horse. That's Bon Viaggio. Well worth keeping an eye on him. He caught the eye on Saudi debut. He wasn't disgraced last time out, and he's run his best race so far today. I think he's better than the 85 he's originally rated.
Even if he is better than the 85, it still leaves Defunded with a bit to prove coming back up to the very top level.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they come back next week for one of the prep races. If not, then the plan won't be the Saudi Cup. Obviously, he's not going to get in. The handicapper could give him £1 or 2, try help him out, but it would feel a little bit of a push if that was the case. Apparently, Eddie Castro dropped the stick, which would have made no difference anyway. The horse had already had the race won, but someone like Eddie won't be happy about dropping that whip, I tell you.
But I think as well with this horse, it's all about building him back up again. He was a sick horse after the Dubai World Cup. He ran 7th that night. He came back with a run here to be 5th. He's won tonight. It's all about getting him to peak again at a certain point in the future.
It's difficult with these veterans. I mean, he's not really a veteran, I suppose, but he's won 2 Grade 1s and had numerous seasons with Bob Baffert. So when you're with Bob, they are asked for maximum effort year after year with 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old. Now he's a slightly older horse. It's very hard to, 1, improve him, and 2, keep him at that same level. Maybe he's just dipped off now, but he is one of the best horses here in Saudi Arabia, no doubt about it.
And of course, Callum, if he's not going to reach the height, he's 110 now. If the handicapper even drops him, 108, 106, it could be a 2-8 Cup horse on the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting.
Yeah, and that's a cracking race. It always is. And the horse like Al Mubia would also run on the Friday as well, and those big local bred horses. So he's a really, really exciting horse to follow for these next couple of weeks. Now, I don't imagine he gets in the Saudi Cup, to be perfectly honest. I think he's let himself down by not destroying this field. Now, he's still run a good race and won, but he needed to absolutely obliterate them to sort of justify getting a hike in the ratings to get into the race. And I think maybe Friday will be looking more of an option for him.
OK, we've got, of course, the trials for the Saudi Cup night next weekend here. We could see Monsieur Jumbo reappear again. You were talking to connections, he could come back for the qualify for the Neon Turf.
That's a proper horse. That is a proper horse. Caravaggio, the sire of stayers, who would have thought it? But he's doing really, really well. The race last time out was so bitterly disappointed because he threw victory away. He had the race thrown up and just decided, I don't fancy winning. But this return to turf, I know it was his first win on turf, but he seemed to have sprouted another leg. He's a proper horse.
OK, we can see the trophy presentation for our final race of the night, the feature event as well. That trophy being handed over following the running of the Alman Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup. That taking place on the main podium, which is in front of the grandstands, as opposed to the one we often see in the parade ring. And I suppose
same gentleman that won the Saudi Cup, isn't it? Is the man in the middle there in the golden cloak? Yes, the gentleman that won the Saudi Cup, which is good to see. What was interesting about that?
He was the guy
he had a share, didn't he, for the day?
It's not even. I think he brokered the deal for a local owner. He wasn't the guy that actually owned the share. He brokered the deal.
He was on stage, though, getting that trophy, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was well on stage that day. That was a bit of a logistical disaster on that occasion, Saudi Cup day.
Yeah, things didn't quite go to plan on that occasion, and we'll see that, I'm sure, a much happier experience from one of those here in a few weeks' time. But just go back to the early part of the card as well. Thamer El Dehani dominated first three winners, including that Monsieur Jumbo.
Talking about things going to plan, the start of the card went really to plan for Thamer, didn't it? Obviously not feeling very well today, but I'm sure he perked up after his handful of winners, Monsieur Jumbo being one of them. I thought Moswat in the first race is probably the horse that I'd be taken out of this. He got a great ride from Ricardo Souza Ferreira. That was my highlight of the day in terms of jockeyship. Just cutting in on the inside on the turn, making sure you don't cover too much ground, don't lose momentum, don't waste energy, and then produce the horse in the straight. I thought that was perfect from him. Maybe the horse would have won anyway, but he made it simple for the animal. And yeah, there's a lot of improvement to come from Moswat. Thamer El Dehani is just unstoppable right now, and I presume you love interviewing him.
Yeah, I certainly do love interviewing him. He's a really good man to interview. The other jockey to keep an eye on, Sultan Al Mimoni. He's a proper rider, and certainly a jockey to keep on the right side on. Ayad Al Tarisi as well, bouncing back with the winner too. He's one to follow too. Plenty of young jockeys to keep on the right side of.
And of course a bit of drama here as well in our void race as well in the Arabian Handicap, which was race 9. The favourite unseating the jockey from the stalls, coming the wrong way round the track. The outriders doing a brilliant job to keep him away from the field, but that race 9 was avoided. So we're 12 down, 12 more to come tomorrow. We'll see you back again.
Absolutely. Try and find some more winners. I've had a nightmare.
Yeah, I think you're a lost cause, basically.
That's not to do with broadcasting, is it?
I just thought about the tipping, that was all. Thanks to Tom and thanks to Callum for their input as well. We've got 12 more races here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse tomorrow. Do rejoin us on the English-speaking channel of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Thanks for your company today. We'll see you back here on Saturday.
انها مره احد الاسماء اللي تحبها.
شكرا لكم. النتيجه النهائيه. الاسطبل في كل اسبوع يقدم نوع رائع. ايضا
واضح انهمر بعد غياب.
طق وسو بيسك ويا ربي الخيار.